Welcome to the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast.
If you like a lot of wrestling on YouTube, join our cult. Hello, welcome to a throbbing, gristling, baked bean included episode of the Cultaholic.
What?
You're not a fan of beans?
Why?
Because of the British breakfasts.
Oh, okay. We're going to talk about, of course.
From
of
the
course.
internet,
Yes.
as has been the subject of many things they talk about online, specifically here on the Cultaholic Wrestling Podcast. That's the intro. Dulcet tones of Maffew, joined by the Chaz to this person's Dave, Mr. Adam Pacitti.
Which one's dead?
Which one's better?
Oh.
Or dead, yeah.
Chaz and Dead, and his spotted dick himself, Jack the Jobber.
But
I
what?
was thinking of British cuisine.
Oh, yeah, no, that does make sense.
right.
Chaz and Dave, very British as well. I
right,
understand.
yeah.
Yeah. I'm feeling snooker loopy. I
Hey,
am. Come on.
good lad. There's the banter. Pacitti, you were not down, Seth. So how have you been up here on North?
Yeah, it's been great. I did the live reactions with Fraser. We had a ball. I thought it was a really fun show, which I'm looking forward to talking about. And everything is hunky-dory, Maffew.
Fantastic. And Jack, you were there for a little bit.
I was there.
Bush.
I was there earlier in the week, but I came up and it was like I was leaving London as wrestling fans flocked to London, so it was quite strange. But I did a big walk around London town. Saw some friends from uni. We went to a Lane 7. They've got a Lane 7 in London. It's a
Okay, that's
chain.
nice.
It's a chain.
Didn't know that.
Oh, I thought it was just Newcastle. And then went to North, down south. Saw Tom do his thing. Went to say hello to him at ringside. And just as the match was spilling into a brawl on the outside, and I had to scoot round Trent 7, but that's all right. And went to see Mega Ran, who was on the What Culture channel before I ever was. Technically, do you remember we used to feature his music on the What Culture channel?
No.
So
I do remember that because, he did the tour. That included coming to Newcastle.
yes, I missed that when he came, but I've seen him now.
Yeah, you and everybody else. There was more people performing than there were in the crowd. Bless them.
Well, he had people at this one,
Oh, I would hope so.
and he was very good. He's a rapper who did like rap covers / remixes of wrestling themes. Like his Brock Lesnar one was really good. His New Day one, his Wyatt one. It was very good.
Not my sort of thing, really.
No, fair enough.
Sounds great.
No, and he also once did an angle with Bully Ray in Madison Square
Did he?
Garden for
In
the,
NSG,
Oh,
what?
God, I forgot about that, yeah.
I think it was for the New Japan Ring of Honor Super Show a few years ago, and he tried to rap a song, and then Bully came out and was healing it up. But it's in New York, and the crowd want to see wrestling, so Mega Ran was in a tricky situation there because they were just like, kill him, yeah, kill him. Yeah. But no, it was lovely weekend. Came back up here and watched the show, and you know what? I was quite hungover, so I'm relieved I just got to watch it on the video rather than being there in the stadium.
Is that why you sounded like Barry White? Was it
sounded
the hangover?
There was, I think so. There was a few comments on the video saying like, Jack's voice is deeper than usual.
Oh, I thought it sounded cool.
Yeah,
It's a shame it's gone now.
I wish it was like that all the time.
I thought you'd been smoking
Doobies.
heaps of, or that, yeah. I thought, but okay.
No, I was
Well,
hungover.
I'm glad you're better.
Thanks.
But can you put the voice on for the rest of the podcast?
I don't know if I can put it on.
Try.
Yeah, I'm back from London. No,
Oh, that's cool.
Let's all do it.
who's got the deepest voice in the Maffew?
I mean, it's me, yeah.
Yeah, Peter Austin
Surely,
from
is
Triple
it?
Jump has quite a deep voice.
Yeah, he does. Mine's just nasal, like a
But you've
pneumatic
got
drill.
It's deep underneath though. You got an undertone.
Yeah, but
Oh, I love that.
when I feel myself speak, I'm speaking from behind my nose, my sinus.
Now you've said it, yeah.
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 Yeah, it's horrible, isn't it? I used to get a lot of comments. It's like, oh, it sounds like Richard Ayoade.
No, his is more exaggerated, I'd say.
Yeah,
You've got more than one voice.
I've got a twatty list voice that I put on because it's better for retention.
Well, your opinions are better than his. Tubman is here as well, because Joel is knackered.
Hello, everyone.
Let me know I'm not a liar. Tubman, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Maffew.
Why did
always those small
you know,
pauses,
you
man.
took a drink as he was throwing it back to you. Oh, it doesn't matter.
Tell us about your week.
Not too much, really. I just had a week off.
Oh, you did?
Before this week, but didn't really do anything, to be honest.
Were you not
so-
cycling about?
No, I was going to, but kind of plans just sort of changed. So I ended up just chilling out instead. It was a nice week for it. Nice weather we've been having, so it's all good.
Did you watch any of the wrestling?
I did, yes. I watched All In, definitely.
Whoa.
And it was a very good show. Very much enjoyed it.
Did you catch NXT? We'll fill you in.
Yeah.
All that and more to come. I'm still recovering from a lovely time down in London Way all that to obviously talk about. So I'm going to do my best. Also, walking the office, a fly decided to go directly into my eye. So if you see me picking at it, don't worry, I'm not weird. I think I'm going to die.
The eye, not the fly. The fly's not in there anymore, but he's a bit red.
It still feels like it is there.
You can tell something's happened there.
Yeah.
Just the one. I thought you might have been doing your Amsterdam shtick again.
Right.
But
No, that only happened once down London. Well, we start off, get the negative out of the way, but it would be nice to hear people's opinions from the different ages and genres. Sid, I can never say his surname correctly, beg your pardon. Sid Udy. Udy, sorry.
it was a weird one, because Sam said, oh, by the way, it's pronounced Udi.
Right.
Like the things that you wear. But then I was watching the WWE tribute video and they said Udi. So I'm not sure, but apparently in some interviews that he's heard, I think it was something with Pritchard maybe, they said Udi at the beginning, and then throughout it was corrected to Udi. So I'm not 100%. Sid.
I was going to say, yeah, what do you name associate with him? Because I would say Psycho Sid with the S.
I missed all of his prime, so I think.
Oh, really?
Because of that, I think I just know him as Sid.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Justice for me.
I was going to say, 92 era, but yeah, he's passed away at 63, former WWF World Heavyweight Champion and WCW World Heavyweight Champion, and one of 5 wrestlers to headline both a WrestleMania and a Starrcade.
It's pretty cool,
Yeah.
Which is like, okay. And he never really gets mentioned much in terms of his impact, because you more traditionally hear people like Cornette famously going, oh, God, he was rubbish. And I'm sure for workers and people who have to deal with him, yeah, it wasn't very great. Shawn Michaels famously said on commentary, hey, look, there goes Sid. Most expensive piece of luggage in all of WWF, meaning because he had to be carried.
No, his matches with Shawn are the ones I think of when I'm like, nah.
Yeah, because of Shawn.
Because the
Have you asked him?
Because the crowd are so behind Sid.
Yeah, but I'm one of those lads that remembers the great moments of his.
That's it. But the problem is he had a few flubs which were so memorable, like We're Live Pal, Half the Brain. Obviously, people talk about the leg still.
Yeah.
But no, he was awesome. And
Parked his car incorrectly.
He what?
When he parked his car incorrectly and Goldberg did his due diligence.
He was brilliant. Like watching him as a kid, I was legit terrified of him. He was, and I think it's sometimes unfair to just go, oh yeah, man, he had a great look and not mention any of the other stuff, because actually the great matches were really great as well. And I agree, the stuff with Shawn was absolutely amazing. He had a massive presence about him. He looked like a wrestler, but he was more than that.
Yeah, the thing I associate with him most is being over when he wasn't meant to be. He was meant to be the heel, but like in the Shawn feud, and like with Hogan in the '92 Rumble as well.
Yeah,
when everyone was, I don't know if it was at the time because I wasn't even born, but people tend to watch that match back and go, "What's Hogan's problem? He's been eliminated fair and square."
The reaction that's still on the network and on the pay-per-view on the VHS is crowd going, "Yay, Hogan's eliminated!"
Yeah,
which they then did famously re-aired on TV not long afterwards and went, boo, boo, have you not seen that
Never
clip?
knew that.
Re-recorded commentary. Oh, it's shameful that. Like, what?
Shameful.
The commentary's
Completely.
just looking for any excuse.
he's eliminated him.
Just fair
How
and square.
dare Sid do
completely.
that? Doesn't he know that Hulk's shoes are untied? You know, they're looking for any excuse to go, But yeah.
But yeah, he's like you said, he's one of only 5. Did you say to headline WrestleMania and Starrcade?
Piper, Brett,
Savage.
Hogan, Savage.
Sid, and
That's cool.
He left his mark on like all the big promotions at the time.
Yeah, the only thing that Bischoff, Heyman, McMahon could agree on, the only thing all 3 of them did through the 90s, the Attitude Era, the good and bad, was, why don't we have Sid come in and wreck everybody? It was just a good formula.
Yeah.
He couldn't stay too long, then you get sick of him, sure, but that's the history of wrestling, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I'll always have happy memories of Survivor Series 96. Very few wrestlers in history have looked as cool as him, coming out and fist bumping everybody, including Vladimir. His documentary will never get really released. And
It
that
was
kid,
released.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
Oh, brilliant. Why haven't I seen it again?
I think it was.
And that pudding bowl
was it
haircut
good?
lad. Yeah, fist bumping, and then the crowd like, wow, an interesting reaction to Sid Vicious. Boo, we hate you, Shawn Michaels. Why you dressed like a stripper? Why you brought your dad with you? It's very confusing.
You don't always get it with wrestlers, obviously, but it's always nice, not when a wrestler passes, but following the passing when loads of stories come out about them being really decent human beings. And that's what you get from the Sid stuff, the photos of him and his family.
Yep.
Sam was telling me that obviously he was a big softball guy, and there was a team of young softball players, and they didn't have any cash, and I think he just kitted them out completely. It's just really nice, isn't it?
Harvey, the other nice story when he was a jobber on TV, I can't remember which company it was, but he said that after the match, Sid came up to him and said, "Thank you very much for doing that and making me look good." And he gave him a bit of money.
Van Damme, wasn't it?
Yeah, he said he's the only time in history he'd been tipped by a wrestler. It's like, thank you very much. And the other guy in the match, because it was a handicap match. So it's like, you don't hear that very often from wrestlers. So
Oh my God, I've never heard of Rob Van Dam being like a jobber. And I imagine he was like, I imagine he was a dream. Like he'd bounce around. Wow. That's a really nice story.
he'd hear the
as
ring
well.
bell and take a bump.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, many happy memories of Sid. And now he's immortalized just in bad mode. Why me? Why me?
I know it's
Go back. Next to like Deadlock and whatever.
I know it's not like the most important thing, but why was he never inducted into the Hall of Fame? Because he surely had
either.
He came back and did the Heath Slater thing, didn't he?
Yes.
So he kind of been on terrible terms with the company, but like he was, as you say, main eventing massive pay-per-views.
He's probably one of those guys that are like, well, we'll got him if we need him. You know, if we run out of other people, it didn't seem to be a priority. You know,
Yeah, but he's
because
been.
you know, who's in charge of the company?
Yeah, sure.
Triple H, HBK, etc. I don't think
Was
they
he
were not
the-
like friends with them.
Was he the first person to win the title on Raw? Maybe.
Ooh, that's a good thing.
Maybe.
Diesel's was pre-recorded at Madison Square Garden. Ooh, it's actually a good
I think
question.
he might
huh?
have been, yeah.
It
yeah.
might have been, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Thank
you, Richard.
Well done. That's a good fun fact.
if it's right.
Yeah. Well, that's been furiously typed away. Absolutely no songs being played this week.
Buddy Rogers.
Buddy Rogers won it on episode of 94.
Oh,
Well, hold on, one occasion that was. Let's see, another news then.
it's all kicking off.
Gabe, oh God. I hate that noise, by the way.
What's your favourite Windows noise?
The old doo-doo-doo-doo. Let me switch it off.
That's good.
What about you?
It is now safe to turn.
was Sid.
off.
Yes.
It was.
Well
He was
done.
vacated on Raw and then he won it. Not too long afterwards, the next week, it looks like.
Never knew that.
Fantastic.
That's
The cage
interesting.
match, right? Yeah, it was. No. Wasn't it Brett and Sid? Oh, whatever. Sorry, I'm making this even longer than it needs
I thought it was the four-way. Anyway.
that was on the pay-per-view.
Oh, damn it, it was. That was the name of the
The
paper.
build-up to
Right,
WrestleMania
anyway,
13 was crazy. Anyway, there's obviously lots of news that we'll get into later on during the thing. Might make this even longer than it needs to be. But Gable Steveson, cut by the Buffalo Bills. His NFL career is now on hold after the Olympic gold medalist was cut by the Bills. He wasn't good with direction. They tell him to go left, he'd go right. Tell him to go up, he'd go down. They tell him no, he'd hear yes.
Oh, no.
Dory Funk Jr. to make history. You've made it by now. Bloody hell. Dory Funk Jr. at the age of 83.
Nuts.
Got in the ring with Onita, whose legs are 94 to 105, depending on what day it is, to team up to have a death match at Kawasaki Stadium, as was the tradition for FMW, because Onita famously had that match with Terry all those years ago.
It's an amazing thing to see. Was it that he is the oldest person to ever have a death match, or just match in general? Because I've seen both.
Sanctioned is what we've said, which I don't know if it's fun fact, because there's always there was an amazing thread by I wish I remember the guy's name, but he like oldest wrestlers to wrestle, and a few of them are like they claim they're this old. There's no proof to say they're actually as old as they are. Which is like, oh, of course, yes.
Spreading
Carney's gonna Carney.
to legs as to ages now. That's
Yeah.
nuts.
So the fact that he may, not confirmed, he may be the oldest at 83 is astounding. So who else was in it? Osamu Nishimura, who is currently battling cancer for the second time, who had 4 doctors surrounding the ring to make sure he was okay. This is the way you're going to go, man.
I don't know if it is, but okay. It's
What?
bit-
No, I should be at home watching Emmerdale.
If I was, or whatever. I'm trying to think of a Japanese Emmerdale.
Big in
pun, I just
Japan, mate.
couldn't.
Prove me wrong.
It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
No.
If
No,
I was a Japanese what?
Emmerdale.
Oh,
So I'm thinking like
God,
I was trying to Hurricane Dale. Anyway,
Yeah, it's like Jack's out. Of course, we all know about the famous Japanese farms.
yeah. There'll be loads of farms in Japan, Richard. Yeah, thank you. I'd feel uncomfortable watching a match like that in person. I'd be like, oh God,
Oh, I'm the opposite. I'm like, yes,
you wrestling fans, man.
absolutely.
You internet boys.
And Dory Funk Jr., in fairness, has looked 83 for about the last 60
I
years.
love how he's still. You never outgrow the junior of your name.
Yeah,
he's
Dory Funk
83.
Jr., right? Come on, young'un.
Hey kid, yeah.
And lots more news when we get to it, but we'll start off with that. Before Jack opens his Coke.
I
and we
dropped
start
this
the rest-
outside, but I thought I'd left it long enough.
Bless you. the rest of the podcast.
Everybody get excited for the Cultaholic Hall of Fame.
The Hall of Fame. In condescending order from last week, we have Joel's Donald Trump impression, 17%. Oof.
Oh, I watched that. He was good.
Shut up.
What? No, he was.
Every week, one of these lads does a Trump impression, goes, it's really good, this.
No, why it was better.
Enough.
It was better than all of ours.
Well, Robert De Niro's birthday dive. Oh my God, did I howl at that? 29%. Have you seen that? Oh, so great. Ronda Rousey's Reddit AMA, 54%.
Are you?
That was me.
Is this an old AMA rather?
Oh no, it was a week and a half ago.
Oh, was it? I didn't even see
Oh.
this.
So it's what made her apologise for the Sandy Hook thing recently.
Yeah.
Because everyone flooded.
Yeah, it's
Right.
Ronda's, hi guys, I've got this new comic coming out. Please ask me any questions. And it was all just like, are you going to, like, what are you going to quit faster? Your agent or UFC? And then Sandy Hook. In fairness, since then, Ronda has done a rather good apology.
It was a really well worded and genuine feeling apology. It sounded very sincere, but
Right.
I didn't realize the timing. I didn't realize it was just because of
Yeah, she went and had a look at them and went, oh, okay. And look, I'm a very cynical person. I've got no love for Ronda. There's other stuff she said about other things, but I looked at that going, yeah, this seems about as thorough an apology as a human being can get. Like, there wasn't any excuses, wasn't any reasoning, just going, look, I said some stuff. I do not encourage anybody to follow it. It was like, oh, okay. I mean, the jokester me wants to say, she said, it took me 11 years to try and write this. And I went, wow, no wonder her promos weren't very good on Raw.
It was good that she acknowledged that she had wanted to put it in her book, but her publisher had gone, no, you shouldn't do that. So at least that sort of gives some sort of reason behind why she hadn't made the apology sooner. But I didn't realize that followed a disastrous AMA. Was that on a wrestling-themed subreddit, or was that just like on the regular IA?
I think it was just normal
just
Reddit.
Because the
they had the picture,
fans would
the
have been-
picture of like AMA, like to prove that it's them and not like a spam or whatever.
Yeah, Sam was talking to me about this. I met up with him on Monday, and then somehow, then the topic changed to QAnon, and I was like, "What?
Sounds like Sam."
How did?" And then he started talking about Megadeth, and I was like, "Oh, we've hit all the Sam highlights."
I love when Sam can combo.
Oh yeah.
Conversation. So it's just like, you think that's going to be the end, and he goes in.
I was
like,
doing the.
Oh, all right.
I was doing the Mortal Kombat, waiting for the fatality.
Just finish this, Sam.
No, I learned a lot of stuff. No, I learned lots about Megadeth, who I've never listened to, but I learned a lot about them.
I think you're queuing on.
No, I can't remember what I think, isn't their singer a bit mad? Maybe he is.
Short answer, yeah.
Is that,
you know,
is that
one surprises.
Mustaine?
That's him,
He
yes.
kept mentioning this Mustaine fella.
Yes. Yeah.
It's kind of
That's the
like,
lad.
is it like Metallica or All Japan and Megadeth and Noah, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
okay,
you
got
know what?
got
Yeah, that'll
yeah,
do.
Yeah. Cool.
We can
And then
spend a lot of
ABBA
time on this subject.
and
So
New Japan.
I think we'll move on. Yay, I won. So I am going to go with Maffew's little story. So I'll go down to London. I see some people I know. One of them is my sweet old mum. Who used to live in London for years.
Me old
She
mum.
is. Me old mum. And she lives in Essex now, so it's a pretty short trip into London town to go see a lovely son. I said, Mum's going to be easy if you come to Wembley Ways. I'd be all right. Absolutely not a problem. We'll go to Wagamama. And it was crazy because you'd see a few wrestlers walking by nonchalantly, and I'd just leave them be because they didn't want to be disturbed. I saw Top Flight and just went, you guys are great. And they went like that. And I was like, that's all I wanted. Danny Magic was walking a small child and I didn't see him. I was just like, hey, you know, oh, sorry. Just completely like, no. So didn't think much of it. Go to Wagamama because my mum likes that. I think because Mam's in the name. Go to Wagamama, sit down, and two wrestlers sit next to us. And it was like, oh, okay. And obviously I understand it's very impolite to bother people when they're eating, just being normal, you know, street clothes, civilian. My mum, I mean, I love her. She's only doing this with love. She
No
spent
manners,
the entire time going, do they know you? Do they know you? Do you know that? And of course, because she's pissing deaf, she's whispering like she's in a wind tunnel. Do they know you? I'm like, oh, God. Look, like, huh?
In my
I'm
mind.
a chicken, Marge. Yeah, I know, you're a chicken. Just doing that the entire time, and I'm just eating, this is nice. How was your food, Mom? You know, looked at it, and wow, nice ceilings they've got here. Just like, oh, Jesus. And anytime they would mention wrestling, she'd be like, YouTube face.
Are you allowed to say who they were?
Their names rhymed with, so I don't get me in any trouble, Orange Cassidy and Brody King.
Okay.
So I'll leave it ambiguous.
What an odd couple.
Yeah. And somebody else who I didn't recognize. But But something like, I think Orange
Was
Cassidy
it not
won.
Eva Luna?
No, he better have said hello to me.
Oh, he's your friend.
I made a
sorry,
Maffew.
yeah, of course, yes.
And Orange Cassidy spilled some of his noodles at the end and went, whoops.
Matthew shoots on Orange Cassidy.
And my mum, who's obviously clearly been waiting for excuses, like, ha ha, like, don't waste it.
What did he say?
Nothing. It's like, okay, I won't.
Did he not even?
He went, ha ha, it's all right, I'm just saying it because my mum. I'm like,
Have you had any contact with the people whose names rhyme with Brody King and Orange Cassidy before? Are they familiar with your work?
they've done intros, but I don't think there's any. I kept explaining to my mum, there's like positive, neutral, negative. They're neutral as far as I know. Like, not like, hey, like the Evil Uno level.
If they do an intro, then they're into it, surely.
But
maybe they don't know
there's
what you
people who
look
have done
like.
that who then slagged us off afterwards. So it's just to get, and I understand, look, it's a game, just get some publicity. I've told people, hey, if you don't like it, just do the intro anyway. And they went, yeah, we did. I went, Harry.
Yeah, fair. Maybe they don't know what you look like. There's still, I see the odd comment from time to time. It's like, oh, is that the Botchamania guy? Is that what you
Well, I
look
know
like?
they don't know what I look like because
Oh.
that bloody, was it Saudi Arabia or Scotland where they picked up that picture of you.
Small child, yeah.
And a small child and a number of Cultaholic fans added me going, look, Maffew, someone's got a picture of you. The kid couldn't have been any older than 10.
He did look like you, though.
But
He did. Take it as a
looking
compliment.
Take it as a
So
compliment.
youthful.
That's good.
But in the end, some kid, Maffew. So great. Yeah, so it was just nice. But then, like, my mum was ignoring me when I was basically saying, you know, like, they're eating. They're trying to, like, have just, you know, there's like 50,000 or so people walking around and they're just trying to have some peace. And my mum's like, yes, but they know my child. I'm like, no,
Yeah.
They know, they don't really. So
You need to establish a safe word with your mum, don't you?
I thought, shut up and eat your noodles would have been close enough.
Bit
But
blatant.
she wasn't playing the game.
I was gonna
But
say.
that's what you do when you get old. You go, what? Can't hear you. You're like, you mother.
I was gonna say the safe word could have been like the wrestling one for like wrap it up, go home. But she might have thought you were just telling her to leave. You don't know.
Can't. I haven't finished. Yeah, right.
So you spent what 10 minutes there slagging off your mum. I remember because she did an intro to one of these podcasts. She came in the office, didn't she? She's not an old woman, or is she just quite
No, she's not.
good looking for her age?
Thank you. Yeah. Well, she looks after herself.
Clearly.
Yeah.
What's happening?
No, I'm just
He's keeping
saying
his
that
options open.
I'd have put her at like early 50s tops.
Oh, she's gonna love this podcast.
She does look good for her age, actually. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah. Cool.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Thank you.
Pass
for
that on.
I certainly will.
Bodes well for you.
Yeah.
Well, Maffew looks 10 apparently.
Yeah, I'm 36 on 37. I look 10. So
That's true.
all right. So good week for the Benjamin Button family. So yeah, that was it. Mum being mum, I guess. Bless her. But also other interactions. Mike Bennett was taking a photo. Matt Taven took a photo of him taking a photo with the Taylor Swift stairs going up to Wembley Stadium. Sorry, I realised you weren't there. But
Taylor
like this
Swift.
bunch. Yeah, they like painted the thing like that. And he's just like, so sorry, man. So we paused so they did the thing in which, sorry, man, was marking out. We're like, no, we get it.
Yeah, I get it, kind of. Oasis are back though. Come on, that's for the boys.
I'm going to wait and see. Get them doing a gig first.
See if you can sing still.
Well, let's see if they don't punch each other out.
Or if he says something cancelable in between the first two songs of the tour and then.
I'd be more amazed if they didn't
Yeah,
do that.
yeah,
you
true,
know? But more Oasis later on. Pachiti, what have you got?
It's interesting that you bring up Oasis, obviously all over the news at the moment. And have fun if you manage to get tickets, because they're going to sell out very, very quickly. But off the back of this, I think this is my best chance of getting Travis in the Hall of Fame. Because they came around in the late stages of Britpop. Their first album was still classed as late era Britpop, and then post Britpop for the stuff after, including the classic "The Man Who," which was owned by 1 in every 8 households in the United Kingdom.
Did you go and count?
I had a Guinness Book of World Records when I was a kid, and it was in there. Followed, of course, by the Invisible Band, another classic album featuring "Sing Side Flowers in the Window." And I think they're in with a chance this week. Famous last words. I'm not on next week's podcast, so I'll have to check the Patreon page. But what an amazing band. Really, like, so many happy memories for so many people. And I know everybody sitting at this table is a big fan of Fran Healy, Andy Dunlop, Neil Primrose, and Dougie Payne. And it would just be great for them to, receive the appreciation and the respect that they deserve, because I think for a while they've been a bit of a punchline. It's like whenever I see a Daily Mail article goes up, and I'm not on the Daily Mail website, but when I see something recommended on Google News or posted to one of my many Travis fan groups, it's always, you won't believe what this old knackered indie band looks like now. Look at the state of his hair. That's all people want to talk about. But they are just brilliant, lovely, lovely human beings. And if you've ever listened to Why Does It Always Rain on Me, Turn, Closer, any of the big ones, if you've had fun listening to that, then I'd really encourage you to vote for Travis in this week's Hall of Fame. Please.
That was like the hard times of, that was really good.
Thank you. Cheers. Well, to be honest, this is going to be the biggest thing they've won in about 20 years. It's like the 98 Britpop Awards.
You
Brit
must
Awards.
have met Fran Healy in your...
Never.
Really?
No,
I'm genuinely surprised.
the closest that I've ever come, I've told this story, I think, before, but I had a meeting with the producer of Robot Wars in Soho House, and I was looking up the signing in sheet, and I was like, bloody hell,
I'm sorry.
I recognise that autograph. It is.
I recognise that autograph.
Oh, I've got a load of signed stuff back at home, obviously.
Wow.
And walked past, and there he is, little man, but you can't say, when you listen to him, what a powerful voice for such a small-framed individual.
So you recognise it. So it's Travis, as nominated by Travis Bickle.
I wish I had said hello, but it wasn't the time nor the place to do so,
Spot the
unfortunately.
Invisible band.
Hey, that's good, that.
Thank you.
Maybe they'll support Oasis.
I mean, that's how they got their big break.
Is it?
Yeah, they were supporting Oasis back in
Imagine them
96.
hanging out with the Gallaghers.
Well, apparently there's a story.
Who are you?
I think they were playing, I think it's Driftwood or Right Into Reach. It was one of the two. And Liam went up to him and just went, nice chords, mate. Because they'd stolen the chords from Wonderwall.
Oasis cannot have a go.
No, they've stolen everything they've ever done from the Beatles.
Noel Gallagher openly admits it. One of their songs is just the Coca-Cola advert.
The Coca-Cola.
I've been driving in my car. I'd like to teach the world to sing. Shaker Maker. It's Shaker Maker. Yeah.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah. And Noel Gallagher's admitted that. Yeah.
So please vote Travis.
Okay.
You know, na 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 na. You know,
No.
all around the world. You know,
Oh,
Hey
bloody
Jude.
is.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
isn't it?
A bit.
Yeah.
The My Sweet Lord. Do. Supersonic.
Who's that? Cat Stevens?
No, it's one of the. I think it's George Harrison.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they quite like the Beatles. Oasis.
So have you seen? You probably have. Why am I even asking this? Have you seen Travis on Top of the Pops when they did Sing and they started doing the custard pies?
That's
a good clip.
fantastic.
I like
It was
that.
the music video. They had a big old food
That's it,
fight,
yeah.
and then they did it live on Top of the Pops, and there's smiles in the crowds. You wouldn't believe just how much fun people are having there.
Sip. Sip. I can't get a word in.
Fantastic stuff.
That's a good clip.
It's just another Oasis one. Who does Get It On, Get It
T-Rex.
On? Yeah, Cigarettes and Alcohol. Dun, 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 dun.
Bloody is as well.
Yeah.
I'd like to see them, I really like a few Oasis albums. Everything sort of Lila and post-Lila, whatever. But they had some obvious bangers, but I couldn't stand being at an Oasis concert with so many arseholes.
Yeah.
It's oh no! I know there'll be loads of Oasis fans watching.
He
but
means
what
working
a bunch.
class people.
No,
No.
working class hero right here, mate.
Yeah.
But what a bunch of dicks, eh? Just
Well, I think, yes, the worst of the, with the short fringe and the long sides and the raincoat.
well ends, they call
Well
them.
ends.
It's good, isn't it?
Like Paul Weller, is that? Yeah, that's really good. I saw them just before they broke up in
I remember you
2009
saying,
when I was
like,
like
wow.
16 at
Yeah.
the Stadium of Light. And me and my mate couldn't get standing tickets, but in hindsight, quite nice to be in the seats, I suppose. We weren't jostled. We were just children at the time. It was quite scary. But they were really good then. Don't know how they'd be now, but we'll have to see.
I don't really listen to High Flying Birds or Liam's
No, same.
solo stuff.
It's just not as good as Oasis, is it?
No.
Yeah.
Travis
I'm
on.
with you.
Travis Hall of Fame.
Oh yeah, Travis.
Oh, they've got some ballads.
Go on.
Why Does It Always Rain on Me?
Great. Good.
Driftwood, you
Really
mentioned.
good drip, yeah.
Sing and Flowers in the Window. They're the ones I know, I think.
Turn, Side.
I will know them.
These are just instructions.
Fantastic.
Turn, side, sing. All right, mate, calm down. You've got
They
it.
are really uninspired because the chorus, turn is just turn, 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 turn. So that's it. That's the whole thing.
I think why does it always rain on me is up there with like Yellow and Wonderwall, isn't it? As like a 90s guitar-y.
Chris Martin owes his career to Fran
Really?
Healy.
Okay.
Oh my God, yeah. Same with Keen, Snow Patrol,
Yeah,
all those.
yeah.
Oh,
All the rockers.
That's that genre's post Britpop.
post Brit. I guess it's like the beginning of indie pop in the UK.
Oh, indie pop,
isn't
right,
it?
yeah, okay, of
But
course.
it's post Britpop.
Dreary pop. I remember calling it.
No, my dad does this. My dad does this.
rain on?
No, it's about what are you on about?
that.
What are you on about? Pogo. If you go to one of their gigs, right, everybody's jumping up and down. Everybody's on a whale. It's not dreary. You've made that up, and this is the same thing that everybody says about Travis all the time.
Shoot, man.
No,
My dad-
I am not a joke.
My dad once went, "Oh, it's music to do something to." I don't want to say
Okay.
yeah, and I was like, "No,
Like Iron.
it's so happy."
Yeah.
That song
Why does it always rain on me? Okay,
sings
right.
happy, but
The concept of why is it always raining on me? Right, that's miserable. But listen to the music.
Yeah. Especially the where have you gone? And the chorus is swell. It's about to come.
The strangest feeling you belong.
Flares
Jump
in the
into the
crowd.
chorus with me now.
get it on. Yeah,
Right, Jack,
That's
what's
exactly
yours?
how the song sounds.
Mine's because I did my big walk in London.
You did.
I did the Monopoly walk,
Oh,
where you visit every square on the Monopoly board.
okay.
But I split it into 2 days. I googled it to get the route and everything. People tend to do it in one, but I'm out of practice, so I did it over 2 days. Just like stayed at a travel lodge in between, and the obviously the Monopoly board is mainly central London and like little bits here and there. But the most memorable bit was when on the second day I'd stayed at the halfway point in Victoria, and then went up through. Is it St James Park? The park with Buckingham Palace in it. The Mall, the street.
Pall Mall.
No, the Pall Mall's.
I don't know where Pall Mall is.
Pall
I don't know
Mall's-
London very well. I only lived there for a year. I
Pall
should
Mall,
know.
Pall Mall's just north of the park that Buckingham Palace is in.
Right.
The
okay.
Mall is the one, the avenue down from Buckingham Palace or the boulevard or whatever.
Okay,
it is.
right.
Oh, Jim Mahal, right?
The Jinnah Mahal. But is it St James's Park? Whichever park Buckingham Palace is in, right? And I was like, right, I'll cut through there on my journey up through Soho or whatever, and then I'll continue my walk. And then it was really busy in there, and I thought, bloody hell, a lot of tourists out today to see Buckingham Palace. This was a Friday, so it was working hours, but it was just absolutely rammed full of people, full of tourists. And I thought, this is very strange. Then I got, and I'm making good progress, and then I'm stuck in the park. They've shut the gates, and I'm like, what's going on? And it was the bloody changing of the guard, which happens several times every day, but it just was absolutely packed for it. So then I'm just waiting, and then here they come on their horses and march in, and they're not beefeaters, are they? That's a common misconception, but the fuzzy black hats.
Yeah, the Palace Guard.
Yeah, the Palace Guards, whereas the beefeaters have a
The
slightly
flat ones,
different
yeah.
height. Yeah,
They're the Wimpies.
The Wimpies come along.
And we saw the one Wimpy that was in London. They looked like a normal.
Is there still a Wimpy in London?
Yeah.
Didn't know
They
that.
said since 54 and went, yeah, it's a bloody Wimpy. And looked and it was just, yeah, Wimpy food. So I went elsewhere.
Wow. And then they come marching down, and I'm like, right, I'll just wait for them to get past. And suddenly I'm fighting against the crowd because people are running to walk alongside these horses and the guards and everything. Loads of tourists. And I was like, are they not, like, apparently this is like, I'm assuming they couldn't have been English because it wasn't that special to me. I was like, yeah, well, we all know Buckingham Palace Guards, and maybe it's because I'm northern and cynical about London. I don't know, but my nomination is Americans in London. That's what I'm gonna, because they were so excited, and I think we're American, all of them, every single
This is
one.
Jack's concept of tourism.
The Americans love it, man. They love it. They love our history. I don't know why, because they're going on of their own way.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, that's actually it. All
Yeah,
right.
they rebelled
They
famously.
did. But yeah, Americans in London, man. They were so excited.
The guards.
Did you hear any of them? What did they sound like?
Hey, man. Oh, they're so loud in public, aren't they?
You just went, I'm guessing they weren't English, and they were all going, "Hey, man."
Hey, man.
Oh, who knows where they're from?
There was a charming moment featuring Americans in London where it was when I was at St Paul's Cathedral, and I stopped at a coffee shop next to it, which was probably a rip-off, but it was called Paul's. It was the coffee shop next to St Paul's Cathedral called Paul's. There was an American dad inside with his two little kids, And they were so excited because their dad's name's Paul. So they're like, you should tell them your name is Paul. Like the guys behind the counter are like, little smirk. They're like, oh, the kids.
Yeah.
But the dad was like, they don't care. I was like, oh my God. And then one of them went, well, if you won't tell them, I will. Our dad's name is Paul. And he was like, they don't care. It's brilliant. It was like a cartoon. It was so funny. Yeah, they all speak like they're in cartoons, no offense. And they were very excited to be in London. So Americans in London, including Bryan Danielson. Why not?
No, you can't add that
I
on.
won't throw that in
Travis
there.
are finally in with a chance here.
No,
You're
I'm
gonna
not.
be story. Matthew's probably going to win it, but second place is going to me or you here.
I won't include that in the discussion. I'll just have Americans in London.
Your driftwood floating.
Drift into second place.
The guards seem like they have a really boring job, and I know they're legit, right? Because like they walk around with guns, and if you touch the horse, they go get off the horse. But they do.
There's loads of clips of mine.
You've not seen like it's always some American women, and they try and stroke the horses. What's that part of a horse called? The nose,
face,
yeah, whatever. The horse. They try and stroke the horse, and they go
lovely horse. Do they?
They go bonkers at him.
Get off the Queen's horse.
All they got to do is stand there. It must be so dull. They've not even got headphones in. You can't do a podcast or anything.
Hot
You
day
got to
as
be
well.
on all the time.
Sweltering.
Yeah.
The same my step uncle used to work at Buckingham Palace.
Really?
One of his this is just these stories that you never hear this nowadays. He responded to a newspaper advert from the north and just said, "Yeah, looking for people to come work at Buckingham Palace to serve under." And he sent a letter in, and he like, "Yeah, come down."
As a guard?
No, he was the person who would put the brakes on the carriage.
Oh.
Because obviously you don't have to go, can't put the gear stick down, so you'd have to put little blocks down to stop it.
I'm just imagining him telling his parents, I'm off to make my fortune in London town.
Anyway, yeah, sure. And he did. But then he got sick of it. Well, it's not for enough of this. So he worked for I always butcher these people's names, the Battenballs.
I know who you mean.
Yeah, one of them famously got blown up. Yeah, he worked for them. And you'd hear this go, whatever. Yeah, nobody passed away. We saw the letters.
Did he live on site?
From the Mountbatten, I can't ever say it, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mountbatten estate. I went, this guy left Buckingham Palace to work for the
Are you trying to say
Battenballs?
Mountbatten?
Yeah.
Okay.
All the Battenbergs, I'm not sure.
I think my brain mixes the two up.
I know what you
familiar.
mean.
I noticed the Irish didn't like one of them.
Yeah, on the boat.
That's it.
Yeah,
that one,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, he worked for them.
Did he live on site?
I forget. I assume so. Maybe being a bitch if he's coming up from Tyneside to Buckingham Palace every day.
Again, easy job. How often are those no disrespect? How often are they stopping? Like how many times do you have to do that a day? 3, 4 maybe? I'd love to work down there. That sounds class, doesn't it?
At that point you're like, I've had enough work at Buckingham Palace, I'll do something else. You're like, what?
And
What are you
set
saying?
for life. You nick enough stuff from there. or just that correspondence that he has. You chuck that on eBay, that's a few quid, isn't it? Should get into it. My nan and granddad, when they were married for I think it was 60 years, they received a letter from the Queen, had it all framed and everything.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. I mean, it was a facsimile autograph on there.
Oh.
Like Travis.
No.
Yeah, not like Fran, yeah.
I recognise the Queen's autograph when you were
She produced Robot Wars. You know?
She'd bloody love Robot
She
Wars.
would love Robot Wars. She liked the wrestling, didn't she?
She loved the
Apparently
wrestling.
so.
And Doctor Who.
Oh.
Yeah, which is why the only again, one of these dumb things people know in Doctor Who. All the people that have been the head of BBC have been knighted or been given OBEs, apart from that one lad who cancelled Doctor Who.
I didn't even know it had ever been cancelled.
Oh yeah, because whoever was out of BBC went, "Oh, this is rubbish." They
Wait,
said it.
so the Queen didn't knight him because he cancelled her favourite programme?
That's the running theory. It's
Right.
like, what did this one do that no other BBC director did?
Fair enough.
So wow, some interesting picks there. But you went off a bit of a tangent. Sorry about the pleb banter sneaking in. Can't help it. We are plebs. So to run down, we have. How am I going to word it? Matthew's mum embarrassing him in front of the wrestlers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll do.
I'll win.
Travis, the band. And
Americans in London.
Americans in London. Like that werewolf.
In London, yeah.
Yeah. Go to patreon.com/cultaholic if you want to vote. If you don't, we fully understand.
That says, this week in the wrestling, it's this bloody week in the wrestling.
This week in wrestling. Very quiet this week, obviously. Smackdown. The show opens up with the Grayson Waller effect and special guest Cody Rhodes. Waller interrupts Cody's intro, saying he always makes it about himself. He calls Cody a terrible friend to Owens and Orton. Cody defends the idea of Owens as number one contender and accuses Waller of using Austin Theory before he finally betrays him. Waller denies this and shows a video package of all the times Kevin Owens has turned on his friends. Phrasing. Owens arrives and says he would never betray Cody. He calls out Nick Aldis to make a tag team match, who arrives and does it. Yeah, he's payday there. Owens asks if he still has time to attack the heels, and Aldis tells him, yeah, but make it quick. Cody and Owens attack, but get shoved into each other. The heels run away, while Owens apologizes to Cody, who seems a little bit shaken up, like one of Sean Connery's martinis. What do you think, Pachi?
I thought it was really good start to SmackDown. The video package really just hammered home to me how everything that Kevin Owens has done is amazing. I was watching it with a massive grin on my face, being like, yeah, I remember that, I remember that, I remember that. And every time they showed a clip, it was like, yep, that was the highlight of WWE at the time. That was the highlight of WWE at the time. He's just fantastic. I think, because they were sort of teasing the Theory Wallace split as well, weren't they? And it seems
teased that for a while now.
They've shelved that. They're doing that with like every WWE tag team, seemingly. But I think they're just like too good at their jobs. They're too good at getting heat and then getting beaten up that it would be really foolish to split them up. So yeah, I thought it was great. The blue balling as well, when he was like, didn't let him do the second whoa, and then the what do you want to talk about? I thought that was good as well. I thought it was a really fun start to the show.
Yeah, I like Owens is still the only wrestler who watches the show. There's still time for me to attack them. All this again, a corrupt GM, as all of them are. Me and Ross have learned every week. He goes, all right, you can attack them then. Go on. Well, that's not on. No, yeah, I agree with Adam. Fun start to the show.
Yeah, no one's going, look. In fairness, though, every one of those people, apart from Kofi Kingston, deserved it.
Apart from Kofi.
Like,
they included Jericho.
Yeah. Second time they've done that. After it was, I forget what it was cut out or something, but then he made a point of mentioning him the next week.
Yes.
We don't care.
I was wondering why you only said Kofi didn't deserve it, because Sami Zayn's in there, but in storyline they're friends still. But they're such good friends that he can make it. He can say that.
I think the mindset of Kevin at the time, he deserved it then.
Yes, right, okay, yeah.
During the ring announcements for the US title match, LA Knight is attacked by Santos Escobar's lackeys. They beat Knight down, but it ejected in the process. The match goes ahead, and Knight still manages to win because, well, look at them.
Yeah.
I like the interruption of the ring announcement. Didn't see it coming. It's a nice bit of heat for Escobar. I think what LA Knight is going to do with the belt is fantastic. We're already like, it's already a better reign than Logan Paul's, and it's been 3-4 weeks, and in the same way that I think he's going to revitalize that US title, I think the belt has revitalized him as well. He was still getting really, really good reactions, but there's even more to cheer for now, isn't there? So yeah, I thought it was a decent match.
Yeah, I thought it was fun. I thought it was funny how the heels, like when a footballer goes in 2-footed and can't believe they're getting sent off, the heels were like protesting at being ejected. They're like, what? Why? When they've just beaten him down. I thought the match was fine. I find it weird still that Santos Escobar's can't quite work out his level, because sometimes they portray him as this really dangerous mid-carder who could break through at any time, and at other times he can't win even when LA Knight's been beaten down beforehand. But LA Knight's not the kind of guy to be losing right now, obviously. He was always going to win this one, so yeah.
Right, yeah, this is had Escobar as the guy who won't make it the pay-per-view, but will be a force to be reckoned with on TV.
Yeah.
Which I was all right with. And yeah, decent match. And then we get a Carmelo Hayes promo filmed early today from a barbershop. Andrade bursts in and wants a rematch next week. Melo agrees but seems stressed. Again.
Proper drifting, these two, aren't they?
Just
like,
sorry.
Breaking into pieces. They... It's just fine. I think the lower card stuff on SmackDown is the weakest that it's been in some time. I do not care about any of it at all. And what barber, by the way, has that many ring lights? Am I going to the wrong hairdressers here? Because it was packed with them, wasn't it?
At first, I thought he was in whatever the catering equivalent of like hair. I thought he was in hair and makeup.
Yeah.
Because of all and then I realized, oh no, because it's when he goes, you guys need to make sure no one bursts in here when I'm cutting my promos. I realized, no, it's meant to be the barbershop, yeah. It didn't, no.
Yeah, that doubles as an airport landing strip.
Yeah.
Why is he? Is the intention to make it feel more real?
So in NXT, when him and Trick Williams were together, their vignettes would always be, like Tony D's is from the Italian restaurant. His and Trick's were always from the barbershop.
Oh, I have seen that. Sorry, yeah.
But now
yeah.
he's on the road, so it doesn't make as much
Right.
sense that he would go to
No.
the same barbers. So he just goes to a barber shop.
It's a barber.
Right.
I think they've really messed him up from NXT, where he was like the franchise player, the top heel, the one who, yes, he's a heel, but he'll beat you clean as well because he's just so good. And now he seems like scared of Andrade. He didn't want the rematch, really. He was like, all right then, but he was all scared of him. He got lucky when he beat him and then was bragging about it too much. Every choice they've made with him, I don't think has helped him at all. And it's weird because you'd expect Triple H generally seems to be a better booker than Shawn Michaels. You'd expect it to be the other way around. He'd get better on the main roster, but it just hasn't happened.
Yeah. But in fairness, he only beat him last week. It was close. It was a close shave.
Because of the barber shop.
Right. It's a hair joke. Backstage, Santos Escobar shouts at his stable for getting themselves ejected. Baron Corbin and Apollo Crews turn up to mock them. And Santos says they'll settle things next week. How dare you say the undercard and SmackDown?
Well, this is
It's
exactly
not
what I
really-
mean. They popped up on the screen. I really like Baron Corbin. Apollo Crews is fine. And I was just watching it. I just don't care. I do not care in the slightest.
What, you don't like such amazing lines like, what's your bit? Escobar lose? Ha-ha! From Baron Corbin, who used to be really funny.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
He is. He's a funny guy. In real
Escobar
life, he's
lose.
funny.
You've met him.
Massive.
Massive, yeah.
The SmackDown babyface Corbin is just nothing compared to NXT Corbin.
He was on such a hot streak as well, wasn't he? It
Yeah.
looked like he was having so much fun again doing the stuff with Braun. And I was like, oh, he's going to come back to the main roster and he's going to do stuff. And this is what he's doing. I think this is the most skippable part of WWE TV right now is the lower card SmackDown stuff.
Alex Santos has come back, though. What are you, the president of my fan club? You're watching my matches and critiquing them? Yeah, what is he, a podcaster? Got him. Jade Cargill, Bianca Belair, and Naomi win a 6-woman tag match against Alba Fire, Isla Dawn, and Blair Davenport, a.k.a. the spooky British women.
Yes.
Naomi, Jade, and Bianca all dressed in gear paying tribute to Simone Biles? Jobs. I know this.
Simone Biles.
Is it Biles? Bollocks.
The gymnast?
Yes.
Yeah, it's Biles, yeah.
Thank you.
It's all right.
I know who she is. It's never said. her
She's
name
the
out loud.
greatest of all time, apparently.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Match was fine.
Thank you for saving.
Jade's still getting monster pops with a hot tag, like the Road Warriors.
Yeah.
But I mean, the match was easy. The one thing that I like about this is that they've already set up something for Alba and Isla to do after they drop the belts on Saturday. They've got this new association with Blair Davenport, and so at least there's something. I don't quite know what that is, but there's something being set up there because I think
they're gonna...
yeah.
I heard.
Do you not?
I don't know. Just because this was so decisive. Although, was it Naomi who got the pinfall on Blair, I think, yeah.
That's exactly right, yeah.
I think I do agree with you because I can't see who out of Bianca and Jade would take a pinfall at this stage. But on the other hand, when are they going to turn on each other? But Triple H is never in a rush, is he, I suppose?
No, and I think that's a WrestleMania match down the line, Bianca versus Jade. So I think they'll have the tag straps back for a bit until Rumble-ish time, and then do the split. And hopefully with heel Bianca. I'd quite like to see that on the main roster. I feel a bit... Maybe they won't, right? Because I remember Triple H saying in the... it was either a social media exclusive or the post-show, the post-pay-per-view presser when they won the belts. And it was... he was like, this isn't just because we're in this particular location. We want to do good stuff, and it isn't just because of the death of her father either. So maybe they have got proper plans, but I think realistically they are dropping them. Do you not?
It's all well him saying that, but then you watch TV, you go, they've got nothing.
I know. I agree that it's probably time, but yeah, I think you're right. I just was confused because this was such a decisive win that I'm just expecting something else to go the other way on the pay-per-view.
See what happens tomorrow on SmackDown, I guess.
Oh, there's still another twist in this tale. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the franchise-style hold from the UK women's. They looked their most decent in ages when they had the chance to be on some people for a bit. It's like, oh yeah, good, they can do that. Jade's hot tag in Demolition. It was like Hogan's hot tag. We teamed up with Edge. So it's a time match on the apron, tags in, just takes them all out. But the hot tag sponsored by Wheatley American Vodka, which the tagline is apparently, it's award-winning, but don't worry, you can still drink it in the back garden like a Madden. Such a weird thing they sold it. It's
still
award-winning,
drink it
but
in
don't
the bag.
worry. You can still drink it like a normal human being.
Yeah,
This snooty vodka.
yeah.
Is that a thing in America?
Guess so.
Oh, I'll have to put my monocle on for my vodka.
So now they're advertising matches on just normal TV as well, not just pay-per-views. Creeping in. They're selling our wrestling away.
Can't believe it.
I know.
In the WWE as well. And then we got... Oh, of course. Natalia narrating a video package covering WWE's history in Germany because she knew people who went there once.
I thought you would have loved this.
I mean, I loved seeing the clips and the beautiful, as HD as you can get, quality of all the places, times they've been there. Mankind doing a promo in German.
I
one
forgot
time.
that was a
Yeah.
thing.
Everything looks great. Everything looks great. Apart from that Raw from Germany with the Owen Bulldog European title final, which even blown up with the highest bit rate possible, still looks gash. Which is one of those things where Vince went, all right, we need to change the product. This looks terrible.
Do you think Brett will? Sure.
He's huge in Germany.
Yeah.
So play with the Huff.
Do you think he'll show up this
He'd
weekend?
be the Huff.
I think he might. Because it's a weird thing to do, isn't it? A Natalia video package. She's not booked on the card. And they're making a big deal of the Germany connection. And Brett was a pretty big focal point of that. I think he might. I love
For that,
Andrew's
Brett.
idea of Bronson Reed just coming out and tsunami him again and again. Brett can't take it
Yeah.
back. I saw some clips the other day of, you remember when Brett came back and he did
Sadly,
a
yes.
few house show matches?
Oh, I didn't do a house show.
Because they weren't televised, I don't know if he was like full on bumping or anything, but he was getting quite physical. The house show matches were 10 times better than the Vince matches.
hang on.
No, legit. I'd never seen them in my life.
That's rather shocking considering his Lloyd's of London insurance policy meant like he literally couldn't take bumps. On TV, I didn't know that.
The camera phones would have been pretty prevalent
Yeah,
back then.
2010,
I mean,
it's
I saw
like-
the videos.
Who was
Yeah.
wrestling?
Oh, who was it? Was Tyson Kidd in there?
That
I
would
mean,
be
it would have
makes
been a 3-on-3 tag, so I'm guessing, yeah. I can't remember the top of my
Oh,
head now.
wow.
I'll have to look at those then. That's a bit.
Yeah, I didn't
That's
know
a
they
house show.
existed.
No one's watching this.
Yeah.
Like, he's committing a felony.
He is. Is he?
I mean, so I'm not doing
If
any
he made a
bumps.
claim, he would be, yeah.
Yeah.
Scumbag. Bronson killed him.
Just tell him, Brett, so okay, ignore all those cameras. It's not televised. Solo Sikoa and the Bloodline arrive. Solo says Roman Reigns is finished. And now he wants another shot at the undisputed WWE Championship. He also says if Jacob Fatu is going to be his personal enforcer, he needs to give his tag title to Tangaloa. Jacob agrees, but golly, he is scary, isn't he? Thank you for writing this. The Street Profits and B-Fab arrive, and they don't care about these family matters. They want the smoke.
And then there's a few more segments before they
And
actually
then
get to the
certainly
match.
is,
Yeah.
but- Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be, oh, we're teasing something here. Like, give me a tag belt. It's like, what? So you can be my new enforcer. But Jacob Fatu was just like, yay.
There's something.
Yeah.
It's scary. I'm scared of Jacob Fatu. Yeah, he's really
Should
scary.
be.
Even when he's being nice, because he was like doing the hug and go, I love you, I love you, I love you. It's like, man, that is legit terrifying
Yeah.
what you're doing there. Solo's getting way more confident on the mic, isn't he? I think every
like that
week,
for a while,
every
yeah.
week that goes by, there's still more improvement being shown. I wish they give the mic to the Street Profits a bit more, because they're still super over. When they came out and they're doing their promo, not an amazing promo or anything, but you forget like how good they are on the mic, and I don't think they get enough mic time.
It feels like they are. B-Fab isn't elevating them. They're like using them to keep B-Fab around until she gets into a feud of her own or whatever. But you're right. They don't need which is a horrible thing to say because I want to see more of. I want to see her give them more of a chance, but just not necessarily with the Street Profits.
No, I agree.
They're especially Montez. They're so charismatic anyway. Yeah.
LA Knight is interviewed backstage after his victory and says he'll issue an open challenge in Berlin.
Who you got?
Yeah,
on mic?
Alex, right.
So in Berlin, does that mean on SmackDown, not necessarily at Clash at the Castle, at Bash in Berlin?
He didn't specify, did he? So
Okay.
yeah, I'm assuming SmackDown is taking place in Berlin tomorrow.
I think so.
night.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's got to be Ilya, hasn't it?
But then he'd have to beat him. They can beat him, I suppose.
Yeah.
Dragunov.
Yeah, but
But
why?
he's raw because Germany.
Okay.
He's over in Germany.
He's Russian.
Russian German. What are you on about?
I cited you in my
Blame him, man.
I
Blame him.
cited you in my pitches. I said, as we know, thanks to Maffew, Ilya's very over in Germany, where he made his name.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Yes, dieses Match ist ein three-way dance. Yeah.
It's shocking watching that.
It's Matthew's favorite live moment ever.
Yeah, they put that match on YouTube and I watch it on Twitch and I'm going, damn it, it's just not the same as being there. because it's just so hard to replicate that.
It was Gunther, right?
People were crying.
And Bad Bones.
They're bad bones.
And then Gunther, he was able to choose the stipulation for the match.
so great.
But in a rare show of nobility from Gunther or Walter, he made it a 3-way dance, and the returning Ilya Dragunov
no one was
came out.
expecting. What a
And
swerve.
Maffew said it was the best live thing he's ever.
Oh.
Like, yeah, it's up there with the Hardys' return in 2017. So in terms of being there live, like, oh my God.
Maybe it won't be Ilya, because maybe they won't want to show LA Knight getting booed on TV. Who else could it be? I went through a load of German wrestlers for the pictures video this week. Only other person that I could think of, there's a possibility, is Alexander Wolf.
I thought you were going to say Cash Money Erkan.
Cash Money Erkan.
How do you know about him?
Big
He was
fan.
WCPW wrestler, Cash Money Erkan.
When I started the company,
yeah.
when I started WCPW, he was like the first, he was the go-to, and they were talking about like bringing in all the big, Cody and all that stuff. I was like, we haven't even booked Erkan yet. What are you doing?
No,
We're just about to start watching the World Cup.
well, you'll see.
Oh, good luck.
Yeah,
Cash
we'll
Money
see that,
Erkan.
Wrong uns from every country, I think, on that one.
Dude, we're speedrunning it so bad. Who's in this? Whoa, fast forward. Whoa, Canyonero. Whoa.
Have you got him a super kick?
No,
Jesus Christ.
I don't remember that. What? You do a super kick?
I got super kicked.
Osprey's beating you up at Northumbria Uni. That was good.
The
but-
super kick might be coming soon then.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Is it when he stamps on my chest?
Yeah. Oh, it's amazing. It's like one long segment, 3 minutes of just him going, "Shut up, Jack."
Well, he came and grabbed me backstage and went,
Yeah.
he was looking for someone, he went, perfect. And that's how, that's how it started. Yeah. And then when he stamps on my chest, I don't know how, like he rolled off I didn't feel it. And I went, how did you do that afterwards? And he went, I'm gentle. And then he ran away.
Run away. The Tongans retained the tag titles against the Street Profits thanks to interference from Jacob Fatu. They continue the attack after the bell, but Gargano and Ciampa run out to make the save. Jacob saves Solo from beatdown and lays out DIY. The Bloodline stand tall, whatever, like certain Cultaholic members, they stand tall.
Numbers game, too much, isn't it? I like the DIY save because I thought, they're going to rescue it, but I like the fact that actually more so that they got beaten down. It just shows what a dominant force they are.
There you go.
And continuing the theme that Adam mentioned in the Bloodline promo, where it's Jacob who saves Solo. Jacob's the deciding factor in all of this. So that's another. Triple H has got so many. He must have a massive hob. He's got so many things simmering at once.
Massive hob.
Yeah.
But yeah, good match as well. Good chemistry. Then the Street Profits get to do their cool dives. Look nice, but there's like you're not beating the Bloodline.
Yeah.
You're not beating them either. Cody and Owens meet backstage before their match. Owens asks if Cody believes what he was saying earlier. Cody says yes. Owens says he didn't arrange tonight's tag match to set Cody up or anything. Cody says all he can do is trust Kevin's word. Well, he's an idiot then.
No, he's not. He's not. Trust Owens. Orton's going to turn before Owens. Owens is going to be vindicated here. He's a good guy. I believe he's changed.
If Cody had been around in the 90s, Flair would have turned on him every week.
Cody's favourite wrestler was Sting, wasn't
Yep.
he? Yeah.
He's not getting turned on.
I like the number of possibilities. I'd like, even if Owens stays babyface, for him to really go after Cody in the match, so like aggressively. Within the rules, but like... it could be any, it could be either, but I agree with you, I think
Yeah,
Orton.
I'm wanting Kev to stay face, but then on the Raw, on SmackDown afterwards, Orton just shows up and he's just like, can't believe you let Cody do that. You're like, what? He goes, yeah, look at him. Man.
Oh, in the pictures, I said that Orton should, because I'm assuming that Orton Gunther will be last because it's in Germany, and then Cody should come out to console Randy once he's lost. And Randy
Oh, that'd be good.
and
Then
Randy,
Randy's like, you think I need ye?
well, I thought he would.
Mr. Wheatley Vodka.
If only he had some sort of move that he hit at opportune moments, so that would end the show.
That'd be good.
An atomic draw. I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, his famous move. I can't believe Orton just gave him an Irish whip. B-Fab's interviewed outside the medical room. She says the Street Profits are fine. Damn right they are. Candice LeRae and Indy Hartwell rush inside to check on them, or maybe DIY.
I thought about it. I was like, they'll be checking on their allies. Yeah.
That'd be good if they ignore them.
But as long as the Street Profits are okay.
Like in Peter Pan, where they go to check on the dog before the dad.
Do they?
Poor Nana.
In the cartoon one?
Yeah.
Oh.
I picked that reference out of nowhere, sorry. We get a hype package for Mission ahead of her title match in Berlin. Mission in Berlin. Afterwards, Nia finds Tiffy Stratton pretty deadly, repairing her crown. They hurry off to finish the job, and Nia overhears Chelsea Green and Piper Niven talking about how Tiff will inevitably cash in on her. Nia confronts them and they scurry away. They were talking a meter away from Nia Jax and the other people. I heard this about Nia.
It's comedy. It's comedy. It's really good. I really enjoyed it.
What are we doing here?
They knew. They're proper stirrers, aren't they?
Yeah. Oh, you heard this? How?
The little the scuttle away that Chelsea does, like that. It's so funny.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
Oh, she's so great. So daft.
A lot of heels, though. Who's the face here? Not that it necessarily matters, but I just was thinking, I don't like any of these people.
Yeah, none of them.
Tiffany
They all suck.
is a face in terms of like the internet wants her to cash in eventually, but she's not a face by any stretch.
We're gonna. In the main event, Kevin Owens and Cody Rhodes beat A-Town Down Under. After the match, it looks for a second as though Owens is going to hit Cody with a belt, but he just hands it to him to close the show. What a nice man.
But then why did he stand like that and then walk towards it? It was very well done, I thought.
No one he could.
Yeah.
Did you buy it, the turn? Well, what we thought was going to be the turn? I thought he was going to.
I think I'd already seen a gif of it before I watched the full thing, unfortunately. Did you think so?
Yeah, I was like, oh, here we go. Because it's Boy Who Cried Wolf, isn't it? He's done it so many times. But he's not going to this time.
No, he just really needed
Just to spite you, Cody, I'm not.
He really needed to make it to the other side of the ring fast to shout at the heels as they left.
That's it, man. Yeah, I thought the match was perfectly cromulent, as we say in The Simpsons, but yeah, nothing more than that.
That's weird.
We say in the Simpsons, he's inserted him into Springfield.
You're one of the
Us.
Simpsons, yeah.
Us collectively. Look, don't watch his modern Simpsons. We might as well be.
Do you? Watch Modern Simpsons.
I talk the views.
Richard asked me a few weeks ago, what's your favourite joke from The Simpsons? Do you know how pressurised a question that is? Coming from Richard Tubman as well. The answer I gave, I think he went, yeah, that's pretty good. So I got away with it.
I always changes whenever somebody asks me the question. So off the top of my head, it'd be like, I've got photos of you, Quimby. So you don't scare me. That could be anybody's ass.
It has changed because I was on the podcast when we did this 2
We asked
weeks
the-
ago.
yeah,
It's the
yeah,
exact
yeah,
same
so-
lineup.
Yeah.
Well, with Richard now.
Yeah.
Richard, what's your favourite Simpsons moment?
I
He just went,
that's
here we go.
sad.
Got to pick a microphone up.
Again, the question.
can't remember what my answer was when I asked you this. Like, it would have been a couple of weeks ago anyway. Now, yeah.
It was from like, it was one I'd knew. It was a famous one, but it wasn't too obvious.
I think it was probably from 22 short stories about Springfield. That's my
Right.
favourite episode. It's one of them. It's probably Steamed Hams, to be honest.
Oh, really? That's not what you said because I would remembered that, but
No, I think that probably is.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things.
It's not what any of us have said. You said it was Homer falling off the canyon and getting his head
Oh,
up.
we did,
Yeah,
yeah,
we did.
I was talking to somebody about that over the weekend. I still remember as a vivid memory watching this going, I can't believe this.
It's so
As
funny.
a kid going, oh my God,
oh yeah,
he's dead.
Has it ever made you cry? Simpsons. Apart from when you were in it and it meant so
you
much.
said it was. You said it was "Hello, Mr. Thompson."
Oh, yes, that is. Yeah, actually, yeah. I'll go with that.
Yeah.
Damn it, have I ever cried The Simpsons? Nah.
Do it for her, surely.
That's nice.
Oh,
I thought
God.
it was a nice moment. It made me cry. It's not like, you have to work and get paid. See the size of his house? Nah. Well-paying job, that man. That man's got insurance.
And does Marge even work?
She's a homeowner.
She had various jobs. Yeah.
Because Bart said, work with your parent day. And they went, well, you can't do homeowner because that's not a real job. Marge frowning as she reads it. AEW All In.
Right.
Pre-show 1. That's what it says, pre-show 1. The show begins with a 16-man tag. The babyface team of Carl Fletcher, Top Flight, Action Andretti, Leo Rush, Dale, Gribble, Aldry. There, okay.
Are you
fine.
doing King of the Hill?
Oh, I was trying to think of like redneck names for the Cletus bit, and I said Dale, then Gribble. Sorry, man.
I was thinking South Park. The Denver Broncos. Officer Barbary.
Rocky Romero and Tommy Billington, the Dynamite Kid, beat the heel team of Jay Lethal, Satnam Singh, Arai Davari, Private Party, Anti-Ogogo, and the Dark Order.
Yeah, I was fuming when they announced this. Because I was
fuming?
hungover, got back to Newcastle, got in the office. Oh, any more matches out of the pre-show, lads, that I need to be ready for? Not yet. And then with like half an hour to go, all these bastards. Sorry. No, I like that they got a payday and they got a Wembley moment. Yeah.
That's exactly how I see it.
That's
The
exactly it.
match was just there. It's exactly what you'd expect from it. But they got to perform in front of 50,000 people.
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
pretty
nice,
cool.
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like
big shirtless Ned.
the WrestleMania matches where they just throw everybody in there.
It's
But they
something
do on
that-
SmackDown now, don't
It's
they?
something that Triple H has kind of lost. Yeah. Like
That was
I would-
before Triple H took over, though. They started doing the armbar on SmackDown.
Yeah, because otherwise it's like there's nothing on SmackDown. There's no reason to watch SmackDown before Mania.
But there's nothing on the WrestleMania pre-show anymore. I'd love for that to just be on the pre-show.
It's just them talking. It's them setting up the buffering settings.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Look at consuming whatever things sponsoring the event. I just made notes. Stadium looked nice. Being inside there, we've got lovely seats just right of the entrance. The entrance looked way more impressive than last year.
Okay.
Obviously set up for a bit less people than last year. I'm not a number wanker, I don't care. 50,000 odd people look good. It even made it was even easier to get around Wembley Way. So I'm happy they did less. Turn a negative into a positive.
I saw your thing about the
Hey,
10 p.m.
Oh, go on.
The 10 p.m. curfew and how much easier it was
last
to
year
get
was
back.
bloody awful.
Good
so
to hear. It's important, that.
that really, I'm glad. I like to think that they read my tweets and went, well, for Maffew, we'll do this deliberately. Not because I actually think that, just makes Cultaholic sound more important than it is.
I'm surprised. I thought because there'd be less people this year to crowd surf you back to your hotel.
Well, lots of queues for me. So that was nice. Just sitting down, everyone getting ready. People filing in. It was interesting, the crowd reactions. Kip Sabian got a big pop.
Did you hear that on the broadcast as well?
Yeah, I was wondering if some of this translated.
No,
He got a
'cause-
really
no,
big pop.
When he came out, zoomed in on him, he couldn't stop smiling because of the pop, I assume, yeah.
And I saw him at one of the metro stations and said, hello. He went, hello.
Oh,
Said,
nice.
you're looking good.
Good
Thank you.
story.
And just let him alone. Yeah.
So,
That's really weird that you say it came across on the broadcast. Because I'm sure I remember being sat there and being like, oh, they didn't even pop for Kip Sabian.
oh, I remember.
That's the thing. Some of this stuff
I remember-
translates and some of it doesn't.
No, I
so-
No, but we
remember
were watching
reading-
the same.
Yeah, we were
show
watching the
on-
same thing.
We were watching
Yeah,
on
but-
telly as well.
No, we were like, oh, big pop.
Jack pays attention and I don't.
Yeah, well, that's why we
we
get different opinions.
You were probably answering the chat's questions like, what's your favourite chocolate bar?
Yeah, what's your favourite Travis song?
Yeah.
So that was nice. Go-Go
Probably
didn't
as
get...
you are.
Well, Travis on The Simpsons.
No, I thought they didn't make it. I imagine Coldplay have been tossers.
Yeah,
probably.
Sure, that was great. Andy Go-Go didn't get much of a pop. And Dark Order, who have been heels for ages, got cheered because no one watches Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
But apart from that, there was not much to say. Some nice bits with Satnam and Leo. But yeah. Hey, look at all the people on Collision.
Yes, that was a fun bit because the biggest and the smallest. Yeah. There was a bit where Eva Luno and Sanjay, because they were the two heel managers, through. It's like an old Survivor Series, wasn't it? Where there's just everyone around the ring. Through the papers, they did which is a bit of a Brody Lee tribute, I suppose. It's what he used to do. They still carry that on.
Yeah. Just a big old, hey, look at these. And then Willow Nightingale and Tomorrow Ishii, as I called them last week.
Tomorrow.
Beats Chris Statlander and Stokely Hathaway.
Match of the night.
Yeah.
Stokely Hathaway he's Bobby Heenan reincarnated, isn't he? It was proper weasel behaviour, and he's so funny. Whenever we talk about Stokely Hathaway, I just sit here
Yeah.
him off. But I thought he was so bloody funny in this. When Ishii was selling for Statlander, and then it was a spine buster that Stokely hit, and he just immediately no sells it. I love him. I love him so much.
The Spinebuster was really good.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know whether it was him or whether it was Ishii jumping for him, but either way, it was a proper good Spinebuster. And then the funny payoff.
Yeah, it's what we wanted, what we got. Bing, bang, bong. Then obviously sets up the
Bing, bang, bong.
the next step, because they probably would have had like a normal match here, but they've already had loads of singles matches already.
Yeah.
So yeah, for a pre-show little thing, it was absolutely fine. Tony Khan and Shivani, this is great, bring out Martha Hart, which is the Owen Hart tournament winners. Good luck in their fights tonight. So she said, I'm here from Canada. Boo. Tony Khan went, what? Who obviously friends next to America, even bigger boos. Canada, part of the British Commonwealth. Crowd going, oh yeah, yay!
Huge Commonwealth pop.
Martha
Yeah.
Hart getting booed. Yeah, screw Canada. I don't know what that was about.
No, I don't think.
Just see Tony Khan's face. What were you doing?
I don't think there's any particular beef between the UK and Canada, but it's just because it's not the UK.
Bloody foreigners. Yeah, basically. So, and yeah, Martha's going, yeah, best of luck. But Tony Schiavone getting the biggest pop of all of them.
Does Martha not watch the show? because she's endorsing the dastardly Mariah May.
She's all the people having good luck in their fights tonight.
Oh, especially the
That's
one.
the most generic statement, though. It's, hey, look, it's Martha Hart, guys. Can you please cheer her?
Oh, she looks great. Wait, why have yeah, carry on. Talk about that. Sorry, I don't know.
That dastardly heel. Martha Hart.
She looks like Mrs. Botch. She looks great for her age. So
Yeah, she does.
Mama Botch.
Mama Botch.
Mrs. Botch implies she's married to me.
sorry, Mama Botch.
Thank
Mama
you.
Botch. I don't want to. It's like when you always mix up Ross's girlfriend and his mum.
See, that's not funny.
Ross has brought up Kayla, and several times when he did, Maffew was like, "That's your mum, isn't it?" Ross is like, "No."
One time. We've been several times, you lying
No, it was several.
One time
no,
it happened. Several times, we asked.
I think it was twice because I think the second time we were both like incredulous. We're like, "He's done it again. He's trying to talk." We were very couldn't believe it.
Oh, bollocks, I'd do it twice. I remember doing the first time and being mortified. So if I did it again, then yeah, I'm absolutely deserving
It was
that.
kind of just it collapsed into hilarity the second time. I wouldn't worry,
It
Matthew.
was good when Kayla was there down south for London. She, for London, why else would she be there, Matthew? Yeah, she was very nice, but she was like, "Oh, it's that lad who seems to forget who I am every time."
She's familiar
I
with
went, "No, wait, it's not that. It's just because obviously this podcast has gone 7 hours and you're waiting like that." I'm like, "Oh, hi," you know.
Yeah.
Then Dustin Rhodes, the Von Erichs, Sammy Guevara, Shibata beat the team of Brian Cage, the Gates of Agony, and the Undisputed Kingdom. The heels try to attack after the bell, but Kevin Von Erich helps the Faces team clear the ring with iron claws. The claw.
Just lovely fun stuff again, isn't it? Dustin is doing what Jericho should have been doing all this time.
Oh yeah.
He's doing it so well, and it looks like he's having a whale of a time doing it as well. Like you just get the impression that he's having fun, and he's sort of honoured to be doing what he's doing. I enjoyed this for what it was.
Yeah, it's Operation Can We Get Sammy Over Again by having him team up with Dustin Rhodes, who's associated with the Von Erichs. It's like, wow, like what more can you do?
Well, they're all from Texas.
Absolutely, yeah, but
Well, Dustin isn't, I don't think, but Sammy is from Texas.
yeah.
Yeah.
But honestly, Sammy right now would be like, I support the troops. He could be doing anything he can be. I like Martha Hart, actually.
If they really wanted to get him back over, though, wouldn't they have brought him back to AEW instead of sticking him on Ring of Honor?
That's a good point, actually.
Him and Brian Cage both coming out as Wolverine. I was like, who's in charge of?
Brian Cage has been doing Wolverine for bloody years. He's a massive
got
nerd.
the facial hair and
right?
that, yeah.
The Swolverine. He's even done Weapon X sometimes, where it looked a bit weird.
I don't know what that is, but yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry, wrong people to be talking to.
What's Weapon X?
It's Wolverine that we got made basically. So it's got like the visor and the gear. Like he's just come out of a lab, like Brian Cage anyway.
Sick, like Mewtwo.
Yeah, a bit like that.
Okay.
One of you would get changed, wouldn't you? You'd be behind the curtain and you just go, "Oh bloody hell! I didn't realise. I'm really sorry. I wanted to pay tribute to Wolverine."
I even get this because
Pay tribute to him.
for a real one for Wolverine, who's from Canada. Boo! But of course,
Oh
Dustin
my
Rhodes.
God,
I only just got
knowing
this.
the nationality of a superhero is the nerdiest thing. He's actually Canadian, guys. Sorry.
In one of the films, he goes, "Logan, your country needs you." And he drives off, going, "I'm Canadian, mate."
Oh, okay,
Pretty
fair
funny.
enough then. It's really funny
Really funny.
in a Marvel way.
Well, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves. But I didn't realise it until Sammy came out dressed as less. I'm like, oh, Dustin Rhodes is doing a Deadpool thing? I've been watching his I didn't realise it was supposed to be Deadpool.
They were Deadpool and Wolverine.
Right.
Because I saw a comment saying that they were the wrong way around. Like, Sammy's the Deadpool and Dustin's the Wolverine. Their characters are like,
Yeah.
one's a grizzled, grumpy man and one's an arsehole.
Basically.
Yeah.
But I had no idea looking at Dustin's gear, like, oh, that's supposed to be Deadpool?
I didn't realise either. Does it get you off this stuff when?
Yes. Whatever it is.
Because every pissing pay-per-view that I watch now, there's some Marvel, DC loser bollocks, right?
Crap, isn't it?
Do people enjoy it? To be like, I know how popular this stuff is. And you know what? If one of them came out dressed as Cilla Black, I'd be like, yeah, come on.
I'm with you, Malik, yeah.
How many more can we see of these? It's so tired, isn't it? It doesn't add anything.
I thought, well, I used to think there was like 6 superheroes. There's endless superheroes.
It's ridiculous.
Oh,
isn't it?
Gargano's
The
found another
multiverse.
one to be.
Right. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't make me go, oh, that's nice, because you're like, well, Wolverine. Wow, I've never heard of him. That's a really obscure that. But again, Brian Cage has been doing that for years and years.
Okay.
Sammy coming out, and like I said, he's just doing it. He's doing everything but kissing babies on his way to the ring. Like, I think world peace is a good idea. Like, he really wants to be cheered.
I thought the finish was quite scary from Sammy, actually. He landed full on him. It was like a Jeff Hardy, a modern day Jeff Hardy swanton.
Well, very good thing. Yeah, last time he did a swanton, he bloody...
Yeah,
Jeff,
Jeff, I didn't mean that comparison. Bloody hell.
yes, he did.
At this point, I started to realize the pre-show is the pre-show, and that's fine, and not everyone who watches the show is going to watch it. But I did think they are doing a lot of moves and dives. Save something for the rest of the card. Right. I thought the amount of springboard moonsaults in the first half of this show was unbelievable.
Everyone getting their poo in, as I like to say. Which, like, okay, there's a lot of show after this, right? But, yeah. And obviously, just have Kevin Von Erich come out because, hey, the Iron Claw, do you see that? Wasn't it depressing? Well, here's Kev.
Oh, he got a nice pop, though.
He did.
Yeah.
I was going, yeah, get him.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Me and my friend Neo were like, yeah, get him with the claw.
Neo?
My friend was sat next to.
From OSW review?
No.
The original Neo?
No.
Oh, right, okay.
Neo?
Barely know who that is.
Like Matrix Neo?
Yeah.
That's not his real name, is it?
No.
Yeah, you can't just go by Neo.
I actually don't know the real name.
Really?
What?
You know his screen
It's
name?
It's off the internet.
You know his gimmick name?
Their name. I don't know.
Did he call you, like, Maffew?
Yeah, they did.
What?
This is how people talk online.
Wow.
Hello,
You're
online
not
person.
online. You're in a stadium, sat next to each other.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Were you texting each other or typing? Were you on AIM or something?
Come on, Grandad, who's an MSN Messenger.
What's the bit in the office where he goes, "What's your name?" It's a good name.
Is that the odd one?
Yeah.
Mr. Toad.
Let's grow ourselves a lanky, goggle-eyed friend.
No, don't be so.
That's a stigmatism, and I've had that since I was 4.
It's all Stephen Merchant, isn't it? In
Yeah,
hindsight,
yeah.
it's all him.
All of it.
And he was in Logan, the film.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
Doing all right for himself.
Is that a Marvel thing?
Yeah, it is.
Stephen
No, it
doesn't
isn't. DC
sell.
thing. No, wait. It was Marvel. Oh, Maffew, move on. You're breaking up.
Whoa.
Ooh, that was bad. Saraya comes out, accompanied by Harley Cameron, as well as various allies, members of the Knight family, who we should say nice things about, because only Megabus away from the office. She cuts a heel promo about getting no respect. But it's interrupted by the long-awaited return of Jamie Hayter, who clears out the bad guys on her way to the ring. Saraya's mum provides a distraction, allowing her to escape, so Jamie beats up Harley instead. Oh, so Saraya's just gone full-blown from comedy heel to, well, why aren't I getting my bloody reaction here?
Well, I think it was.
Why are people holding up trans flags when I come to the ring? I don't know what that's about.
I think it was purpose built for the situation,
Absolutely.
and I think it did make sense as well for her to change up her heelishness because you can buy that her character would expect a great welcome at Wembley, and now she's fuming.
That's right, her character.
Yes. Shout out to Rio from North Wrestling, who was one of the henchwomen in the ring.
Oh, I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
She was good at looking hard and just standing there, but then Jamie Hayter took her out.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, good for her. I'm assuming the others were also indie wrestlers too.
I assumed it was all just the Knights. There's so many of them.
No, there was some of them were I didn't recognize them, so I assumed they must have been indie wrestlers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was one of them Adam Maxted, or was that later in the night?
Was
no,
he
that was
there?
with Mercedes, wasn't it? He was the
I
Corgi
know
Patrol.
TK Cooper and Bambo.
Yeah, they
Bones
were
for Ospreay
involved.
later on.
Yeah, we'll get
We'll get there.
Nuki. Yeah, it was a means to an end, wasn't it? It was.
So
I
anyways-
thought it was good. It's just great to see Jamie back.
Big
isn't it?
pop for Jamie Hayter.
She needs to move on really, really quickly from this. Like she's won one match on Dynamite, do Saraya at All Out, and then just get away, quick.
So that was the massive pre-show. So people filling in now, and then we get. I thought it was a nice this. They had the entrances on the kickoff show just to make sure they get this.
That's the
this taping
curfew
done.
thing, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
they're
why they did
hurry
it.
Hurry up, and just be on the basis of that, and obviously the great matches and stuff like that. But on the basis of the pace and everything else like that, I enjoyed this way more than last year.
Oh, it was relentless. It's such whiplash because the next few weeks we've got AEW pay-per-view, WWE pay-per-view. There's been quite a few in sequence like that, and there has to be a sweet spot in the middle. But I did enjoy how quick it was. But compared to a WWE one, it's mad.
Absolutely. And the video packages, they were to the point. They weren't in depth on top of the main event, sure, but they were okay, here's why this match is happening. All right, cool.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah.
It must have been weird if you did skip the pre-show, and I imagine quite a lot of people did. They'd have tuned in and gone bloody hell, why have they got dark entrances? They've got an intro to
Already in they're all losing.
Yeah.
Pac, Claudio, and Wheeler win the opening London Ladders match for the trios titles, being the House of Black, the Bang Bang Gang, and the Patriarchy.
So
What you got?
Sorry.
Oh, go on.
Well, I was just this kind of ties into my point. I think if I'd skipped the pre-show, I'd have enjoyed this particularly a lot. Whereas I thought, it's just more moves, and I've just seen all the moves. Sorry to be negative there.
No, that's fair.
I mean, it's a ladder match. You've nailed it. It's here's a bunch of moves.
They should have brought proper ladders over from the States. They panicked here because there was one big ladder and like 12 diddy little ladders. And I noticed, and this is a really lame thing to say, but the tables that they were using throughout the night were the same ones that we used at WCPW. The same one that I got put through with the barbed wire and the thumbtacks. So they didn't bring anything over. And so I think they struggled to find decent ladders, and that affected my. No, I thought it was good. Pac finally getting his moment was just brilliant. I imagine it was meant to be with the Lucha Bros, but instead of going, okay, that isn't going to happen, so let's not bother doing something for Pac, they did it for him anyway. We got Pac-Ball Combat Club.
Sure. I mean, my lovely friend Takahata from Canada was like, well, it makes sense, doesn't it, to have him there in the Blackpool Combat Club? And I went, I love you, Takahata. Nah. First of all, his style doesn't mesh with the technical graps that they're going for. And two, he's not from Blackpool.
Wheeler Yuta.
Yes, everyone said, well, the others aren't as well. And I went, okay, well, you've got me there. Yeah, that's a good point.
But I do get what you mean with the wrestling style. Not that Pac can't do that stuff, because he can do pretty much anything he wants, but it's not what it's not his, what's the fighting game thing? It's not his main.
Well done. Good. Like
that.
Yeah. How condescending is that? Well done, Jack. That'll do, Jack. That'll do. But no, good point. Yeah, just lots of action here. And again, I've seen a billion ladder matches and there's only so much you can do, but this gave me what I want. This ticked all the boxes I expect from ladder matches. Lots of bumps. Table didn't break. Yay. And more drama with, will Luchasaurus or I suppose Kill Switch for now. It's back to being Luchasaurus
He was
again.
billed as Kill Switch at the beginning and then Luchasaurus later in the night. I've got that the right way around?
Wait, hang on. So I think maybe it's like, well, he's going to...
Well, maybe live.
Maybe
live you didn't see. Later on, when he came out as Luchasaurus, Christian was like, "Oh no!" So that was a deliberate. Yeah.
That got us. But yeah, lots of spots and bumps, and there's not much else I can say about that apart from you point out. Yeah, the normal ladders they used were really small, and I did wonder, can Wheeler Yuta actually grab the titles if he uses the normal ladder?
Would have been close, wouldn't it?
It would have been like
tippy toes,
which you're not supposed to do if you read instructions on the ladder. So yeah, that was good. Toni Storm thinks about using the shoe in her Women's World Championship defense against Mariah May, but can't bring herself to do it because she sneezed. Mariah counters Storm Zero and hits one of her own to become the new champ. I thought it was very cool to have this match so far down. I genuinely think they should have switched this with Mercedes Moné match because these two had way more heat than those two.
Although the Mercedes one was in a really tricky spot because it came after.
That was also true.
Yeah, but I liked it a lot. Mariah, when she started like attacking Luther for no reason and attacked her own mum.
Her own mum. Because she wouldn't shut up at Wagamama.
And yeah, I really enjoyed it. I was worried that it would get sort of too bogged down in the character stuff, which is good to a point. But we've seen Toni Storm title defenses before where we've gone, I wish they'd done a bit more wrestling and a bit. This was a perfect balance, and I think they made the right call in switching the title as well.
Yeah, not really like this match, really into it. Just watching it going, oh, come on, Tony, I want you to win.
Oh, you wanted Tony to win?
Well, because we're so into it.
That's nice.
Watching it live, though, you just end up watching it put your critic hat off and just be a fan.
Yeah, she needs to get revenge on her, yeah.
Yeah, come on. She hit Storm Zero. What? Yeah, that's it. No one kicks out. She kicked out.
Yeah.
She kicked out. But friend Neo, look.
Friend.
For the first half of the pay-per-view, I was like, oh man, that's match of the night for sure. I thought it was a really great match. I think they chose the right moment to do the title change in front of the most people possible, where it meant the most. And how, we say it all the time, but how fantastic has Tony been? It was a great match, but it's the best character reinvention in recent wrestling memory.
Yeah, every week when
so good.
Every week and month when she's had a big pay-per-view match, we've gone, yeah, Toni Storm's too good because she's overshadowed her opponent nearly every time she's had a big match because first of all, no one believes that she's losing against the people she defended the title against. And second of all, Toni, even she's supposed to be a heel, is so beloved that you just want to see what shtick she's going to do, which was like, oh, that's a really bad position to be in where you're so over.
But it worked with Mariah, didn't it?
Exactly. With Mariah, it's like, you actually go, toe-to-toe over with the whole... I keep saying shtick like it's a negative thing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
RJ City's help.
I can't wait to see what she does next because when she lost the title, I think she was like grinning, wasn't she? So she's sort of going to become more unhinged, and it's the next very natural evolution of that Toni Storm character. So I'm really excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, and if they're really going to do the All About Eve storyline, that means that someone's going to then be Mariah May's going to be Toni Storm, so she's going to have her own Mariah May to deal with.
I don't know what that means. What's it all about?
All About Eve's the storyline they've basically been doing. It's a very, very classic film. You'll have seen it now, even if you haven't seen it, because it's been homaged so many times. Like a single white female, like someone becomes a stalker or a friend. Cable Guy, maybe a bit with Jim Carrey, just that type of...
Okay.
Someone's like, I'm your friend.
Oh, right, okay.
I just know that it was a famous Oscar race with the other film they've been homaging as well at the time, Sunset Boulevard.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So they were like the best the best actress thing was like hotly contested that year between the two.
All people love this. Speaking of all people, Chris Jericho and his allies keep helping him in his FTW title defense against Hook. Hook eventually gets the red rum applied. Brian Keith jumps up on the apron, but Taz pulls him back down with the Taz mission, aka the Kataja Hajime. Jericho submits and Hook wins the title back. Hooray! And importantly, Taz's WWE song with the heart beep, beep plays for like a second beforehand. According to the presser afterwards, Hook said it was his idea. Oh,
His own idea.
yeah.
That's cute.
It is cute.
He is cute.
They never, and they hugged as well, and I was like, they hugged. Because there was that episode of Dynamite where someone went, it was Jericho going, Taz, I need to get hold of Hook. And Taz is like, he didn't talk to me. I don't know where he is.
You should say that because Jericho's talking to him.
Did you?
Who's Hook? I have no idea what you're talking about.
If I could have been there for
After a
one
son?
reaction from you for their live, it would have been Taz doing a thing.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, there's all building up to that one spot, and hell yeah, and crowd were into it because it's Taz. He's beloved. There were so many pictures of Taz. With the pre-show opened up with a dude who'd made his custom-made Taz shirt. So it's Jeff Jarrett dressed like Billy Noel Edmonds, and then the left there is Taz's little crudely drawn face.
That's really cool.
Yeah, and there's so many signs, and one of the highlights of walk around Wembley Way, which is loads of really nice people being lovely and saying hello. Small child had a picture that I'd made of Taz. Of like in the Botchmania style. So I went, child, come on, can I take a photo?
And it was a mirror.
And he's like, this massive 2'3". Hey, can I? Hey, you there? Yeah, it is the dad / protector / whatever. Was just like, what? Who's that? And looked, oh, it's Maffew. Yeah, it's all right, kid. The kid's like, are you sure? It's like, yeah, it's all right.
Okay, that's good.
It's him.
Guardian, the protector.
Yeah.
The Taz thing totally saved the match because it was the most house showy crap.
Yeah.
It was rubbish. I didn't really enjoy the match at all. It's like if you were going to wrestle in Scotland and you get a load of iron brew out of a sack and pour the bottles all over the ring and do that. He did that with the cricket balls. It's great, a geographical reference. That's brilliant. They scatter everywhere. It doesn't touch.
Yeah, you can't and he slammed them. He didn't hit one of them.
Oh no, I thought he landed on one like if they were real cricket balls, the bit where Hook's like hitting them at him, I thought that's terrifying.
We were there going, oh God, don't throw them because he was lobbing them and going, they're going to bounce off him and hit somebody in the front row. Like,
Oh God, yeah.
But
Like,
from our
look,
vantage point, we're
for any Americans watching, like, if you Google cricketer batsmen, look how padded up they are when they go to like,
They're stiffer than baseballs.
Are they?
I would say so.
Baseballs are bigger, but cricket balls are harder, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I wouldn't like to take either fired at me, but
Well, not that attitude. But yeah, he did that, and he was just like, "Hey, remember when I did the hockey puck thing with Takeshita? I think was it? No, Shibata. I beg your pardon. That's me being racist." And yeah, and like, yeah, it's just Jericho doing his Jericho thing of just sucking air out of the room. And it's pretty impressive in an open-air stadium.
You're talking about the Taz thing there with all the signs and the T-shirts and all that. At this point, surely you've got more stuff over than Chris Jericho. You've been doing this forever now as well, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I was old. I feel about as old as him. But it was also funny as well. Yeah, friend Neo was there going, oh, Fozzy are going to play. Watching Fozzy get set up between the matches. And going, cool, Judas, whatever. Nah, they played that song that the London Tree comes out to. I had no idea that was a Fozzy song.
I say.
I thought that was like a made in the studio type thing by whoever the AEW music people is. I heard it and got, I can't believe that's a real song. It's rubbish.
it was just as good, wasn't it, as Judas?
Judas is a fun song.
Yeah, it is.
Fozzy are a bad band. Oh, piss off. You don't give me that. I've slagged off Oasis so far, Marvel. I'm on to Fozzy fans now.
I felt like a prime turkey on my second last day in London because came out of the hotel and saw, there's a lot of what looks like wrestling shirts over there. Hope they don't recognize me. All Fozzy shirts. I was like, all right, go back in the lobby. More Fozzy shirts. Fozzy must have played near where I was staying the night before.
There are no Fozzy fans. You don't have that to worry
that's
about.
why I was worried. I was like, oh, they're going to want to talk to me about wrestling, maybe? And then none of them said hello. None of them knew. None of them approached me. And I thought, they are Fozzy. They really are Fozzy. I saw them in the wild. They are.
No,
They were where?
There
So
are
he's out in the
no Fozzy.
wild. Wow.
There are Chris Jericho fans who want a cheap way to see Chris Jericho because a Fozzy ticket must be about what $4.50 or something.
But none of them knew me.
I remember walking along the quayside once from the What Culture offices, and there was a guy, and I've never seen anybody wear one of these except for Sam and Joel, but it was literally just a big WWE logo there, and you were ready to be a lovely person. So no,
I don't know what the ending is.
no, it's not. But it's not bad. Well, maybe it is. And you just went. He didn't even look at us. He was so upset.
Yeah, that's fair. No, I was drunk in the Chillingham Arms, and I tried a Too Sweet a Man in a Young Bucks t-shirt, and he was like, "Oh, you all right, mate?" And then
Oh,
I know.
Huh. You'd think that they would, yeah, a bit more.
No, it brought me crashing back down to earth.
I had it yesterday with bloody Nat West. I had to get in contact with the customer service people. I'm on the live chat there. They sort the issue out, and then afterwards, this really nice bloke, he starts going, by the way, been watching your videos since the name redacted days.
Oh!
I was like, is this getting monitored by Nat West?
Yeah, I was worried as well.
Lovely.
Are you allowed to do that?
He commented on the pictures video as well.
Oh, it was really fun. So he commented, and it was. I spoke to Adam today, albeit digitally, and he was really nice, or something like that. And the first and very upvoted reply was, "Oh, you're a cam girl." It was Nat West. Hello, mate, Lee. Lovely to speak to you.
So you've
So imagine what type of cam girl you'd be into.
Nat West ones.
Imagine being one of those women that would just slag you off.
What's that?
Who's been a dirty boy?
he's given this some real thought as well. He's like, I wonder what kind of cam girls you're into.
Yeah, see you watching out with a big smile on your face.
Travis,
a wank.
Oh, don't you have to
Keep on saying untruths.
So you've said that happened to me the other day, but then you've described the opposite problem to what I was. You've been recognised too much.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's all right. It's fine.
Is there a time when people
Don't
haven't
worry.
recognised me?
No.
Carry on. I'll think about it.
Yeah. Also, yeah, hey, Hook, turns out he can see out of his eye, but we didn't really cheer or because we know what he was doing. We're like, can you not even see, mate? You're just even blinded now. But like, oh, are they just redoing the Moxley thing?
Right.
That also had, Jericho only knows to do Jericho stuff, like how Shawn Michaels NXT is only Shawn Michaels storylines. So whatever. Great finish. Don't care about the match.
Yeah, Taz was great.
Yeah.
And do you see how he straightened his collar after he'd done it?
Absolute.
Unbelievable.
I wish I'd written down the name. I'm sorry, I got it at home. This is, of course, Jericho would use crickets. That's what he's used to hearing the sound of during his matches. Whoever wrote that, can of Coke.
Nice.
Crickets. Okay. It's not
You
entirely.
know what they're going for. Then the Young Bucks beat FTR and the Acclaimed to retain the AEW tag titles. After the match, the Grizzly Young arrived and stared down the Bucks.
I enjoyed that.
He does it every time.
The chaps
Yeah.
leave and they beat down the FTR.
Now,
Oh, the Acclaimed saying, FDR, I thought you were EDL.
they do look like EDL members.
Couldn't hear anything else he said, but that one. Oh.
Yeah, the rest was all like, you're wangers. It wasn't.
Yeah,
the
whatever.
first line was the best one.
It's like, EDL?
Last year he said something about Prince Andrew, and everyone went, whoa, and missed the next line. because it was,
Oh, that's right. Aye.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of this because I didn't enjoy the build anyway, really. And I kind of, I didn't know the Bucks were going to retain, but it very much, did you feel like the Bucks were going to retain?
No.
Oh,
So that's already just like angrily.
Okay.
Because, yeah, that was my genuine response. I went, all right, match quality's okay. It's all right. There's not that much heat because we're just, with three teams, two of them face and one of them annoying. You got to just see what the finish is. That's what we're looking forward to. What's it going to be? And while that's happening, half the stadium's going, turn the lights off. We cannot bloody see. Because they had the video screens, but the giant lights underneath them. So people taking photos and going, oh, okay. So like, all right, cool. That's it. So that wasn't that much heat as there could have been, I guess, because one, it was split and two, people couldn't bloody see. So you're like, all right, cool. What's the finish? Who's winning? Right? The Young Bucks aren't going to retain. And they did. I'm like, oh. And it sounded like that. Just flat reactions. So
Well, I thought it was fairly predictable. It could have gone
You
FTR's
real-
way. I didn't think the
Oh.
Acclaimed were winning at all, but I think whoever won that, I wouldn't really have cared that much. I thought the match was decent. It's about what you would expect from this lot. It's not like a diss or anything like that. It was good fun.
This lot.
No, it is. Like you
What?
put no, it's exactly
Two
what
of
you'd
the greatest modern tag teams, and also the Acclaimed, who are good too.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, you wanted it to be better.
Yeah,
Yeah, fair.
I guess, but I know what you mean. I was never on board from the start, really.
Well, I thought the bill was actually, or it made sense on paper. The FTR going, well, of course we'll take on the Bucks because we're so mint. And Glenn going, hang on, mate, where were you in bloody Blood and Guts?
We've got the title shot,
Yeah, we're the title shot.
Yeah, I get that.
And then the bill was a bit fiddly because then the FTR had to come out and act like dum-dums in order for like them to have their match thrown out and all this stuff. I'm like, all right, cool, title change, FTR, Acclaimed feud, I'm up for that. And it's just, the Bucks retained, and then the Grizzled Young Vets did not attack the champs.
Right.
That was like, I'm like, oh,
Felt
God,
a
this
little
smells
bit-
of Bucks.
A little bit contrived, yeah.
The greasy stains of the Bucks were all over this.
We can't get beaten down. We're the Young Bucks.
Weren't they maybe about to attack them?
And then they ran away.
And then they...
No, they stared them
Went-
down and then went
went
to FTR.
Oh, no, they did, didn't
Yeah.
they? Yeah, you're right.
It gets elaborated on a little bit more on Dynamite, but it doesn't really clear
I'm
things
like,
up.
why would you not attack the champs?
Yeah.
Egypt.
Because then they say...
Grizzled Young Egypt.
'Cause they're, maybe it's because they're in authority. Maybe they've got to make their way there.
Maybe.
Make you wait my arse.
I was watching this back, skimming it, making notes, and it got to the bit where Billy Gunn gets involved. And obviously they don't call him Billy Gunn in AEW, they call him Daddy Ass. And it's the first time my girlfriend had heard that. And she went, what? And I was like, look, I've got to explain. She knows who Billy Gunn is. I was like, yeah, they call him Daddy Ass now. And she was just like, ugh. So she's fed pill. No, she's not.
So I was like, all right, 2 whatever matches in a row, bit of a break. Picks up here, though. Here's some cool and fun things that happened during the Casino Gauntlet match for a world title shot at any time. Nigel Bloody McGuinness makes his return to the ring, coming out to F in the bushes, and then Oasis announced their return.
Wow.
Conspiracy? I think not.
And people suggested that Mariah May has revitalized his career because she kissed him during the Tony Storm match.
Kiss of life.
Oh, yeah.
And that brought back Nigel, and that brought back Oasis. Mariah May has
Mariah
brought
May.
back Oasis.
Well done.
Yeah.
Zack Sabre Jr. is another surprise entrant shortly after winning this year's G1 Climax. Yeah, and he's about to put a pillow over Nato's face.
Oh, God, yeah. He's looking broken down.
Yeah, he is. Karen Jarrett tries to argue with Hangman Page, who grabs her by the throat, but is interrupted by the debut of Ricochet.
Okay.
And then Jarrett later hits Hangman with a guitar. Christian Cage has somehow wrangled his way into the match. Is it wrangled or wangled?
Wangled.
I put wangled, I
I'd
think.
say wangled. To wrangle.
Really? No, wrangle. Yeah, you wrangle something. Like
You can
wrangling
wrangle a cow or
cattle,
something.
Yeah.
But
don't you?
wangling your
That's
way
what you
is
mean,
like,
though, isn't it?
is like
You'll bring the cow to you.
Wangling, I thought, was like politicking your way. Yeah, worming your way in. Whereas
Yeah,
wrangling's like a cowpoke thing. Yeah.
That's number wangle.
Yes.
He is shot by the arrival of Luchasaurus, billed under his old name. He repairs to hit Christian with a chokeslam, but attacks Kyle O'Reilly instead and tracks Christian into the winning pinfall. A lot of stuff here in this 2-1 person gauntlet match. There were people in the area going, there's been no eliminations so far. And they're like, oh, even with the amount of TV time that AEW's had and people talking about this in the pre-show, not everybody was like, oh, right, yeah, okay.
It's kind of their Rumble now, isn't it? It's a genuinely unique thing, which allows them to just mix serious stuff and fun stuff together. And I like it.
I agree. It was a lot of fun, a lot of silly bollocks, but in a different way to the rest of the card.
I don't know if it is the most logical match ever because people should be going for pins and that all the time, but you could say that about Rumbles. People stand around in Rumbles and do nothing. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
going to happen, isn't it? That'll be the first time the third man doesn't enter, and they get
They need to do it
pinfall
like-
before. But
unlike-
you're right; they should have been going for more pinfalls. 'cause
Episode
they
of Dynamite or whatever, they just need to have it like, oh, and it's won in 3 minutes.
Yeah, don't announce it ahead of time. Don't get people hyped up for it. Just a surprise thing on the night, so you know people aren't buying tickets or buying a pay per view or whatever to do it. But I think on a Dynamite that would be a cool moment. And then you've got that person who in the future can go, well, I won the last one without anybody
You
else.
never know where it's going to end.
True.
Yeah. I agree. I'm glad they found a way to do the countdown gimmick because a countdown gimmick with a mystery surprise at the end of it is just so much fun. McGuinness looking amazing, like so good. I want to see him versus Danielson, obviously. Like even that should just be on a Dynamite as well. But
Yeah.
I'd really, really like to see that. A lot of people not happy with the outcome of this one with Christian winning. I've seen more criticism than praise. I personally liked it, but I liked it. Maybe it's as simple as I love Christian. I think he's doing the best character work of his entire career. And so I wasn't disappointed, but I get that we have just sort of seen this before. I'm guessing that they had like 2 endings in mind, and now they want to do the other one as well. I think the payoff is going to be worth the deflating Christian win.
That's literally what I was going to say. That's why I agree with you, and I don't mind Christian winning because he's going to try and end Brian's career by cashing in on him sneakily, and presumably he'll get thwarted, and that'll be a great moment. So yeah.
Yeah, I think Christian's really solid in that someone's just won the title, here's his first opponent role.
Oh, but this is an anytime title shot.
Yeah.
So Christian's the perfect person for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because whoever's going to do it's going to be a big heel. And I'd say this like, but yeah, why? There's some of the people. I think that's one of the issues of having mystery people or crazy debuts like Ricochet, because you're like, oh, it's this person. Well, yeah, somebody's going to win it.
Yeah.
And I'm all right because, again, Christian is so over right now. Even we're like, no, it's Christian. Like, we're kind of like, boo, but yay, because it's going to be good stuff.
Imagine how much more it's going to mean now that Brian on Dynamite has said the next time I lose, I'm going part-time. When Christian's music hits and it looks like, whether he wins the world title or not, which he probably won't, but when it looks like that's going to happen, not only is he about to become world champion, but he's about to end Brian Danielson's full-time in-ring career. Yeah. Like, that's so much bigger. And then maybe Luchasaurus stops him at that point.
There you go.
And then you've made Luchasaurus off the back of
that.
So
It can be anything.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. But of the highlights, the amazing pop for Jarrett.
Oh, yeah.
We woo. Yeah. My world, my world. Everyone singing along with that was amazing. Doing the strut. And again, just going boom every time he did one of his amazing punches, because hold them bop like that.
Yeah.
Oh, such a good puncher.
You can only do that if you're born south of the Mason-Dixie line.
That's right.
Yeah. One of mine and Fraser's mates, he's more Fraser's friend than mine, so I should say, but Michael said that he walked past Christian over the weekend and went, "Hey, Christian," and he went, "Go F yourself."
Oh, amazing.
So
Good lad.
Yeah. He was buzzing when he told me as well. He was like, "Christian told me to go."
Seeing McGuinness and Sabre going at it was lovely. Just like doing the holds properly, making up for that bloody horrible World of Sport tribute they tried to do the week before on TV. Who was it?
Can't remember.
Soraya.
Tony Soraya.
Yeah. So that was nice, and got to see the Tower of London, who only I popped for on my section. So I went, the Tower of London! No, but
I remember that from his Desmond Wolfe days. Yeah. He looked, I was saying this to Jack Atkins, when Nigel was at his Ring of Honor like peak, he wasn't a good looking man. He was like a punk, and he was bleh, and he looked like a character from the Young Ones.
Yeah, the spiky
but like
hair,
bigger.
yeah.
And like he looked like a thug, and that's what British wrestlers looked like at the time. That's what they tried with the spiky blonde hair. He's had such a glow up now.
Yeah.
He's so handsome.
Yeah, 'cause
Sorry,
he's not
I'm
saying
just-
things
I'm
like-
just getting excited about Nigel.
He's not saying stuff like, you got to be in it to win it.
Yeah.
Now he's being funny.
You should say something cool like grit your teeth. We'll get on to that.
Is he the only cool, good-looking magician in existence?
Oh, don't speak on Paul
mean-
Daniels' name like that.
I mean, the mass magician had a lot of Kavorka.
No, he was good-looking when he took that
Yeah.
off.
No, but I
know
When
he
he
did the bloody
did-
what was
when
in
he
the
did the
magician.
Jericho.
Yeah.
yeah, he was.
The mask was scary as well. Quite unnerving.
It's like, wow.
Love the masked magician.
So wrestling, wasn't it? The masked magician will be unveiled at the end of this show.
Everybody thought it was going to be like somebody who was really familiar.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
somebody who's never done magic
Stig.
before. It's just like this good-looking, it was like an Italian-American
Yeah.
chap.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just- and then he disappeared. It killed him.
He's a magician.
You removed, yeah.
Yeah.
But he was apparent. Maybe this is magic kayfabe, but he was worried about doing it because like other magicians were so peed off
I remember
that they
about
had
it,
pulled the curtain back that he was like receiving death threats and stuff like that. It wasn't worth it in the end. It didn't rejuvenate his career.
I was about to say Penn and Teller would batter him, but they're on his side, aren't they? They tell people how they've broken the magician's code.
Sort of with the what's it called? Fool Us, isn't it?
I think they've always explained how their tricks are done, Penn and Teller. Though.
No, but they don't explain how it's done. They go, "Is this how it's done?" They show them a bit of paper.
I've seen an older thing of them where they explain how certain tricks are done. But then
Oh.
they do.
They did it a bit.
They do
Like
one.
tricks,
They do one, and they keep that a secret. They're like, we can't tell you that one. It's the bullet one where they catch the bullet and they shoot two guns and both catch the bullet.
I seen the one where you get a big van and drive over the guy's head.
Yes,
I remember that one, yeah. And he,
I know,
and he goes,
because
how do we do it? And he put like the weights
they've
on
weighted the
Yeah,
van entirely over one side. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So like perfectly
it's a
safe,
foam
and you're like,
tire.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah,
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 it's right, yeah.
and it just rolls over him. I still wouldn't be comfortable volunteering to do that though.
Magic's brilliant. Isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it's so
Magic's
fun.
brilliant.
My mum doesn't like it. She hates magicians.
Why?
Because I was like, do you remember when we used to watch The Masked Magician? She was like, no, I don't remember. I was like, right, okay. And she calls them she calls them trickers. Oh, she's a tricker. They're trying to trick you, are they? She didn't trust them.
Well, before the audience disappears. MJF tries to cheat in his AEW American title defense against Will Ospreay, but a man in a balaclava stops him. It's not the people who nearly mugged Cultaholic when they're on the subway. It's Daniel Garcia. Have you heard the story yet?
No.
Oh, God. I was saying that all the crew that went down record everything and do the videos that you'll see later on. They were on one of the undergrounds, and I think Emma said, this is our stop, lads. And they went, oh, it isn't. It's like, no, it's our stop. Get off, get off. And they're like, what was that about? And goes and looked, and yeah, 3 lads of balaclavas had seen them and like gone, well, let's mug these lads.
I've seen multiple people since London who went down, and none of them have mentioned this. How did they not mention
It's really funny
this?
if Emma just went, look, I'm going to tell Maffew something. He's going to say
We've only got one streetwise member of the office, and it's Emma.
He's not even on the street.
These lads are idiots. Yeah, the tube-wise.
Tube.
Yeah.
No, I meant she's not on our street. She's down.
Oh, yeah,
I don't
yeah,
want to say
yeah.
down south, but
Yeah.
further down the country. We need her around the office, really.
Yeah, we do.
Sticking up for us when we get bullied.
They've not even told me about this.
Have they not?
No.
I can't believe they haven't told that story.
Sam was talking to me about Megadeth and QAnon.
I said it was lucky that Jack wasn't there because you keep on bringing up certain people in the office. You would have gone, look, it's Sinn Féin.
Would I not? Why would I have possibly gone and looked at Sinn Féin?
It was like a several-week period. You bring up various members of the IRA.
Sinn Féin
You know,
aren't.
it was a good promo, Maffew. Who's that? Jerry Adams.
Well, I don't think the modern.
Jack said that one time.
I don't think the modern Sinn Féin have anything to do with the IRA, Maffew. I think you'll find, actually.
That's what they want you to think.
Oh, he said it.
It's like the Soviet Union in The Simpsons.
Oh,
Press that
God.
button, flip over. MJF tries to cheat. It's Daniel Garcia. Ospreay wins after finally hitting the Tiger Driver. He rejects the American title, Hackter, after the match and tells Martha Hart to go out for herself. So Christopher Daniels presents him with the old international belt instead.
Yay.
Oh.
He's so elevated, and it was so much more elevated, in my opinion, than their hour-long match. I thought it was better.
I agree.
I do think my enjoyment. I'm really nitpicking here, but I think that I would have enjoyed it a bit more had they not already gone an hour. Because you're like, oh, we're seeing them wrestle another quite long match, but everything felt like it mattered more because they weren't trying to fill an hour.
Nailed it.
Did you enjoy it as well?
I agree for everything you just said. Yeah, let's go copy paste that and go, well, my work's done. What do you think, G?
Yeah, I thought it was a fantastic match. I think it's really made Garcia this. This and then the follow-up on Dynamite, it feels proper heated. I think both MJF and Swerve later in the night are the perfect example of how to look amazing in defeat.
Yes.
They absolutely killed it. I love the match. Some scary old bumps on the noggin and the neck and everything. It was great.
That last Tiger Driver, I know it's an illusion and stuff, partly. Looked quite scary, though.
Yeah.
I know it had to, after that was the whole point of the build.
Sorry, I just got a turkey, get a new neck.
I went to the toilet and missed Ospreay's entrance, which everyone then said, ooh, cringe entrance. But I missed it, so it's okay.
Well, it was funny, wasn't it? Because I criticised WWE for this when it's like, hey, guess who's sponsoring this? But it was Assassin's Creed, and yeah, it was an advert. However, again, Ospreay's been doing
It's
the
a
Assassin's
fitting
Creed
one,
cosplay
yeah.
for ages.
He used to do it before he was even...
Yeah.
And they said an adult before he, like when he,
he's
but
a
like
kid.
when he was skinny Ospreay in Progress coming out in the knockoff Assassins. Yeah,
And he was just had to sing his entrance because he hadn't recorded yet.
he had a
I'm a
weird.
bloody assassin.
He had a weird one for us at first. It was like a weird. Do you remember it? It was not as catchy as Elevated. It was like ding 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 ding.
No, I don't
Sounded
remember that at all.
I don't know what. Yeah, it was. I think it was meant to sound sort of Japanese, but it was weird. Anyway.
Elevated's amazing.
Yeah,
though,
great
isn't it?
song,
So good. All
Crowd
the
were like singing it, just the dun-dun-dun-dun-dun bits.
the best ones, Fozzy aside, at the moment, the best themes in wrestling, well, a lot of them at least, aren't done by the in-studio people, which I guess makes sense because they're not pumping out 200-odd songs a year and the proper bands doing it. No disrespect to Death Rebel. But yeah, I thought it was like, if the main event hadn't been quite so emotional, this would have been match of the night.
Yes,
And I think a lot of us expected that to be the case as well. But it was great.
Yeah. Like MJF coming out as Uncle Sam and keeping the tights on, which I didn't really get until I came back and Cultaholic posted, oh, it was a Lex Luger tribute.
was it?
Because if you're going to dress as someone in a title match at a big show, why would you not dress up as Luger?
This is where Chuck Mambo got involved as well.
I didn't see him.
He was the
He's one of the
cameraman who
security.
got hit with the hidden
was
blade.
he?
Yeah, he had really colourful boxes on, and everyone was like, "Who's the cameraman with the really colourful boxes?"
And nice socks. I didn't
Apparently
know
it was-
that was very him, isn't it?
Apparently, it was Chuck Mambo. Yeah. But I heard that from someone else. That makes it sound like Ospreay told me. It was someone from North Wrestling.
Well, you go back.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
No, this gave all the hits. It felt like the main event, even though it wasn't the main event. And yeah, I'm glad it didn't go an hour. And yeah, it gave us other things. The resolution with Daniel Garcia. Happy to see that. Because it was a genuine like, who's this? Oh, he has re-signed then.
6 months ago, people wouldn't have cared.
Yeah.
It's really helped him out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think more stuff to say. Yeah, it felt a tight 25 minutes, but bloody hell. What a
It
thing
didn't
to
feel
say.
like, it didn't feel like 25 minutes.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the epic it was. And again, just watching it live with the crowd all behind Ospreay, I say all of them, some people were going, because that's another good song.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, a hell of a thing to be then the crowd for. Ospreay looked very tight.
I thought, these streamers, are they going to get annoying for the rest of the show?
Oh, yeah.
But I think they actually made certain moments look quite cinematic in an accidental kind of way.
Bailey's flailing
Yeah.
arms, but like, yeah.
Oh, they're just going to be there for the rest of the show, are they? Okay.
At the times when it was like brushing past the ref.
Yeah.
Like, all right, well, he's doing the counts outside. He's like, oh, just 2 seconds, lads.
No, it was a good Jack the Jobber derby. I can't believe I've just said that.
Yeah. Using the old Eddie Guerrero trick, Britt Baker gets Camille ejected during her TBS title match against Mercedes Moné. And of course, Moné is the only person who can pay tribute to Eddie Guerrero. Mercedes still wins to retain the title. Go on, Pacitti, what do you think?
I had to watch it back. Not because I wanted to, because it wasn't good. Right. It didn't click with me at when I was doing the live stream, because you consume wrestling differently when you're on the live stream. Obviously, you're trying to like crack jokes and whatever. Britt Baker was the bigger problem here. It felt like she maybe wasn't that arsed about things. Again, it was in a really rough position on the card following that, but it just didn't click in the ring at all. It felt half-arsed. If you watch it back, I think Mercedes was really carrying her.
I might have to go back and rewatch it because while watching it live,
it's different.
It was just, first of all, yeah, okay, it really sucks they're in that position to then follow the Ospreay in Wembley. Yeah, okay, good luck. But watching it after the brief promos and once the Corgis had left, you're like, all right, why do we care about this match?
No, that's true. It went in there with like little heat behind it. It didn't really matter that much who was going to win.
I'm back. I'm happy to see you, but yeah.
Mercedes has got a lot of criticism as being like a poor investment. It's like money well spent, Tony, and all that stuff, right?
Money well spent.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. This just hasn't done her any favors, has it? It really hasn't. And I felt a bit for them, but again, the match wasn't any good.
I might have to rewatch it because I'm like, it couldn't have been that bad. It could have just been, maybe out of context, it will be better. But you're like, oh, it was like Jay versus Jimmy at WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Like, here we go. Are we going yet?
They couldn't win though, right? Because like it didn't even matter if the wrestling itself had been really, really good. The crowd was so apathetic. They weren't going to invest, were they? They did a little bit towards the end, maybe. But all you could see on the broadcast is just people going to the toilets.
I thought, ironic Mercedes didn't like our breakfasts when her matches also lack seasoning.
That's good.
Thank you. I was happy with that one.
Yeah.
Maffew's one good line of the week.
I think the narrative coming out of this match has been really fascinating because I agree that it was quite a weak match, especially given the star quality of both women involved and everything, especially Mercedes, but also Britt's been like, over the course of AEW, you could argue she's been the biggest star of their women's division for the course of its history.
Yeah.
And then I think this match would have had to have been like twice as good for people not to. People were kind of waiting to jump on Britt Baker after the MJF stuff. There's been a lot of Britt Baker pile on kind of stuff. I don't think it was a very good match either, but I think it was just quite an underwhelming match. I don't think it's like the worst match of the decade or whatever.
Yeah,
which,
I'll go with underwhelming,
neither of you guys have said.
Yeah,
but which I've definitely. But people are acting online like it's, and I think that can only be because of this build-up of like resentment towards Britt Baker.
I think Monet as well just gets it from all ends.
Well,
both women are in a really bad position.
I've even seen people start to say like, "Wow, Mercedes is all right, but not her." Like Mercedes is coming out of this quite all right.
Oh, really? You've seen that?
It's gone that far. Yeah,
wow,
yeah.
That's the ultimate disrespect.
But I always feel bad when Monet gets. I think she's one of the most talented like women's wrestlers in God knows how. Like she's unbelievable, and her match with Bianca at WrestleMania and everything. And I think she gets a lot of stick because people are just waiting for her to trip up. And when she has she has an underwhelming match like this one, people going hard on Mercedes, which they might not do for someone like more than it seems like they
fully
would for
agree
someone
with
else.
that.
Oh, her fans go the other way though. Like the people, she's like the female CM Punk. Like people are really one way or the other about her. With Britt, I do feel like there was a sense of like people have been waiting for this to tear into her, but it wasn't a very good. I don't think it was a very good match.
Yeah,
I'm not going to pretend that it was good and they're only having a go.
I'm with you 100%, Jack. I don't want to dislike this match. I want to go, look at these negative people online waiting for this, but then you go, no, it wasn't great.
No, it wasn't.
But at least, hey, look, I mean, Mene hit her finisher properly.
I wish
Mene make her hit that perfectly this time. Well
I
done.
wish she would not use that though, because it's not the sort of finisher you can hit on everyone.
Yeah.
It's
It
not.
should have to be a coin toss. Will it work this time?
And Britt, I think I saw one of your cool Twitter friends.
Shit. Who says this? Go on.
It's El Hijo del Simon.
Oh, yes.
What a name! I know it's a good name.
Oh, yeah.
He's a really good writer. I like reading his reviews of matches. But
No, I'm going to slag him off.
No.
do this every
No. He
He
made a
was
good.
much
No,
as
he
racist.
made a good point or a good joke about this match because I think Britt shared a gif of the match where there was one bit of the match I quite liked where they'd set up Mercedes just hits a body slam from the second rope and they go whoa.
That looked nice, yeah.
Then she goes to do it a second time, but then Britt reverses it into like almost like a Spanish fly. And I thought that was quite clever that they set up your expectation and then they did an even cooler thing the next time. But she shared that, and then he shared the meme of like, it's like an old basketball highlights video from a few years ago. It's like Kyrie Irving hits 3-pointer to cut the lead to 40 or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then I replied like,
good.
and surely trying to be in with the cool kids. And surely also this is Mercedes doing most of the work because she has to flip herself round. And then he never replied. But that's okay. I'm too mainstream for him, whatever. It's fine. No, sorry.
It's really bad when you find out you're muted by someone else.
I know. But I agree with what he said. It was like she's trying to save face a bit. And I don't know what the way out is for Britt at the minute because I would hate to be in her position because it feels like, I'm sure it'll die down, but at the minute everyone is hating on
What's
it.
that Breaking Bad meme? Says you dislike... I dislike Mercedes Moné because the match wasn't very good. You dislike Mercedes Moné because you're a weirdo. We're not the same.
No, it's Britt. But yeah.
But
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Strange one.
Yeah. Jack Perry wins the coffin match against Darby Allin. Perry and the Young Bucks prepare to set the coffin on fire, but Sting arrives to save the day. Perry runs away and Sting beats up the Young Bucks by himself.
Yeah, it's Sting though. He can beat up the Young Bucks by himself.
It was funny because, here comes Darby Allin with the thumbtacks in his face like Hellraiser.
Yes.
Thought, okay, that's cool. And then Jack Perry beat him up some more, pinned him, put him in the thing. That's the match.
He's just better than him. He's just a better wrestler.
I'm better than you.
He's a better fighter than Darby Allin.
And then they've got time cut off because of the curfew. No issues with that. The shows don't need to go on 6 bloody hours. So it was like, it's very tight, very, very tight 10-minute match.
Yeah.
It was just very surprising going, so we're just pushing Jack Perry like this, are we?
It was abrupt, wasn't it?
It very was. And it felt like it was excuse to have Sting show up. They mean anything to either guy. And I thought, okay, that's cool, because obviously we all popped big for Sting. Well, I could pretend like we didn't. Like, yeah! I don't understand now why, like, Ross and everybody else who was at WrestleMania 32, they go, yeah, it was wank, but we got to see Austin in The Raw.
Oh, it was really cool.
I'm like, all right, fair enough. Yeah, yay, Sting. But I hope they do something with this on TV where Darby goes, I haven't got any friends, have I? It's a bit bad that my retired dad has to save me.
It shows how much respect Sting has got for pro wrestling, even though it was a coffin/casket match. I can't remember what they billed as. A coffin match. The Darby was getting brutalised, taking all these really nasty bumps. But Sting would not interfere, despite the fact that he was backstage watching this all go down. His little buddy getting the absolute
it was
crap kicked out of him.
It was one.
It was one-on-one.
It would have been cheating if
That's
Sting
a
had done
horrible
that. Yeah.
message to send to Darby.
That's what
Don't
I
worry,
mean.
I'll have you.
No, that's what
yeah.
I'm saying. He respects pro wrestling
does.
so much.
Oh, you mean seriously?
got to
All right,
you got to win it
okay.
on your own, kid,
Yeah.
right? But don't set fire to him after the thing.
no.
If that had happened during the match, if he tried to set fire, Sting would have been anywhere.
Yeah.
No way. It's
That's
part
a
of it,
good
right?
point. Like, well, it's part of the match.
Yep.
You signed this, lad.
Sting's whole character is justice.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was a shame that it clearly got cut short and they decided to cut out all of Darby's offense.
Backstage of the Young Bucks and Jack. So we're just going to cut out a bit of the match to make it fair.
Yeah.
This bit where you have offense, that's all gone. Is that all right?
He got like he leapt from the top onto Jack Perry on a chair and he hit a coffin drop from the top to the outside as well. Apart from that, it was like all
was
Perry. And he did his skateboard spot on the back as well.
Yes, he did.
But that was all at the start.
Yep.
And then Perry batters him, and then And then once he's got him in the coffin, and then Darby sits up like the Undertaker, I'm like, here we go. Yeah. And he just knees him, and that's is it Branielson's knee?
Yeah.
Is it Bryan Danielson's knee that he's doing?
Oh, I didn't think about that.
Because he hit it on Bryan on Dynamite, and they went, "Oh, the knee." I think.
But okay, yeah. You know what? Well done.
In hindsight, maybe this was a clue.
Right. Well, wow. Isn't wrestling fun? But I just thought that was probably the funniest moment of the night. That Darby stuck his head out. He looked like, you know, when a caterpillar turns into a butterfly, emerges from there. Yeah. And then he kicked him, and then he beat him. Oh, it was so funny. But yeah, I don't think this did anything for Jack Perry though.
Do you know?
I don't think anything's going to do anything for Jack Perry.
He's the strongest wrestler. He's just handily dispatched Darby Allin, who's no mug.
Oh. You know what? I know why he beat Darby up so much, because the crowd were just like, cry me a river.
No, the crowd, when he got the real glass out, the response he got
real glass!
That needs to be the last time they do it.
Yeah, right.
It's so tight.
Where's the next pay-per-view?
That's going to, oh God, yeah.
It's in Chicago?
Yeah, that's going to be like... It's just going to hold him back. He needs to move on for that. If people want to, like, if he needs to be his own thing, stop doing the glass stuff.
So
it's like Tommy Billington come out. It's like, I'm the new Dynamite kid. You mean that guy that everyone knows was a complete bastard? All right, great, mate.
Good wrestler though.
Oh, yeah.
But I guess I can understand him doing it at Wembley specifically because it's a callback to last year and that. But you're right. That has to be it.
He's never shut up about it since.
One subset of people that I'm annoyed with aren't the people who then chant CM Punk, because you've encouraged that. But then the people who go, boo, stop chanting for CM Punk. Well, then stop. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like...
Oh, there was a healthy FCM Punk chant.
Why?
Through this match.
He's a
because
legend.
Jack Perry's doing his... Oh, right.
Why would you do that? Sorry.
Yeah.
But
yeah, hey, just get this out of the way. And then massive cheers to hear Seek and Destroy. Think, oh, well, there's the budget gone for getting the music out of the way. Don't be silly, because with his family, his immediate family watching in the front row, Bryan Danielson, coming out to the final countdown one more time, goes Brie mode and beats Swerve Strickland to become the new AEW World Champion. He celebrates with Brie and the kids to close the show before crudely giving his child a Tiger Driver in front of 55,000 fans. Oh, what a match.
It really hammered home what I like about professional wrestling, because my two favorite matches in AEW history are now this and Cody and Dustin. It's all about emotional investment. It's all about those big human stories, and this was... It was so good. It was so good. I remember watching it at the end and just being like, "Oh man, I wish I had gone after all this," because it was just beautiful. Swerve again, as I said earlier, with MJF, came out of it still looking the bollocks. Yep. No sold the knee strike. It just went like that. I was just, oh man, I loved it. I loved it so much.
Usually I wouldn't like that bit, because I remember feeling conflicted when that happened straight away, and I thought, well, it doesn't make sense, the cumulative damage and all that sort of stuff. But then I thought, well, you could argue that he's been battered. He doesn't hit him in the face with it. He hits him like there. I was thinking of excuses, and then I realised it doesn't matter, because the effect it had was, for a brief second, even though I thought Bryan was definitely going to win, I was like, oh, he's just outmatched. He just can't beat Swerve.
He hasn't got it.
Oh, no.
He's spent.
I was so worried. And I think that came after he did the big fire up as well. And I thought, he's had his big fire up.
Yeah.
He can't win now. And then, it was really, really cleverly put together.
Yeah, loved everything about this, because I was convinced Strickland was going to win.
Oh, even better for you then.
And I'm like, oh, here we go. And just, blooding him up and take him in front of his family. Look, this is your dad. There's your mum. Yeah.
God, I thought
dancing while the kids are crying.
I thought we were gonna get
wrestling's back.
Like another Noel Foley
exactly
Royal Rumble moment. I was so
Yeah.
worried. Yeah.
Look at your dad. Yeah.
Because
I loved it, man.
How do you explain it to the kids as well?
know.
Because they're so young and they're watching this stuff, and like Bryan is bloodied within 5 minutes at the beginning. But they were sort of, probably to a stronger extent, but they were on the same journey as all of us, because rather than like whatever Mick's wife's called, having to take Noel out of it, they were really, really sad when Bryan was getting beaten up. But as soon as he was making comebacks, they were just, yes, come on!
Yeah, they're carnies, man. They're smartened
They
up.
are. And then afterwards, I can't remember his name. Birdie? Brian? No, what's the boy's name?
I can't remember the boy's name.
The little boy just wanted to play with the confetti, didn't he? It was really cute.
Yeah.
But it's human. It added to it.
Yeah,
it did. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Swerve's body language and the way he moves around, silky smooth. It was beautiful here. Time to kick Danielson in the head again. Looked stunning.
Yeah.
And just did everything I wanted to do. And again, with a giant crowd, I think at points people were cheering for both lads. Like, okay. Even though Swerve had said, look, Danielson, it will be your last match because I'm going to kill you. It's like, yay, go on, Swerve. Yeah, it was such a fantastic atmosphere. So glad I watched it. And was staggered when he won.
Yeah.
Even though I'd be like, obviously he was winning. I'm like, wasn't obvious to me, mate.
Good either way, because you've either seen his last match or you've seen him win his last world title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, put that bloody label lock on. Swerve, power's out. No, you don't. Put in the Rings of Saturn instead and just tap.
That's what it was. I was like, what is the double... I just thought it was like
Just for you, Perry.
I thought it was just like a British wrestling type hold. But yeah, it's Rings of Saturn.
Yeah, I'll call it Rings of Saturn. It's probably some other thing there. And then, Danielson's family with the Blackpool Combat Club and Pac.
And Pac there as well. Yeah. Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
I think it would have been really weird had Danielson not won the AEW title. Not just at this specific event, but if you would have, like, in 10 years' time, you'd look back at all the people that they've had on their roster. It's like, why didn't they do that with Brian? Because it was shades of WrestleMania, wasn't it?
Since you started.
And I know he didn't want to. Like, I get that. But it feels right on him, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's just, he's Brian Danielson. Do you know what I mean? He's so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is one of the best ever.
Yeah, you can say he's
he
one of the
should be a
GOATs.
world champion in AEW.
Yeah. And he says he's the best wrestler in the world and all this other stuff is his gimmick name. You go, yeah, no, you are up there, mate.
It's legit, isn't
In
it?
terms of promos and everything else. So.
Him in the scapegoat, Jack Perry for me. No, yeah. That's what he's called.
No, I know-
he came out with a
I know
big
it.
goat head on.
Space goat to goat.
Space goat.
He's been out to swim.
And it in the same year, I think like 2024 probably remembered for this and the Cody one, like the two big happy moments at the biggest, each promotion's biggest respective shows.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, Hangman Page did do a run in, but didn't really mean much.
Sent TK Cooper flying.
Oh.
I think TK Cooper jumped for him. He hops the guardrail, the first security guard on the scene's TK Cooper, and he just sends him.
Oh, is that TK?
Yeah,
I didn't realize.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember the spot. I'm glad that he didn't get even slightly physically involved. It was the right call to do the run-in because there's so much hatred there, which we see play out on Dynamite, obviously, but it didn't influence the finish of the match, the outcome overall. So I think that was done perfectly as well. It's a brilliant match.
Yeah.
And then we had a lovely times leaving and hanging out with.
I need to
go on.
I need to know your reaction when Orange Cassidy made his Mr. Bean entrance.
Oh, God,
man,
dude,
that's what they should be. I talked to Silla earlier.
That's what wrestling's all about.
Dude, I jumped out of the chair and Mr. Bean. No one else yelling.
No way.
Yeah, I was
in
gutted.
London town. Nobody was yelling for old Rowan.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, you know Mr. Bean, right? But no one knows the entrance, I guess. But in our section, it was so mad.
It's like the most watched bit of media ever. It's syndicated in every country ever, and you're in London as well.
People don't like to remember the intro, which implies he's an alien. You know.
Apparently he's massive in Germany like Bret Hart, Mr. Bean.
Oh, he's
so
massive
that's
everywhere.
Oh, right, sorry.
Because
Right,
it's physical. No, sorry.
Yeah, it crosses language barriers.
Yeah, because he doesn't even talk, does he?
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Teddy.
I'd never thought about that. He's an alien. It makes sense, doesn't
Yeah.
he? Mr. Bean's such a wanker, though, isn't he?
No.
He's a selfish, horrible man.
Not in the
How dare
film
you.
when he restores Whistler's mother, or like doesn't restore it, but like saves the day.
But how many times
'cause
in
it's
the
almost-
run-up to that
Yeah.
had he just been an arsehole?
I don't.
He is.
He's a
selfish.
dick with the guys doing the test.
Yeah.
It's like, I believe they studied that in last semester.
That's
And
a
he
good-
goes right there,
yeah.
gets gutted, and he cuts to Mr. Bean going,
And he stole.
oh, you're right, he's a dick.
Stole James Acaster's girlfriend. That's a shoot. That's real Rowan Atkinson. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fraser's met him.
James Acaster.
No,
right?
No, Mr.
Rowan
Bean.
Atkinson.
Oh, right,
Served him an ice cream up in Peebles.
Oh, really?
Apparently he's a wanker.
Is he? Well, he stole James Acaster's girlfriend, so.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I keep on mentioning it.
You're a big Acaster fan, are you?
I think so. Ospreay was
So
on
Rowan
his
Atkinson.
podcast the other week
Oh, right.
on The Off Menu with Ed Gamble.
That's
And
cool.
Ed Gamble's a wrestling fan, apparently.
Oh.
And they had Ospreay on, in the build-up to All In.
Bloody Tom doing ring announcing for Progress. Lost
Good
his voice.
God.
He's taken over by Rufus Hound.
Yeah.
That's mental, that, isn't it?
The one with the... Yeah, the
God.
Channel 4 man,
Yeah, God. So he did Progress on Monday. He did North. And then he did the ring announcing segments, whatever, for Progress at the Box Park, where the tag guys got into it. He hung out with some other people.
He did Grado's show.
Grado's show. God, thank you. Grado's show where Meltzer was the guest.
I don't know how.
Wow, I can't believe I can't even imagine what that would have looked like.
My mind couldn't deal with that. If I was doing one of those things, I would be terrified that I was going to mess that one thing up, and that would consume my brain for the entire weekend. But Tom, he just flits.
Luke was
Insane.
doing the post-show club night thing. I can't remember the name of it, but they asked, "Oh, do you want to do it?" And I went, "Oh, let me have a think." And I went, "Wait, I'm going to watch an 8-hour show, then pull a shift." No, I'm all right, mate.
What were you going to do on the show? DJ?
Like VJing.
What is that?
VJ?
Video DJing.
Was that?
No, some Indian guy VJing. No, just doing like the aesthetics of when they play music or whatever. And I was just looked at and went, "Wait, why do I want to do that?"
Because Matthew's a brilliant choice for that. I didn't know that was a thing, but think of all the references he knows. Think of all the things he knows.
Yeah. Shabba.
No, not Shabba. You'd put on like an old episode of like Battletoads.
It'll be The Simpsons. I've gone to the toilet for half an hour. There you go. There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it would be great. It's like, wait, I'm going to be up. I'm going to be walking around, saying hello to people for hours, walking around London town, like Billy Oliver Twist, and then 8-hour show, saying hello, then doing that. No, I'm going to be knackered.
Well,
Sorry.
I wasn't there on the
So
Sunday.
Luke had a good time.
I wasn't there on the Sunday, but I went to another thing Luke was involved in the night before, where I saw Mega Ran, and there was also a covers band, and I wish I could remember their name, but they were.
I know what you mean.
They did covers of wrestling themes. So we're just stood there listening to the DJ music. That sounds so old. And then, hang on, what's this? What's happening on the stage? Jane starts playing, Jeff Snare playing, and here comes the bassist. Orange Cassidy comes out. Then MJF came out. He was the front man. He looked a bit more like Jim Cornette, but that's okay. He had a Burberry scarf on.
Yeah.
And then he cuts a promo and goes, "You're all crap, and I'm better than you, and you know it." And we're like, "Oh, boo." And then he gets cut off. What's that? It's the Acclaimed, both white. They came out, and they were the drummer and the guitarist. And we were like, we don't know which way this is going to go. And then they were actually good. They were good. It was good.
Nice.
But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Just to touch on that VJ thing again. How does that work? Like, do you just download a load of tap from YouTube and then you'd
I think that was the
a
implication.
VLC
yeah.
playlist?
They were very nice, by the way. They were very nice, but it was just like, no, I'll be shattered,
Sounds
mate.
really fun. Do you have to match it to the music?
I guess that was the idea, yeah.
You should have gone because Swerve was there. I saw Luke's picture.
Oh, that would have been a perfect place to suck in front of. Hey, you all right, Matthew?
Nobody's going to be going, "This is the worst VJ I've ever seen."
You know what? You say that, but you know exactly. If you're in that position, you'd be like, yeah, that's what they're all thinking.
Have you ever had a VJ?
I've never had
Stop
a
it.
VJ. I know it's a thing though.
Really? Yeah, it's a real
on
thing.
big performances, like you need someone to handle the visuals.
But you've never had
and
one.
I've seen other people do
I've
it.
never
before,
had
yeah.
one.
You've never
Not big-
needed
not
one?
big, No.
No, you never needed one.
I'd have thought the DJ would have done that as well. I'm
Oh,
just
he's
thinking
got a
of-
lot.
I'm thinking of like
No, he's got a lot of
equalizer.
things.
Sure, and then, an extra spare of hands will clean up afterwards as well.
Didn't Ross shoot on DJs the other week? He was like, I can press play.
Yeah.
Oh, you should have been there.
Was this in discussion of Eddie Thorpe by any
Yeah, it
chance?
was Eddie Thorpe.
Was
yeah.
it positive of Eddie Thorpe?
No, he was
Oh,
saying that
okay.
DJs.
Has
he's
he
like,
turned on him
what do they
already?
even do?
I can't wait to hear
Was
the
it
update on
you?
Eddie Thorpe.
It wasn't me.
No,
I
it's
respect
definitely
DJs.
Ross. 100%
I can press
Ross.
play, and I was like, they need to beat match, Ross. Come on.
Yeah, keep the mood going and all this stuff. And he went, no, I can do that.
Well, you can see by Eddie Thorpe's struggles that it's a hard job. You know?
Yeah, of course it is.
Especially, people keep on beating you up.
Yeah.
But also it was nice going outside after Wembley Stadium. Again, not as bad as it was last year. And there was just people hanging around. Just hanging around, having a good time. Ross, that woman that follows him around, was there. Yeah, Emma, Tom, and everyone was just in great spirits. Said hello to so many Cultaholic fans. Thank you very much. Sorry if we're all tired, but big long show. But everyone was just full of glory and love.
The biggest praise that you give an AEW ever is they stuck to the curfew, and I got it's so good.
I'm a human being. Can't just watch wrestling for 9 hours.
Thank you for cutting it short. Appreciate it. I got the tube.
Yeah. 100%. Oh, and by the way, I need to say a shout out to where I stayed. Because again, originally my mate was going to book everything because he was going to get it closer to the venue on Wembley Way, basically, because that's where he stayed last year.
Oh, it was all gone. It was all so expensive.
Yeah, because he didn't tell me until months later. Oh, by the way, I'm not going. I'm like, oh, cheers, mate. Well, everything's sold out now because they announced it like a year before. So I had to look around and go, okay, well, I had to send multiple requests via booking.com to, stay at somebody's place. No one said yes. So what am I going to do? And maybe a month beforehand, I'd never look. And yeah, there's a place in walking distance, 25-minute walk of Wembley Way, for very, very reasonable amount. I went, fantastic, looks great. Yeah, cool. The bedroom looked like the very end scene of 2001: A Space Odyssey. He wakes up with that bed.
Not seen it.
Not seen it either.
And went there, got it checked out, and he gave me a code. I went, it'll be one of these things where there's someone's house, but they're not in. So I'll just have people come in. There's the code to come in. Go to the front door, nothing to type. I'm like, how do I get in here then?
A key safe, right?
And I looked at there was a security camera, and I went, hello, knocked on the door, and this old woman answered and went, what can I help you? I went, there's nothing, it's an estate, there's nothing else on the street.
Right.
I'm like, I'm staying here tonight? And she's like, are you sure? I went, yeah. And she went, all right. I went, but what's your name? Yeah, okay, come in. I'm like, okay. And it was a house. The family was still there downstairs.
Oh,
They go,
mate.
there's your room upstairs. I went, okay, take your shoes off. I went, okay. And went up, and it was a room with a key. It had my name and the date staying and leaving. And just went in, did
And
that.
the code was on.
There was
that
no
door?
code. I got given a code. I don't know what that code was
Okay.
about.
Oh, mate.
That got me infinite lives, I guess. I don't know what the code was for. But yeah, and then there's it was the kettle on, outside, like cups and stuff for coffee. I went, yeah, cheers, there's a shower. Fantastic, I'll leave you alone.
She did you a
And just
fry up?
heard the family, like when I'm trying to sleep, just doing family things downstairs.
Wow.
I'm like, I've never done that. Obviously,
That's
an Airbnb set up on via booking.com. Never been to a setup where the family's there.
Did you go and join them?
No.
No.
I've heard
Nor
about
would
people
I.
doing that.
Nah, I didn't dare.
I've heard about that happening like in other countries when it's backpackers,
Yeah.
and then they've gone, "Oh, come and stay on our sofa or whatever," and like, but
Yeah.
not in England.
Yeah,
where
couch
it's-
surfing is a thing,
Yeah,
isn't
yeah,
it? That's
yeah,
its
yeah.
own thing.
But
I wouldn't
but
expect to
I've
see that
never
on
heard-
booking.com.
But no, I've never heard of the
Right,
Airbnb.
booking.com
where
was
they're still
surprised to
there.
see it. And again, it wasn't that big of an issue because I was using it with sleeping and having a shower. But it was just funny, like, well, they're there.
Wow.
Walked past one of them, went, hello. Immediately went in the room, shut the door.
Wow. Oh, it's a wrestling fan, Jesus.
Yeah, I didn't think it's smell us. But yeah, so that was nice. And yeah, no issues, but it was really surprising.
That would
So I
be-
got to tell people, like, where are you staying at? Oh, I'm at the Hilton. Oh, guess where I'm staying?
I'd be terrified. Was it you saying you once went to an escape room in London, which was just some bloke's house?
Yeah, it's just a converted,
What?
converted semi. Got it on. You know what? It was weird because it was for my mate Tim's birthday as well. And I really, really broke at the time, but he had let me stay with him for a few weeks, and I wanted to thank him. And I was like, oh man, well, I've got no money, right? I've got like 100 quid in my bank account or something. I'll spend it all on him. So I got this meal on Groupon, which was absolutely awful. It was so bad.
Where was it at?
I can't even remember. Somewhere in London. I think it was Camden actually. And then walking distance escape room, and it's like, we're going the wrong way here, aren't we? We're walking into a cul-de-sac, like just outside of Camden Station. What is going on? No signs or anything. It's just like 16 Dudley Hill or whatever the address was, and walked up, knocked. Is this an escape room? Yeah. Come on. It was the roughest thing I've ever seen. It was so weird, and like they were set up for like 3 or 4 escape rooms. Each one was just in a bedroom.
It sounds like Saw. Like it's so scary.
Serial killers were so prevalent in the 80s.
It was
Wow.
The escape room itself was quite good.
Did you
actually.
escape? Yeah,
Yeah, no, we got out of there through the window as quick as possible.
I found a brick. On an amendment to some of the stuff at AEW, the meetings with Dan Reichardt, the person that Tom dubbed Mental Sarah. I don't think that's her real name.
This is Mental Sarah.
Yeah, she did a video going, Mental Sarah's asking where your queue is, Maffew.
It's like a peep show character. That,
It
isn't
really is, yeah. And she's like, my name's not that. I saw it at the train station. So
she didn't like it.
To record, yeah, so could record something for Tom. So, yeah, well, very happy saying stuff to him.
Tom also got Kenta to say that he's going to come for Jack Atkins after he hit him with a door last year.
And some other people, Sam Patel of the lovely Facebook groups and memes. Gene Money, who we saw on Monday Way and looked exhausted.
I saw Gene as well,
Yeah.
knocking about.
He's a funny man.
He's
isn't
great.
he?
He's
really
very
like
good.
him.
Yeah. Jake and my DMs every bloody week and all the other magnificent people we saw and had a good time with. And I looked hideous by the end of it. My bloody nose was swollen and pink. So I've been doing nothing but nasal spray since then. Still a bit like feeling funky just because of the London germs, but
Not the powder.
No.
that sounded legal, didn't it?
Yeah, that sounded really.
No!
No, I was sneezing
Like
a
that
lot.
Mark Wahlberg clip. What? No.
It's so funny that because when I used to go to London when I was a kid, I'd come back with
doing
a
coke.
cough.
Oh.
Because the London air is so poor, and I wouldn't have thought you'd have got that going from Newcastle
Right.
to London, but the difference is massive, isn't
Oh,
it?
yeah. We're lovely up here. We have the best water. Everyone's
Exactly.
parents are so proud of the water up here. We have the best water.
Yeah.
I don't like the water up here. Bit hard for my liking. Raw.
Monday Night Raw, hope not too hard for Pachidi. The show opens with a memorial graphic for Sid. Yes, it does. More on that later. The JD start things off and show footage of last week's beatdown on Priest and Ripley. Balor says they aren't the bad guys around here. Priest and Ripley betrayed the group and got what they deserved. And that's just a preview of what will happen at Bash in Berlin. Dom says he's entering the tournament for a shot at the IC title, and he's going to win the whole damn thing. Ray and the LWO interrupt. Ray says at least when Dom was with Rhea, one of them had a set. Someone needs to put Dom in his place, but Dom says he already beat Ray. Ray says Dom has always been a jackass, but now he's with Liv, he's an even bigger one. Liv tells Dom to hit Ray, who dares him to. JD tries a cheap shot Ray instead, starting a brawl leading to our first match. And then the JD win an 8-man tag match against the LWO with help from Liv.
Yes.
They prepare to put Ray through the announce table, but Priest and Ripley arrive. Dom, Liv, and Balor make their escape as the, do I have to call them this? I guess I do. The Terror Twins beat up JD and win the ring.
It's not as bad as people. It's not great or anything.
Rubbish.
It's all right. I was chuffed with this. It felt, and it's going to be short term, isn't it? But LWO, one of the weaker stables as far as presentation goes in WWE, and it sort of feels like even if it's for a brief moment, they've sort of got something to do for a little bit.
Yeah,
that's true.
And Ray and his sort of evolution from I'm never going to hurt my son at all to just being ready to batter him. It's so good.
I like the segment. Just Ray going, I hate you, son.
Yeah.
You've always been a jackass.
Yep.
What?
I've always disliked you. Fantastic. We got to see the Joaquin dive of death. Which even twice the second way around. Always good seeing that. And this is going to sound really nerdy, but La Magistral won. That used to be an MDK finish. No one used to kick out of that.
Really?
In like 1963. But it was just good to see that. And another victory over the deadbeat dad.
Yeah. Deserves that.
Yeah, Dom's still mega over, just existing. Some people booing him because they don't like him. Some people doing it in a protest because they saw him say those things to Logan Paul the other week.
Oh, he was so good.
What a lad.
His grin as he was going like, oh, yeah, we were in Japan. You ever been?
I think I ruined that for Maffew slightly because I kind of said it's probably a work. I think it's probably a great.
I heard you said no one else seems to. Everyone, that seems to be a thing. So only a few people know. But then, rather like a picture of two Cultaholic lads that's doing the rounds at the minute. So a few people don't seem to know the context. They just see what's there, and I'll take it.
Yeah.
Also, the underrated bits going, bro, how's your hair so nice? And goes, I shampoo and condition it every day. I thought that was bad for your hair. Not mine.
Every day though.
Yeah,
that does
what
sound
people
bad
say.
for it.
People saying like, no, that's right, that's wrong, and Dom's like,
Well, yeah. Fair
look
enough.
at this.
Yeah.
You know?
Fair.
There was a girl at our school who never washed her hair, and she was she was like, well, it cleans itself. You give it 6 weeks and it cleans itself. Greasiest woman you've ever seen. I think Jack actually might be right. I didn't even consider that it was a work. I was so into the kayfabe of it all, but it would have just been cut out in the edit, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They cut those things down.
And Logan looks so uncomfortable in a bit where if it's pre-rehearsed, it's like, well, no, yeah, him. I mean, it just shows his lack of humility. Well, no, I'm just waiting to be invited back. You know, by the Emperor of Japan.
I will
say, invite him back.
because I saw like someone splice together like various occasions where someone's brought it up and Logan's gone, oh no. But Dom, out of all of them, seemed to be taking it the further. Like he seemed to be relishing it the most.
Should have worn the hat.
That was good. Yeah.
He's really funny,
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah,
Dom,
yeah. Oh, he's so
outrageously funny.
And I think he started to look quite cute. Like when him and Liv betrayed Rhea and he was just smiling on the ramp, I was like, that's meant to be a heel smile, but he looks adorable.
Oh, now he's got that giant mullet and tash. I'm like, oh yeah, would.
Yeah. Yeah, I would. Ooh. Right.
So, yeah, the Miz is interviewed about entering the tournament, but Bronson Reed interrupts. He says once he's taken care of Braun Strowman, he'll come back to deal with the Miz.
He's losing track of all the people he's got to maim.
And he will.
Wow. And he will, yeah.
He will. Watch your back, Mike. Bronson, I think, can just be the guy to sort of facilitate paid time off in WWE now. I don't know if you saw the CM Punk thing where he's like, yeah, we can just like request time off. There's an app for it now. And I can just sort of see it, just that goes directly to Bronson's phone. It's like, right, you got another one. So I imagine he's written truth off, hasn't he?
The modern day 911.
Yeah.
In the locker room, Woods shows Kofi his new gear, which means they're no longer matching, but it's all good. They're glad they're emotionally mature enough to talk about their issues, like last week when Kofi tagged in Odyssey Jones instead of Woods.
He was closer. Yeah, it's good.
Now they're both entering the tournament and have 2 chances to get an IC title shot. It's good. They talk about, like, yeah, it shows we're mature enough to talk about these things. Last week, they had this serious chat while dressed as the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
This is another case of Triple H subverting expectations. Everybody, like Woods is there, dressed in all black. Oh, surely he's the one who's upset about this whole thing. He's the one that's going to be turning heel. Kofi's going to turn.
What?
I'm locking that in
They're
now.
not nice
It's too obvious. They are.
Odyssey's going to turn, and then
He's going to side with Kofi.
But then after a while, it's like the wrong trousers. So Woods is Gromit. He's been cast out. Feathers McGraw is Odyssey Jones.
Yep.
Kofi's Wallace. He's got this new pal, shiny new pal. Oh my God, isn't he amazing? He'll come around eventually. Maybe,
Yeah, he will, yeah,
maybe
100%.
with the help of Big E, if he's involved ever again.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah. It's not going to be an especially long-term thing because you're right. Odyssey Jones will be just a big monster heel who batters the New Day, but Kofi is going to be the one to side with him.
I think you're right.
I don't think they can turn heel. It's just like a slight indifference.
He'll be getting fooled by
Miscommunication.
Odyssey Jones.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, okay, that's a better way of putting it.
Yeah. The Pure Fusion Collective, yes, are interviewed in Gorilla and brag about the people they've beaten down recently. Zoe and Shayna have a match against Damage Control. Zelina Vega attacks Sonya Deville at ringside, while Kairi and Io pick up the win.
Yeah. These lasses don't actually win as much as I thought they'd be winning. The Pure Fusion Collective, I mean. Come on, guys, the Pure Fusion Collective.
That's so much worse than Terror Twins.
Oh, yeah.
So much worse.
Oh, yeah, I'm not arguing
hard
that.
I need to admit here, the copy of Raw that I watched had one segment missing from it, and it was this. I don't know what network, because I know like Hulu cut it down, don't they? Everything else was on here.
results, the non-woke cut of Raw.
This is the one bit that didn't make the cut on my legal version
Damn it,
of
Sir
Monday Night Raw.
Paul's
So
slacking.
I think
do your thing.
It's because the ref's willy fell out, didn't it? Halfway through.
Oh, yeah. William Regal again, special guest ref.
Oh, no, Regal. But crowd did not give a single damn about any of this.
No.
And that's all my notes.
They still like Damage Control, like before and after the match, but yeah, they didn't get big reaction during.
Yeah, same thing we said every bloody week since it come up. They're trying to put 2 stables over at the same time when none of them are that over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a work in progress.
Yes. We get another creepy Wyatt VHS promo. Bo Dallas says the false prophet masquerades as a loving shepherd while marching his lambs into the mouths of wolves. Yum yum. Chad Gable's actions are blasphemous, and the Wyatts have given him chance after chance. His arrogance is like a beast, and the Wyatts must cut off his head. He accepts Gabe's challenge for tonight in a singles match.
Yeah, I cut quite a lot of that down, actually.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Like a beast coming out of the sea, he specified at one point, for example. It's not, obviously it's been handled much better than unfortunately the latter day Bray stuff was when it was locked down and it was ending every Raw and it was just endless stuff. And then right when it seemed like they might turn over a new leaf with him, and then he unfortunately passed away. But it does still have the same problem at the end, which is like, where does it go from here? And I'm starting to just get just a little bit worried, but I don't know. It's too early to really worry about it, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm liking what they're doing when they come to the ring and get massive pops and stuff like this. These things are still the weakest point because it's just doing the bog standard ramble noises at the end. And I'm like, okay, cool. Yep, the horror thing.
I'm going to play devil's advocate a bit here.
That's good for a film.
I don't think this is for me, and maybe it's not for any of us. I think if you're into the sort of horror genre, then you'll love this and you'll be really, really into it. And I'd see it the same as like when crap comedy happens on WWE, I try to think, that's probably for the kids, isn't it? Trying to appeal to the widest audience possible. I think there's a small section of the WWE fan base who absolutely love this stuff. I don't mind it that much because it was relatively short. I enjoyed the match at the end as well, which we'll talk about. But yeah, maybe this just isn't sort of set out to, like, it's the same with all the cryptic stuff, isn't it? If you're into code breaking or something, you'll love doing all that stuff.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean
the
much
thieves
to me.
and burglars love the Wyatt stuff.
Tom was loving it. Do you remember before he debuted? Tom was fully in
Trying to
on
work all the stuff out.
he
It's
loved
fun
it.
and it's really inventive. It's interactive.
Of course, Tom liked it.
And look at the source code and
Of course, Tom liked it. It meant more work.
Yes.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, well, true.
Drew McIntyre heads to the ring and mocks CM Punk's promo routine, like the sentimental part where little Timmy flew 239,000 miles from the moon to worship his Lord and Savior CM Punk.
Didn't understand that.
No, it was a direct
Do you
reference to. So last week, Punk's occasionally sometimes does this thing where he like mentions a really like specific story. Like, I met a fan the other day who like it's normally something quite nice. It's like, oh, he was his cancer's gone into remission and blah blah. It's always very nice, baby face, serious stuff. I met someone whose kids like love me, but it's all. If you look at it like Drew is, it all circles back to, and they all wanted to meet me. Which,
And he's right. This is why this feud is still amazing. He's right. That's what Punk does. Also, Drew wearing the black waistcoat like Sid, I think. I'm not sure if it was a Sid tribute or not, but
He wears that. And no, he wears it with the sleeves and the. Oh, maybe.
maybe. I also like the fact that he did CM Punk's promo bit. That's great. Where else is it? What's Punk say?
what a time to be alive in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
And crowd went, yay! Like, no, I'm mocking Punk. I'm mocking Punk, whatever. The truth is, Punk is scared of Drew, which explains why he keeps attacking him from behind. Drew accuses the crowd of being Punk's enablers. Oh, this is good stuff. Encouraging him to make stupid decisions like challenging McIntyre to a strap match. Now his blood is on our hands. Drew says the fans choose nostalgia over himself, the warrior who was with us during the darkest times. Punk interrupts and attacks Drew from behind. Like he said.
Justified.
Hypocrite. Jack Perry, suddenly right. Drew takes control of the brawl, but Punk backdrops him on the announce table and whips him until security break it up. Drew runs away through the crowd while Punk takes out security in the ring very cruelly.
It's picked up from last week.
Yes.
It was good stuff.
Yeah.
It was really, really good stuff. But yeah, you're totally right. He did exactly what Drew complained that he'd been doing about. Yeah. He's so justified in everything that he's saying, isn't he?
Yeah, and we said something like, how like an alcoholic take a drink because these friends enable it. Again, mocking him for being straight edge, all that stuff there. And, Punk just being mad and attacking security, which is, I hope, Adam Pearce is there with the fines.
They're just doing their job. Yeah, it's nasty.
Shocking that. Yeah.
No,
This is good stuff.
I agree with Adam. It's stepped up from last week.
We get a Braun Strowman video package. He is going to batter Bronson Reed. Yes, he is. Jey Uso enters through the crowd for his tournament match against Kofi Kingston and Karrion Kross. Good evening.
I'm actually despairing at Jey, not Karrion Kross, who I love.
Wow. So he's lower down than Karrion Kross.
Because I was watching it and Fraser was next to me and Jey pops up in the concourse and I was like, this guy, man. And Fraser's like, they love him. Look how over he is. And I was
surrounded by fans.
I don't care anymore, right? They love him because he says a word.
Yep.
And does that and then he bloody wins.
And he wins with the big yeeting splash.
Great shot of the splash.
Yeah.
There's something that they can do here. I agree. I've been very vocal about the watering down of, what did you call it? The Flanderization.
That's it. Well done.
Of,
Take a shot every time there's a Simpsons reference, by the way.
But there is something that they can do with this. They haven't done it yet, but they might do it. And that's the fact that there's something to work with because Jay's not won a singles title before. And maybe he'll want to do that. But yeah, you want a super over guy in the match, don't you?
Yeah.
And he's so over. I agree with you. I've stacked it off loads. I love the Usos. Favourite team in the last 10, 15 years. And Jey Uso. Oh, man, you can't argue with the results, really, can you?
Well, I don't like it, so yes, I can.
Yeah, fair. No, you're right. No, you're right. I do that too much. I'm too forgiving with that stuff. I'm not entertained by it either. Yeah. So I should sit here and slag it off.
One positive is that results do mean stuff now. Not just because it's in a tournament, but I'm assuming that because was it Woods in this one or Kofi? Whichever. Both the New Day guys lost their qualifier matches in the tournament. Yeah. I'm assuming that'll further their downfall. So results of matches do mean stuff now.
I would have quite liked one of the New Day to qualify and not the other one. I thought that would have been been an interesting way to go. But
maybe there'll be like one of those last chance matches and then they'll be against each other or something.
Decent match though for the spots. But I was more focused on it's Corey Graves and Michael Cole this week.
Yes.
No more Patton Cole. And God, he's so much more subdued when it's got Corey.
Well, Cole...
So it's like, because Corey was like, look, it's time for me to do the big yeet. Yeet. Wasn't that big? And I was like, oh.
Does Michael Cole think Corey's a nerd? Like, Pat McAfee's the cool kid who enables Michael Cole to be a silly little bugger, but he's like, he don't want to do it with Corey.
I wouldn't have thought that until this week. And I think Cole must look at Corey like, oh, hello, new kid.
Yeah, what a dork.
He's like, I've been here for like 15 years. Whatever.
Looks at the
Shut
handsome
up, go get me a
tattooed
sandwich.
Corey Graves and goes, you nerd, you're not my cool friend Pat.
Go watch a TikTok, Corey. But yeah, there's good stuff in. Even if I can appreciate people not liking Jay because of what used to be, but I mean, I listen to the crowd and go, bloody hell, all right.
Yeah.
We get a promo from Gunther via Instagram, who was confident of beating Randy Orton on Saturday. On then comes to the ring and talks about being a fan favourite these days. The title he loves most is the World Heavyweight title because he was the youngest man to win it and the last to hold it before it was originally unified. I had forgotten all about that.
He beat Cena, I think.
That's right, that ladder match. Orton says he grew up in front of us and made a lot of mistakes, but now he's earned every bit of respect that comes with his name. Orton will beat Gunther like he beat every one of his demons, and he'll do it with the RKO. I'm very sorry about that.
That was really discreet.
Yeah.
I held it in for that one bit. Timing on that.
This bloke's turning heel, isn't he?
No.
Oh.
I hope not, because when he's a baby face, he gets through his promos twice as fast. Which is really
That's a very good point.
He's like, I really like sentimental Orton, and you can tell that he's having fun with it. But yeah, one last run as a top, tippity top heel, vicious, horrible punting Orton. I'm all for.
You say that, but I really like the fact he just comes out and having a good old time and says to the crowd, "Oh, thank you for singing my song. It only took you 30 years."
Yes, I like that.
Very nice. I put Randy perma over since at least 2017. We've talked about this a few times because the Wyatt feud where it was the secret agent where
when he was really
Luke Harper's
horrible.
like, we can't trust him, and Bray's like, of course we can, it's Randy Orton, the most trustworthy dude in WWE history.
And then he burned down his house.
Yeah, he burned down his house.
And he was meant to be the face.
house. Yeah.
His house, he burned it
He burned
down.
his house.
He's burned my house. Remember that? In the
He's like,
video
Randy,
package?
was that accidental? And he's in there, oh, he did it deliberately.
Did you leave the chip pan on? Oh, no.
Randy, are you okay? Did you get out all right?
And then he beat him.
Yeah.
He beat him with an RKO, even though Bray had insects on the ring. What a... No, it wasn't
Yeah, he
the
beat
best.
him. He ended that match, so he was a face there.
That
And,
feud never made sense, by the way.
No, it didn't.
Randy allowed Bray to win the Rumble. Bray got the... Wait, no.
No, Randy won the Rumble.
Sorry, Randy won the Rumble and then submitted his title shot to Bray. Said, you can have the title shot.
What, in the chamber?
No, before
That's
then.
not right, is it?
Yeah, he got him. Maybe got him in the chamber. I can't remember, but he
Remember?
I don't remember that.
Bray
bit.
won it in the chamber.
Yeah, Bray won it though, yeah.
But Randy had submitted the title. He said, "I'm not going to." Maybe it was after Bray won the belt, and he went, "I'm not going to challenge you, Bray." Then he went on his house,
that bit might make
and
sense,
then he
yeah,
went and
okay.
challenged him anyway.
Yeah, then there was
Since
the feud
then-
with Jeff Hardy in 2019.
Oh, the screwdrivers.
Yeah,
feud.
where I'm pretty sure he was still getting cheered even though he was supposed to be heel.
Yeah, it was on the way there. You know what turned it? It's the best thing Matt Riddle's ever done is humanizing Randy Orton. It really was then, I think, because Randy started having fun.
There was always glimmers of fun, Randy, like when he did the splits in the air that time. Which everyone went, "Oh." But now he's really having fun.
Yeah. And he loves bloody Elden Ring.
Does he?
Does he?
Oh, it was a real. It was like the end of Toy Story 3 when he
paid
was
someone,
he was
didn't
talking with he was talking with Cody. And it's like, oh man, got through the plus hours in the Elden Ring, and Cody's like, I just don't have the time anymore. It's like Randy Orton's the huge nerd, and Cody's the jock now. Like, lads, we're through the looking glass now. Like Cody's nerdness was legendary in a wrestling nerd culture thing, but now Orton is like, well, I got injured, I had to play Elden Ring.
I'm
He
sure
had to pay someone to
Cody
help him.
used to wear like Hufflepuff merch backstage. didn't
like
he?
Zelda logos.
He had
and his,
like Hufflepuff joggers on. He's in Hufflepuff. He's deliberately chosen the loser house.
I think I'm in Hufflepuff. When I did the thing.
You're not a Ravenclaw. You're quite clever.
You know me. I'm not especially.
you
I wasn't in the bad guys or the good guys. Slytherin and Gryffindor. I was in one of the two lesser ones.
Lesser.
Yeah.
I'm a Gryffindor.
me.
I am.
Oh, cool.
And people go, yeah. But like in a bad way. And I'm like, all right. What does that mean? They just go, yeah.
What's the deal? They're like proud but a bit smug.
Main character energy.
Ah, okay,
I think
right,
it's
yeah.
all about them. CM Punk is like such a Gryffindor.
The Leo of the star sign astrology. The Leo,
Oh,
because
the
I'm a
Leo's thing.
Leo,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that's meant to be central character. It's all about me, sort of thing.
I'm a Libra, which apparently means like, oh yeah, you're a total virgin who cares about fairness and stuff. I'm like, all right.
Wow.
What are you?
Sagittarius. Goat. Oh, thank you.
Richard?
Leo.
Leo as well.
Yeah. The women's tag team champions don't believe Jade and Belair are such an unstoppable force. They get all the attention, but what good did that do them in Glasgow? Just because we want Jade and Belair to be the best doesn't mean they actually are. They'll leave Berlin as champions still.
No, they won't.
I don't remember this promo.
They might, you
this
know.
happen?
I just don't know who gets pinned. One of the witches gets pinned. And
Yeah.
The women's tag just exists as the thing to change hands on international pay-per-views.
To further single story.
Other people going, look, history was made here tonight.
Yeah, you'd think for such like an NWA head, Triple H would like respect tag team wrestling, but he really doesn't. It's just a device to him.
It is. Strowman and Reed's match spills backstage and into the parking lot. Bronson lays Strowman out on a car roof and hits the Tsunami from a ledge above. Agents arrive and Adam Pearce screams for the medical team. He screams.
So funny.
Get me medics!
What's someone think of the children?
At one point he went, he's talking about his fingers.
Oh, yeah. He did.
After the break, we learned that Reed was able to walk away from the scene without medical assistance. Strowman is still down and said he can't feel his fingers.
That's very serious. And he says he's like Southern though, isn't he? My fingers.
They've,
I'd be like, if I'm Pierce, I go, quick, grab his wallet.
I liked it because what a job they've done with Bronson Reed over the last 4 weeks. Has it been now?
Yeah.
They've completely turned him around, haven't they? It's as simple as just a big guy battering people. And he's stolen Strowman's gimmick here. Strowman was the guy for these big prop vehicle, generally based stunts. And he's done it to the master of the vehicle based prop stunt.
I'll race in the Stig. You're exactly right, mate. It was crazy. I love this. Even with Graves and Coles' cliche-ridden commentary. I'm like,
That's your car.
by God, Godzilla versus King Kong. By God, the Richter scale. By God, he's fat. You know, all the classics were here. But yeah, they just kept on going and going. And you're like, yeah, it was like when Braun was beefing with Roman all those years ago. And you're like, oh, this is the changing of the guard, like the American Tourist.
This stuff's so over. If you I look at WWE's YouTube channel and the stuff where they get vehicles involved or something gets smashed up, man, they do numbers. People love this stuff.
Did you see a photo of Reed jumping off a ledge on a car? Like, oh, I'm watching that. Yeah.
Oh, imagine if they got Jey Uso to do something outside. Imagine the numbers that would do.
Quick to the Yeet-mobile.
Yeah.
I thought, Jesus Christ, the shoulder tackle Braun gave Bronson to Reed that he took on the car and had such velocity, he then fell off the car. I went, oh, Christ.
That looks horrible.
Well, that'll be the end of this segment, I thought. Like a dum-dum. And then, just jumping and smashing it with all the glass, popping out, and the little bit of spark.
It was nice touch there.
good.
And initially, I was like, why is that doing? That's a roof, isn't it? But it's just the light, isn't it? It's the light that you're not allowed to turn on when you're a kid and your dad's driving.
You've got
It's
arrested.
illegal.
I was shocked how much trust Bronson had in Braun's aim with the girder when he threw the girder at him. And it kind of whizzed past his head. And I thought, Jesus.
I can take it. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah.
But, God, what a amazing visual and everything else. Yeah, Bronson Reed, well done.
What's he going to do next? Bret Hart.
No. Go on. Don't say that. Oh,
Saturday.
might happen. Well, Bret Hart's is like, oh, it's great to be here. Let me go get something from my car. Turns the car at Reed. Ah! Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we've seen Bret act. Pete Dunne advances to the tournament, winning a triple threat match against Xavier Woods and The Miz.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Happy with the result.
Prefer main roster Pete to NXT Pete currently because his NXT character is so silly.
How is that a thing? Why is that allowed to be a thing where he's a different guy on a different brand?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's weird, isn't it? But I liked it. I liked him pulling the ref out. I thought it was clever, take advantage of the triple threat rules, and it was a decent match as well.
Exactly. And again, Xavier paying tribute to Sid
Yes.
with the blatant fist pump. Oh, yes.
And the armband.
And the armband, yes, I didn't notice. Oh, and a big old power bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Like what Sid used to do.
Yeah.
Except Sid would have won this, so maybe try harder next time. But just a very good match. It's bad when it's just a good match.
I know, I don't
Because you're
wanna
like, ooh, should we repeat word for word? No, because that's a crap podcast. But yeah, that was good. Bron Breakker is interviewed backstage. He says a member of Jey Uso's family has never beaten up a member of his own. Is that true? Oh, go on.
The Wild Samoans, with Sir Oliver Humperdinck, defeat the Steiner brothers at Starrcade 1989. But it took a little while to find one, you know?
Oh.
God. Oh, that was the Iron Man thing, wasn't it? Where it was that the round robin.
Didn't watch it, man. I just checked.
Oh, sorry, man. Just wanted to read that out. What am I doing here? Bloody hell, sorry.
But it took a while. It did.
As for Pete Dunne, there's no way he can win. Whoever wins the tournament, the worst is yet to come. I like quite a reason for Jay not winning. It's Pete, nice crap.
When they showed the stuff at the start of the show where they show like the wrestlers are arriving and stuff. When Bron came in, he had a lovely doggy.
Big old dog.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
More dogs than wrestling.
Yeah. Not in sort of stressful situations like Pharaoh would be sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Cody's retiring him from the road.
I'm glad.
You remember Mercedes came out with all the corgis
Yeah.
in the carriage? Did you see which guard was lounging on top of the carriage?
No?
It was only man like Doris. It was, yeah.
Oh.
0-1.
2-1.
Thank you. He's my boy. Love him.
He's great.
Yeah, he called me Jack the Jobski on Twitter once, and I
Did
felt
he?
like I was one of the boys.
It was a good entrance to choose to use dogs for because there was no reaction at all. So there was no risk of them getting scared.
How dare you?
Oh, I just got that.
That's the CEO.
Yes.
Right. Come at me, my name stands.
God.
I'm not on Twitter anymore.
Oh, they're scary though, them.
Are you not on Twitter anymore?
No,
I
for
just
years.
realised that. How sensible of you. Chad finishes a bench press set and cuts a promo on Uncle Howdy. Tonight, he'll show everybody that Howdy is just an ordinary guy, and he'll tap out like anyone else. You all right?
It was funny. It was a funny promo.
It was very angle.
It was very angle. At the beginning, when he just addressed him as Howdy, but it felt like a greeting. He was like, Howdy! But it's good.
You're
It was
right.
a good
You know
promo.
what? I didn't realise that. Yeah. Howdy is just an ordinary guy. Grandpa, hello. Yeah. That's right. That's not how that works. But Gable isn't ordinary. He's a genius, an Olympian, and American-made.
It was like Angle mixed with Ben Stiller's character from Dodgeball. I really liked it. It was so funny compared to the ultra serious Bo Dallas promo. And then he's just finishing his bench press. Now listen here, Howdy.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Oh, I did so many. My arms hurt so much.
Yeah.
We get a vignette for Priest and Rhea. In Berlin, they'll show no mercy. Ripley busts out a bit of Spanish. That's good. They speak that in Berlin. The ref gets taken down during the main event between Uncle Howdy and Chad Gable. The rest of American Made interfere, but the Wyatts arrive and brawl into the crowd. Back in the ring, Howdy hits Sister Abigail for the win.
Why are you laughing at?
Because Howdy, he's right. You've ruined that for me
I'm now
now.
thinking of the Toy Story scene. I'm Woody.
Howdy.
Yeah, classic.
It's the best bit of Toy
It's
Story.
so
wasn't it?
good,
It's
yeah.
so
I loved
funny.
it, man.
So
What,
funny.
even with all the Randy Newman parts, you still think that's the best part?
The best dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he just says, oh.
What a film.
Such a derisive laugh.
What a film.
I got a bit of crap on the news video this week for doing this because I complained about Gable being in this feud. It's not him losing that I have a problem with at all, really. I just think it's maybe the wrong person to be matching him up with because Gabe was so hot and he's got a new
I agree,
stable.
100%.
And no, people were saying like, oh yeah, Adam's saying he's been buried. I never said that. So I wanted to
People
talk
have
about
to take long things and just put it into that. Pachidi hates Gable.
You can't cover every caveat, can you?
No.
when you're talking about stuff. But I do still think this is the wrong feud for him because I'd like to see Gable do the team angle thing, and the start of a run is very, very important. So I'm not sure it's the right matchup, but I do think it's a really, really lovely tribute. I'm glad that they've pulled back a little bit on the supernatural elements. He is a wrestler. And I didn't realise, but this was Bo's first match since 2019. And he had broken his neck as well.
Oh my God.
So fair play to that man.
Wait, broke his neck?
Yeah. He
I remember that.
Yeah, he had a broken neck. I can't remember the exactly when it happened, but he's come back from a broken neck.
I was wondering why he wasn't wrestling. I'm like, bloody hell.
Yeah, he
He's
didn't go and do the
so-
indies or anything, did he?
Nah, he just like disappeared, and I thought, was he just done with wrestling?
And then the last stuff he did was like just interfering in Bray's matches, wasn't it? As Uncle Howdy.
Yeah, I swear the last time I remember hearing about him in wrestling was he was at an airport drunk, yelling about conspiracy theories, and thought, oh, he's just done then, isn't he?
Oh,
I thought he was
really?
like a Brad Maddox type.
It's weird because it looked like he was going to do indies because I looked at his Twitter the other day to see if he was active and if he was doing the Uncle Howdy stuff on there. And there was like a Gmail link to Book Bo or whatever it was in there. So I guess that was his plan. No, I'm still not sold on the Gable thing. I think it makes sense in story terms. As far as the storyline goes, they're targeting people who have been horrible to their friends, and that makes perfect sense with Gable.
Yeah.
I wish the timing was different. And maybe they did that 3 months down the line, just when the new stable, Gable stable, has been established a bit more.
You still need to pay off the Otis thing, really, as well.
True.
Yeah.
They've had him at that crazy match on Raw, the Texas Tornado. Sorry, Texas Tornado.
Oh, they
spelled
did.
the graphics. But but then it's like almost overshadowed by these two things at once.
Yeah, you want your big Otis Virgil moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
But having said that, though, you are right. Uncle Howdy being done better than by Bo than when Bray was bloody doing him almost, because I actually enjoyed this. I thought the last run of Uncle Howdy and like yeah, he's back, and then just this gash after that. But yeah, it was fantastic here, and Gable can make anybody look good. So yeah, and he took that bloody finish again, stunning.
Oh, Bo looked really big. I think just because Gable's quite short. Well, he was Shorty G, wasn't he? Famously,
Infamously.
Infamously.
The infamous Shorty G would be a great rap name.
That was Bo's last match in WWE. Shorty G. It wasn't a singles, but it was some thrown together babyface heel thing, and Shorty G was involved there.
I don't remember Bo Dallas in 2019. Was that when he was trying to look all serious?
Was he doing B Team stuff?
In 2019?
Maybe that was a bit later.
They were
I'm not sure.
I thought
I
B
guess
Team was before then.
Yeah, they were unreal though. No, wait, are you thinking of the Social Outcasts?
Bollocks, I am.
Because then he went into the B team.
Not yet. There you go. Oh, yeah. He's
B team. Go, go, go.
There he is. I see him now. Thank you.
Unreal. Really good.
Bo NXT was bloody great.
Yeah.
Really underrated. That
Come on,
stuff.
guys. Believe.
And he got so much heat because of it. It was great.
Did a
Loved it.
rap battle one time?
I remember that.
Yeah,
Yep.
he did. Yeah,
He was
yeah.
good against Flo Rida, and everyone pretended Flo Rida had won, but
I know,
won.
we all knew it was wrong. Eliminated Wade Barrett from the Rumble.
No?
Did he?
It was a big thing. So I can't believe a guy from NXT's eliminated.
Oh, it was
when
like
he did
the
the guy.
Yeah, I remember first seeing Rusev in the Royal Rumble and being like, "Who's this?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was he still Alexander at that point?
Yes, he would have
Yeah,
been.
fine.
Oh wow.
God, you can tell it was a long time ago because Rusev was wrestling. NXT. The Metaphor and Fatal Influence get opposing promos before their opening match.
Fatal Influence.
Fallon and JC get the win after interference from Jasmine.
Yeah.
I hate this 45 minutes of the podcast. Right. What the hell was up with the Fatal Influence promo? Because they recorded them separately. Like, they couldn't trust them to get any more than one line
That was
out.
metaphor. That was metaphor.
Sorry, the metaphor. Sorry,
Yeah,
what did I say? Yeah. The metaphor. Right, they did that. And I was like, oh, okay, right. Were they not in the venue at the same time? They're not together. And then it cuts to them and they were together the whole time. I've never seen a wrestling promo shot in that way. It was so... Is that to appeal to the youth?
I don't know.
Cut,
Quick cut,
gotta be
right?
cutting, yeah.
They've scrapped it on main roster, so do increased cuts. Do it there. That's the time to do it.
Yeah.
But honestly, I think it's because they couldn't get their words, or they don't trust them to get their words out, or something. You're right. You do your line. Right, got it.
The lines of,
off-screen.
we're going to win our match tonight. Yes, we are.
No, but
They couldn't get that out.
Awful.
And then, what are they called? Fatal Attraction? No, not Fatal Attraction.
Fatal Influence.
Fatal Influence, right. They don't make sense. Their whole thing is that they're veterans and they hate these young kids. They're also rookies. They've only been around for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I know it's just never been explained why, JC and Jasmine, they're both the mean girls kind of thing. They're carrying on the toxic attraction thing. I guess the name is also a kind of similar to that. Fallon's a cowgirl. Why is she with them?
Yeah.
And it's never... The only thing they've got in common is that we're all veterans, apart from Jasmine. She's not one, but she's our friend. Get in the bin. Anne Fallon was my favourite when she was a face. I loved her, and she broke my heart.
It was like a Triple H getting the bin.
Yeah, I like the old style Saturday night main event style opening to NXT, just so you know, even if you don't watch the show regularly, you know, oh, these lot are wrestling each other, and one of them can cut a promo in one take. But yeah, I think it was cut, and they have to do the pose so they could be matching up with their entrance, the Metaphor at least. So I can't even defending the verisimilitude of NXT, but here we go.
What were?
We get a video recap of Wesley's history in NXT. Oh God, sorry, there was actually a match, wasn't there?
You read it.
Many times. Oh, okay.
The heels one.
That's all the notes I had.
Every day, I gotta hit the trail.
Yeah. So yeah, Wesley had his lovely history summed up in a video package form, as is the style at this
Yeah,
time.
I didn't write down every bit of it because it's all been mentioned in promos recently.
Yeah, so there were Zachary Wentz and Wesley were a long time team as MSK. Only have Wentz get released and wind up in TNA. Lots of dodging around that issue. Then he came back and reunited with Lee. What a heck of a singles career in NXT. Then Lee turned on Wentz and set off a huge brawl leading to what we're having at No Mercy. It's good. It comes featured later on, but God, Wesley cries like three times this video package.
He's an emotional
okay.
guy. That's why Ross hates him. What, he's
I think
showing
it's
his
his
emotions.
promos.
Ross was like, it was when Ross had an issue with him being sad about losing to Obafemi, but then being wildly happy when his pals came back from TNA. And Ross was like, ooh, I've lost against Oba, boo-hoo. My friends are back, yay! And me and Maffew were like, what's it meant to wrestling? You know, it's because Wes was about to retire. Zachary Wentz later on actually verbalizes a lot of Ross's points.
Oh, yeah, it's actually really funny. Yeah.
But no, when you said, where did you say TNA before? Is that dirty, smelly indie they keep talking about, wherever all the losers hang out?
Yeah, very quickly they mentioned this TNA promotion that then gets zero reaction.
TNA got battered this week. So many heels are saying, I'm going to send you back to TNA.
Oh, there's a bit later on. I'm amazed they showed. Oh. Eddie Thorpe is showing 3 women footage. So 3 women footage of his DJ set, which they attended anyway.
Yeah, remember that night? I'll show you it on my laptop.
Yeah, remember? You were there.
Was that from the party a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, and then they went, yeah,
remember?
I thought he was just showing off. Look at me DJing, and then they went, yeah, that was a great night, Eddie. Thanks for inviting us. Two of them were the fancy dress lasses who I had to apologise because they weren't actually wearing fancy dress. And he's picked
Very
up
fancy dress.
It's Hulk Hogan. And then there was a third one that he's picked up as well. Not picked up, they're just his friend.
No, it's funny you say that, but this is how I imagine DJs are like. Remember that set? You were there. Oh, no.
Here he is.
Did that all the time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tubman. Thank
Everyone
you.
basked in the main moment of the night.
Yeah.
There you go.
Over the weekend, I've just remembered that one of my mates tried to get served off a DJ because he was next to the bar staff.
Oh.
So she's like,
well,
excuse, she was battered. She was, excuse me. And I was like, no. And we had to like usher her away. And he had a laptop with DJ Syndicate written on the front of it.
DJs. I've seen a video of that. Not
I know,
your particular
I
friend,
know,
but
it
that's
happened-
like a thing,
it happened
isn't
in real
it?
life. In her defense, she didn't confuse the bar with the DJ booth. He was next to it was all in one.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
right.
good.
That must happen all the
right.
time.
But the laptop with DJ Syndicate written on the front of
DJ
it.
Syndicate.
Yeah.
DJ Syndicate, can I have? Ashante the Adonis interrupts and tries to hit on the women, but they leave. He asks Eddie which girl he's with, but Eddie says they're just his friends. Music friends. He's all about the music. Edris Enofe walks past in the background, and BJ ambushes him with a chair.
He's not one of those DJs. He's in it for the music. The love of the game. They're just his friends. These 3 quite classically attractive women. They're just my friends. Shut up, Eddie Thorpe. You liar. You
DJ liar.
DJ pest. No.
Give it up for DJ Pest! Yay!
No, obviously I believe him. He's in it for the music. Brooks Jensen makes sense why he attacked Idris, because last week Sean Spears pretended that they'd unjustly beaten him down, Idris and Malik. So
Yes.
Brooks Jensen is being manipulated by his mentor.
Oh, no.
All makes sense.
It does.
Although they never... I had to rewind it so many times to realise it was Idris. I was like, who the hell has he just attacked?
The amount of analysis, right, for NXT.
Oh, God, mate, yeah.
Everything else on here.
Yeah.
You're so passionate about it. It'd be like me sat here with a copy of Very Hungry Caterpillar and going through it. We've talked about all this other stuff that actually is real. I can't get my head around. I'm a lemon here. I'm piggy in the middle completely.
It's the Ross effect.
And it's also because there is just so much to untangle.
Well, that's the thing. Like, there's more segments here. There's more talking
Oh, it's
points
nuts.
than
That's
Raw,
not-
than like the 6-hour pay-per-view. And
That's not my own bias. They cram
I know,
so
I
many
know.
segments.
It's like
so
it's
much.
TikTok, isn't it? They just want it
Yeah.
all.
It's like a Meccano manual, honestly, for
Yes.
NXT. Just never ending.
I love doing it. Oh, I've not done one of them for years.
Oh, I'm clever enough. My brother could do those. Yeah,
I don't think I was good enough for Meccano. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't good at them, but I moved on to Connects.
Oh, yeah.
Connects is great.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I had a big green
The colour
box.
stick.
And the wheels.
Yeah, Meccano's the steel stuff with the.
Oh
screws.
no, okay, I'm thinking of Connect.
Yeah, it's all made of steel. You'd
Too
make a little
hard.
car or
Yeah.
something. Proper engineering connects the Ferris wheel or something.
You'd make
It's great.
a car or something, and you wouldn't know what to do with it. So afterwards, you just throw it at your brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that you doing the throwing, or were you the throwing?
I'm not going to comment.
Okay.
Wendy Chu reveals on Twitter that she has a big surprise for Kalani Jordan.
Oh.
Don't. Just wait. Just surprise her
I
more.
love that you're reading out every segment. Carmen Petrovic gets a big singles win over Izzy Dame. It isn't what it isn't. That's good.
Colin Petrovic is Shawn Michaels' favourite. I theorised this the other week because he just seems to feature her a lot. And in a lot of storylines, people are telling her that she's fit and then she kicks them in the head because feminism. That's as far as Shawn Michaels' knowledge of feminism goes, I think.
That happened to me one time.
She's got a sword. She's like he's making his cool creator. Like she's his avatar, I think, in the women's division. She's going to become the champion at one point.
I think she's great though. I think the entrance is really cool. I don't really understand the sword, but I like the attire. I love the presentation of her.
She busted out a catchphrase the other week.
Did she? What's that?
Yeah, it's time for that shing shing action, and we all went.
Jesus Christ. I don't like her. I thought it was a really decent little match, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, I like her look and style.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's decent. She's picked it up, hasn't she?
I'm surprised that she beat Izzy Dame, who's been quite dominant. She's not beating like the big dogs in the division, but she beats the people on her level. But she didn't. So,
Beats the medium-sized dogs.
but not this time.
In the locker room, Charlie Dempsey and Ren Sinclair argue over who should be the team leader. Meanwhile, two of Tony D'Angelo's goons have an urgent message for him, but he makes them wait until after the match.
He shouldn't have waited. It was so urgent.
How long had he been there having that meal? He sat there with a glass of wine for about an hour and a half on his own. Sad act.
Yeah.
No laptop though.
No, yeah.
No, sorry.
I tried in that video. Fraser stole it.
No.
Yeah.
That's the only time he could have done it.
Yep.
Charlie and Ren, I just clarify because I don't know anything about this. They open and they're just hitting each other. Is that just part like training? Is that sparring?
that's
Is
what
that
they do,
Charlie
yeah.
and that was Charlie and Miles. They're doing the amateur thing that you see.
Yeah.
Oh, Chad used to do that with the Creeds. Oh no, wait. The Creeds used to do that with each other.
Okay.
And like old lads would always do that.
They just punch each other just to build up.
It's like a shoulder thing. I don't know what
the
it
shoulder
is.
thing,
It's-
yeah.
I've never seen it.
I know American
You're
amateur
not an amateur,
wrestling.
you're professional.
Amateur wrestling culture is so foreign to me. I don't understand it. They don't drink in parks over there. They like shoot on each other. It's weird.
I always find it weird. 'Cause I watch a few American streamers, and these are typically like they're middle-aged men who have never been especially athletic. All of them were on the wrestling team. And then like you just do it, don't you? It's
Yeah.
just like we would go in the playground and do football or
Yeah.
whatever, trade Pokemon cards.
Well, what's that guy's name? He was in King of Queens and Here Comes the Boom. No, the actor.
No, I don't know.
Oh, God. Tubman, you know what I mean, right? Oh, what? Or whatever. He was in that actor guy was in the same wrestling team as Mick Foley.
Right. So like
You know him. The big
I've
lad.
read this before.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Blart.
What, Mall Cop?
Yeah.
Was he?
Yeah. But as you said then, it's probably just, well, do you want to do this? No. Do you want to do this? No. All right, you're doing wrestling.
the Paul brothers were on the wrestling team. The Logan and Jake Paul.
Were they?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they obviously are athletic. But like,
I wish we were doing that. I think it seems really fun. No?
nah,
No, because growing up, right, I'm not athletic. All the cool kids, they did football.
Yep.
You'd go out, I was rubbish at football. I reckon I'd have been all right at wrestling. I think I'd have been better. I've got limbs.
You got the body shape for it.
it's in weight categories. So you'd be matched up against another big lad.
This was the problem with the YouTube boxing thing.
Yeah,
It's
you
in
were
weight
gonna-
categories because I'm 6'4". They want to put me in there with JSI, whatever his name. What's his name? JMX.
It was JMX. Yeah.
JMX. And it's like, no, look at me.
He was-
and put me in with Boogie.
Yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. I would have paid for that.
Yeah, the cool kids always did football over here, but I can't work out in America. There's various options. The cool kids do either American football, basketball, baseball, wrestling. Like there's so many.
And then they get free college if they're really good at running about.
Yeah, I know. And the adults support the college teams. Like it's their
college
team.
football is the big.
JR
Crazy.
loves.
The
How
Sooners.
sad's that, Jim?
Are they called the Sooners?
Yeah,
the Boomer
Sooners. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I support my college.
It comes
team.
out to their music and everything.
It's like me going back to Durham being like, "Go on, lads."
Yeah. I said, I told my American friends that this doesn't translate
It
to
doesn't
us.
make
Yeah.
any sense.
Come on, QE Darlow.
Yeah. Where'd you go, UClan?
Yeah,
Where'd
come on,
you
UClan.
UClan.
You can it, UClan. Quick, play the UClan anthem. Come on, guys.
What's like something Preston-y?
Oh, it's out Preston. Something depressing. He's a good.
That was number 1 when I was born.
Was it?
My dad was gutted.
Outraged to that song, wasn't there?
Yeah, he was like, I always said I would buy whatever like single was number 1 when my first son was born, and I couldn't because it was so crap.
It's a bad song as well. That doesn't help.
Oh,
does
it wasn't because
I
he
love
was
the Shaman
offended by
period,
like the drug reference. He just went, I can't enjoy this.
Yeah, it's
crap.
fair. Mine was The Only Way Is Up.
Oh,
It's not bad. Do you know yours?
Well, no.
Oh,
I used to know it. I've forgotten it.
do you know
now.
yours?
Sorry.
I don't.
Can we look these up, Richard, while we're talking about NXT?
Is there a website?
Something decent.
There's got to be. There's
No,
got
it's
to
like
be.
the Wikipedia page for UK number 1s.
Oh, but there's got to be a quick. You've got to be. Sure, there's one where you can just type in a date and it.
Oh, Google will do that as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
What year were you born? 87.
87, November 87. I completely docked myself.
That could have been any number of people.
What day was it again? Sorry.
No, just 87.
No. What
birthday,
day
no,
though? What
what's
day
it?
of the
I
month?
don't want to.
You don't want to dox your birthday.
Yeah, is that how people type in the details?
Put the fingers down there under the table so you don't know.
Yeah.
I need your mother's maiden name as well.
Yeah, I know, right? You're saying this, but was that time Jamie Clarkson
Is
said
it?
it? And I'd like,
Is it then? Oh wait. Oh right. Great number.
Will that work?
Okay.
No,
Yeah.
November. The
Oh no.
Wait, what?
there's 2
I-
numbers here. November 87, but oh Christ,
I'm not working out. Sorry.
was it?
Yeah. That's the first number.
I didn't see that at all. Wait.
That's the.
Can you see this?
That's the.
hand?
That's the. That's
This
the,
is
that's
rubbish.
So do the first one again. So that's the first digit, and that's the second one. There you go. He's got it.
Worst segment we've ever done.
Why did you not want to reveal your birthday?
Because this is
such
you
a
can't-
lovely thing. Oh, because of passwords.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
right.
stuff like that. So
Oh well, I've already. Oh dear.
yeah, to paw China in your hand.
To Pow.
To Pow.
Who's to pow?
Don't know.
I've no idea.
Heard
Why are
them.
there so many? Oh, this is age. What?
That's like €8 when you were born.
Oh, so when you were 1, it was Robin Beck first time. Never heard of it. New Kids on the Block, Righteous Brothers,
Oh,
Michael Jackson, Charles and Eddie. Any excuse not to talk about NXT, honestly.
Oh right, yeah. Yeah.
I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Leave what was number 1 on your birthday in the comment section down below.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll
all
go
the
through 'em
details.
next week.
Your
Yeah.
address, the school you grew up in. All right, so where we at now? We had a sit-down interview with Jada Parker, who was a D1, you saw my Battleship, soccer player at LSU. She's a little bit beaten up heading into a match with Roxanne Perez, but the champ is underestimating her. Perez may be one of the greatest NXT women champions of all time, but Jada is used to the spotlight.
Because she was a D1. She says it again because I was a
She's a
D1 soccer
D1.
player. We know.
Roxanne crashes the interview and talks about her recent title defenses. On Sunday, Jada will find out there's no one better than her. Jada threatens to slap the taste out of her mouth, and then she does.
Yeah.
She addresses an unseen person off camera and says they can get some too. And I don't know if we were supposed to know who that was or not, but
No.
maybe it was Bigfoot.
So this was so Jada. This is the classic Michaelsism of like we've known this person for quite a while now, Jada Parker, and now we need to know about their college background. And I'm not a soccer player who gave that up to become a wrestler. I'm a wrestler who used to be a soccer player. Don't care, man.
I liked it.
Really?
I think maybe it's more about her delivery. I think she's like one of, if not the best female talkers in NXT.
she's great.
She's but you're worried what she's saying is the
Adam,
problem.
So many weeks, right? These women have now been going like, I was used to competition because I was a D1 cheerleader. Like, it's just all of them are doing
They
it.
do. I
This-
saw the volleyball one a while ago.
Oh, that's
and
Izzy
all that.
Dame.
Yeah,
It is what it
yeah.
is. I'm that volleyball bitch or something. She said, sorry.
Yeah, I liked it for what it was.
She's good. And the slap was great.
Yep.
Roxanne's heel promo was good. The bit afterwards I found very cringe. She looks off camera. Oh, it's you. You can get some too. Who do you think it is?
Oh, do you think that was meant to be somebody important in some way?
Yeah,
Or,
like Julia or someone. Or Gilly, as you call her.
What if it was Ava?
What if it was Ava?
No, she'd be dead.
Yeah, Ava would squash her
Yeah.
and hit the people's elbow.
The D'Angelo
Are
family.
we not going to speculate who that was? That was a big deal, guys.
I thought it was actually just a way to end the segment. Like, oh, she's so crazy, she's going to attack the boom mic
Yeah, I thought
operator.
it was the sound guy or something.
Oh
didn't
no,
think-
I thought it was like a. I thought it was like
thank you,
a.
mate.
Oh, you're a.
I was like, oh, attack like Sam Driver, who's at ringside filming at WCPW.
No, I thought it was.
Oh, young Fraser, who's in the crowd every time we watch WCBW.
Isn't he? Doesn't he look the same?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't make you feel bad, but yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, you look the same as well.
Thank you.
Got a bit stubble, but that's it.
You look at least 12 now.
I know. I'm doing it wrong. Where we are. The D'Angelo family win a mixed 6-person tag match against the No Quarter Catch crew. I thought this was all about bloody putting Riz over.
Yeah, Riz was
She's
like.
the Riz and she's Rawsome.
She's backdropping lads on the outside.
Yeah. Lovely German suplex as well. From, who was it? Dempsey, Crown. Yeah, Dempsey. I love meaty Germans. They should call the good ones schnitzelplexes.
I love meaty.
Christ, I was struggling for things to write about here.
I love meaty Germans. You do go to 16 Carat and it does feature sometimes meaty Germans as well.
Some of them are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's that
In the rings.
bloke from last time? He was like War Machine or whatever, and he was like, "Rah."
What?
War Machine.
He was like a little Brock Lesnar. He was like just chucking lads around in the crowd. All going,
Yeah, Mike D.
Mike D.
God, yeah, he was mental.
Yeah, he looks.
What a name. What a wrestling name.
Right.
Is that actually his name?
Dude,
Just the full thing. Mike D.
Massive
He's
bloke, just doing
mental.
tune star presses the outside. Oh, God.
Yeah, he's
Brock
mad.
Lesnar.
Is he Dutch though, not German?
He's not German. I forget where he's from.
Okay,
He's
fair
definitely
enough.
not German.
How's Peter Tehani? Oh yeah, Peter. Sorry, carry on.
He's fine.
Yeah, that's just my German accent.
Oh, I love the Jack's accent on
Yeah.
podcast.
Oh yeah, it's sehr good. Yeah,
Yeah. He was telling me what country they're supposed to be from sometime.
that one was blatant. Come on now, very stereotypical.
Yeah. What else do you want to say about this match other than the match
Oh
itself?
god, I was trying to avoid. No, it was fine.
I thought it was really good. I thought
Yeah.
the closing stretch was fantastic. Proper balls to the wall stuff. Really enjoyed the match.
Well, I think Matthew made a good point that Rizzo looked really strong as well, and she hasn't been sort of featured for a while actually. Ren, she's let the team down a little bit, but that's okay. They'll get over it.
Yeah, they need something to do. Can't everything.
I think she is a more effective leader than Charlie. They were arguing before, like, she's like, well, you've only got that cut back because of me.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn right.
Do you want to cheer up, Charlie? That's just a pop jab. I've got nothing to say this week about anything.
Great film.
The Angelo family said that. But in a backstage interview, Pete Dunne says the NXT title is still his goal, but first he's going to get revenge on Trick Willie next week.
Yeah.
He's doing everything.
Yeah.
IC tournament.
Yep.
Sheamus.
Yep.
He wants the NXT title.
Yep.
Produces speed.
Yep.
As in the show, not the substance. Is there anything he can't do? They're grooming him. They're grooming him for big things.
Is he going to be the next? Well, he can't be the next Triple H. There's already a Triple H. But is he going to be the next Bruce Pritchard or something?
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
More like the next Fit Finley, someone just agent everything.
That's a good comparison.
Because if it's tan, it could be Agent Orange. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ethan Page is in trouble for his actions last week. He suggests Ava suspend him so he doesn't have to defend the title on Sunday. She refuses to do that and tells him to get out while she thinks of a solution.
She'll come up with something great. She's really clever.
Yeah, she's the best GM.
I like that we cut to the segment and he's there in the office going, I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, I'm in the principal's office again.
Just the unnaturalness of NXT is staggering.
But Ethan Page, it's not his fault. He's trying. He's quite funny.
He's very trying.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wesley and Zachary Wentz have a face-to-face encounter surrounded by security in the ring. Wentz says every team in wrestling breaks up, but not the Rascals. He can't believe Wes is willing to throw everything away because he thinks he's a star. Wes says he is a star, especially a bigger one than Zachary. Wentz admits he messed up. MSK was one of the greatest tag teams in NXT history. By the way, it's just a side note.
every week.
Every week, every
one of the
person.
best tag teams in NXT history. I
Ever.
barely remember their run.
Jeremy Clarkson talked about every car and go, this is the best Volvo in the world. And he ruined that. But he's grown up since then and came back to NXT to be reunited with his brother. Wes calmly says they're not on the same level. Wentz says Lee is one of the most sensitive people of the planet and points out he was about to quit before the Rascals arrived. Wentz says he may not have been on-screen tag partners anymore, but he did everything for Lee behind the scenes. Wentz used to wish for Lee success, but starting on Sunday, he's going to make sure he fails. He mentions becoming TNA Tag Team Champion. Wes calls himself a WWE superstar and says Wentz is just a TNA wrestler. Zachary says he'll beat Lee's ass and security hold him back.
You can't do that, first of all. That's nasty. The
Again,
great, the great legacy of TNA. That sounds sarcastic, but Monty Brown didn't quit for this.
Yeah, I'm glad this segment existed because I like a lot of people. I know people who watch NXT but don't watch TNA. So it says we did this and this. I bet imagine some people going, "Oh, we didn't know about that."
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he actually did that stuff. Fair enough then.
Fair enough.
Because obviously, it got a big pop for people knowing of them, but I think more people knew of them or everything they had accomplished in TNA. So I'm glad that they did that bit of exposition. And I put, lol, when Wentz called him one of the most sensitive guys in the biz, after the crowd saw that video package early, we cried, like me watching the never-ending story.
Oh, I've never seen it, you know? Like you watching It's a Wonderful Life. Sorry.
Yeah.
You cried to that.
Like every time. Because my bastard family put it on every Christmas.
Bastard family.
Couldn't word that
Immediately
better, I
going
guess.
against the
Christmas
message of It's a Wonderful Life.
It's a Wonderful Life, everybody but me. Because my family put that on. And I made a mistake one year. If they put it on, and my family's watching it going, all right, cool. But I'm there watching it like between my eyes because I'm crying. But I didn't want them to know, so whatever. There. And I'd made the mistake of telling them that one year. And he went, all right. So they put it on the next Christmas. Remember that I said that?
cry.
Going, get crying time, Maffew. You've had your turkey.
But you've never
Like-
cried at The Simpsons.
When have you cried at The Simpsons?
Do it for her.
That actually made you
100%.
cry?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, was
That's
it
a, that's a big
example?
emotional moment, though.
I mean, the closest what I come to was his mum.
Oh, when she returns and then disappears
Oh,
again.
And because it ends with Homer looking up at the sky at night.
Oh, damn.
What's
Yeah,
what's
that's a nice
sadder, that
moment.
or Chucky's mum from the Rugrats?
I don't remember that.
She was never around, was she?
There was an episode where they explain it because she died.
Oh, I didn't know
yeah,
that.
Yeah. And then he sees her in the clouds and she talks to him and stuff.
Oh.
It's very nice.
Oh, yeah. Bleeding Gums Murphy talking to Lisa from the...
I mean, that's nearly
That's
emotional,
good,
but
neither.
then they do the Lion King
Nearly
riff.
emotional.
The lead, we know what you mean. The Lion King bit and this is CNN or whatever. So I was like,
But
that was
then she plays the music for him.
that's like a feel-good moment, you know, to me.
That can make you cry as well. It doesn't have to be sad.
I think I got an even
Yeah,
sadder thing
yeah.
though. I said this ages ago, and it's just popped in my head because you talking about this. An early episode of South Park where Carl finds out his brother's Canadian. That's why he's got the flapping head.
Yeah.
And he's like, they're gonna like take him away, or he thinks he's gonna like get deported or whatever. And Carl's like, no, I don't care about you. And he's showing all the photos of him. So look, we were hanging out as kids and all this.
That
Like,
gets you
our
going,
kids.
does it?
Dude, I cried at that as a kid because I just thought it was a horrible thing to like abandon your brother like that. But then like I was watching it by myself in the house, and then I heard the noise of the door being opened, and hey, hello family, you know, crying at early South Park. I mean, bloody hell.
Early on, when I was going out with my girlfriend, but before you still gotta be cool around each other. And she was like, "Let's put a film on," and I was like, "You've never seen Rocky 1? Oh my god!" Because my memory of
You're
Rocky,
dating CM Punk.
yeah, my memory of Rocky 1 is just that it's a kick-ass, awesome film and stuff. And it's the first time I probably watched it like as an adult. And I was
Yeah.
like, "Oh my god, it's actually really good." And then it got to the end, and I was like, "Oh my god, he's made it." He just wanted to make the distance, and I felt myself starting to go. And she's just sat there bored. She hated it. And I was like, "Oh, just got to the toilet." Yeah, great film on it. Yeah. And I was like, I can't believe I nearly cried in front of my new girlfriend at Rocky 1, which she didn't even like. That's a red flag, actually.
Yeah, that was the first sign. Didn't like Rocky. Get her out.
Oh, but she loved Rocky 4. No, everyone. I'm
no
joking.
competition.
Everyone loves Rocky 4.
Did a double header on a plane one time. Toy Story 3, which hadn't. People had said you're gonna cry. I went, yeah, whatever. Cry.
Gratuitous.
I was like,
It's too much.
Yeah, very. Followed up with Inception. I was weeping at the end of that.
I've never seen
I lost
Inception.
weight on that plane. Couldn't believe it. Like,
Oh God,
and it was
NXT,
Peter Postle.
jeez.
Peter Postlewaite's last role. Sorry.
It's interesting that you brought up South Park there because I think this is the closest I've ever felt to watching that South Park wrestling episode.
All right.
Wesley wasn't good here at all.
He's not good. He's never been a good promo.
I don't buy him as a heel. At least
He's
he's
a dramatic
likable. Wentz was so good though. Wentz was way better.
be fair.
Totally carrying this.
This wasn't a cartoon character.
Well,
It
Wes was
felt
more
disingenuous.
subdued,
This
though.
This was like Bob Hoskins talking to Roger Rabbit almost.
I'm glad that we've all had different interpretations. It really shows the depth of art of NXT.
Oh God.
But no, I think Wes was deliberately more subdued because he's going, "Oh, you think you're a big star now, do you, Wes?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm better than you."
Yeah, maybe that was it. There's just there's nothing to it. It was
So you compared it to here he is hiding in the forest.
It was there. It was the dramatic voice. You know when Jeff Hardy or Rey Mysterio does a promo and they put on their promo voice. It was that. Didn't do anything for me.
Fair enough.
But I don't watch it now. I'm not familiar with the characters' backstories. I'm
why
familiar
it's
with
fun
the
listening
tag
to-
run and the TNA stuff. But is it fun listening to it?
No, sorry. It's fun listening to you, who does not watch us every week, getting that perspective.
Okay.
Because I guess some of this could be Stockholm syndrome at some point.
Yeah,
some of the segments,
probably.
but
As an outsider, yeah. I think it might be.
backstage, Joe Hendry thanks Trick Willie for his help last week. When he beats Ethan Page, Trick will get the first title shot. Trick tells him to whoop that trick. Yep,
Yeah.
that's his catchphrase. Kai Jordan makes her entrance and wants to know what Wendy Chu's surprise is. Wendy appears on the Tron and points out someone towards the ring. Oh, bloody hell, it's Rosemary. Clanny wins, but Wendy appears behind her after the match and chokes her out. She raises the belt.
What a pop for Rosemary.
Yeah.
Love this. Really enjoyed it. It's the perfect pair. It's the perfect way to insert Rosemary into the pre-existing spooky stuff that they're doing. The choke was a bit naff. It wasn't... I don't know how closely you watched it, but the choke happened. It was like if she meant to pass out and she didn't really react to it. It was some minor thing, but the match itself was really good. I love Rosemary as well.
Yes, and she's on Desert Island Graps with Tom.
Yeah.
Check it out.
I was like Rosemary.
Yes.
That's all I have to say about that. And then Aura Mensa consoles Lash and Jakara after their loss. Lexis King interrupts and says nobody wants to hear their sob story, even bringing up Oro's dad.
I'm sorry to... You went, and no one wants to hear about your dad, Oro. How long ago was it when Oro told the story about his dad? Like 2 months, 3 months ago?
Yeah.
And he's just brought that back now.
Yeah.
So, right, okay.
Shocking, isn't it? Besides, everyone knows Noam Dar is the real daddy of the metaphor. Oro points out that King lacks a father figure, so Lexis attacks him.
Jesus
It
Christ.
feels running to break it up. This was the best Lexis King segment ever. He's right. I put, stop talking about your dead dad, Mensa, you mood killer. And then Mensa's like, bitch, yours is dead too.
Now,
That was an amazing segment to go on NXT
Mensa
randomly.
was actually the bad guy here.
He was bringing up the
he brought
Christian
Brian
Cage.
Pillman. Yeah.
I remember when my dad, shut about your dad. Like in Cool Runnings, just like, well, the thing about the Swiss is...
I don't even think Oro brought up his dad before Brian came on screen. Or Lexis
he's brought
came
up
on
every
screen.
week. Again, from
doesn't.
outsiders must wonder what the hell is happening with NXT.
He doesn't bring him up every week.
He brought him up last week.
Did he?
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, Pillman wasn't Lexis King wasn't the bad guy here.
No, he wasn't.
No, Oro took things too far.
It was quite nasty.
was.
Your dad's dead.
Yeah.
Your dad's dead. Oh, yeah.
Oh, he was trying to act hard in front of the women, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That too. Amazing stuff. Ross will love this. At the university, Andre Chase and Ridge Holland celebrate their title win.
This is so good, isn't it?
Delightful interrupts and apologizes that he and Riley couldn't beat Fraser and Axiom last week. Ridge says, don't be silly. Chase U's a family, and as long as they have the tag titles, they'll have their backs. Nathan Fraser and Axiom interrupt. They admit that everyone in NXT loves Chase U, but when they win back the tag belts, Chase U will come crumbling down.
I was really worried we weren't getting any Chase U on this episode. It came quite near the end. Fraser and Axiom, biggest heels in the biz, as far as I'm concerned. Chase U will never crumble. I watch this stuff with a massive grin on my face, and I can't put into words even why I really like it.
Okay. You're getting it. You're starting to get it.
Oh man! Every time I watch it. No, not all of NXT. If NXT was 2 hours at Chase U, I'd sit down, listen to a lecture, and then watch a single wrestling match, and I'd be happy. They are Ridge Holland with his funny voice, not his funny accent, like the voice that he puts on. Everything about
That's
it is
his real
just
voice.
so entertaining.
That's a cute voice.
I think they're all different.
saying that's not my real
They're all different types and abilities of actor, but they're all so earnest. I think that's why it's so good.
That's it. Andre is like that everyman quality that he has. He doesn't look like a wrestler, and he's so likable. I can't think of a more likable wrestler.
Well, Duke Hudson, in my opinion. Everyone's got their own favourite, and that's the beauty of Chase U.
Maybe if I watched it more, I'd be more of a Duke fan. I'm
I know,
not sure.
And you'd hate Riley like the rest of us.
Ross is more... Ross is more Andre, I'm more Duke. Are you more Andre?
I was going to say delightful, but now you've taken the others. I'm not going to pick Ridge up.
Duke was
I'm delightful.
Duke was a little bit selfish in this week's one, because he was like, everyone's buzzing, and then he's like, oh, we didn't... Sorry to
That's
bring
not
it down.
selfish.
He's like,
He's apologising.
you could tell that Riley was sad because he was wearing his beanie. He's emo now.
The sad beanie.
Yeah, he was wearing the sad beanie.
It's like when Hook was hurt by Jericho, he wore a sad beanie.
He wore
as
a
well.
sad beanie as well.
It's symbolism, Pachiti. You writing this down?
Yeah. Loved it. Nathan Fraser and Axiom, so cocky, despite being so comprehensively bested by Chase U last time. Yeah, great.
Yeah, and it was like Action Frazier just appearing like in the doorway.
Mentioning
We will defeat you.
as well, Nathan Fraser's like, I remember when I was the honorary flag bearer that one time. And I was like, bloody hell. Shawn Michaels remembers some random stuff. All the wrestlers do and say to him, I'll mention this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Manic Blade attacks Brooks Jensen before the bell, wanting revenge for his attack on Edris earlier tonight. BJ still gets the win, and the announce team talk about Sean Spears poisoning his mind like Kip Sabian all those years ago.
Stop it. That was a mistake.
I don't get this Brooks Jensen stuff. Brooks Jensen, rather.
Yeah.
Can you fill me in and explain? Because I know that they did a worked thing where he left and was looking like he'd been released and was going to take indie bookings, and then he comes up on TV, and it's just weird and nobody gives a toss. what is it? Why?
Yeah, they went back on that and they're not doing that anymore.
So what's his thing now?
He's just mental.
So he
Is that his thing?
came back, started disrupting the show.
Mm-hmm.
Ava said, "I'll let you back in if you behave." Then he immediately didn't and kept on beating people up. And then Sean Spears is taking him under... He hasn't been sacked, though, for some reason. And then Sean Spears is taking him under his wing, and he's now, like, poisoning his mind.
Sounds bad.
Yeah. That's Bull Buchanan's son.
Yeah.
And he hit a high-flying move. I was like, yes. Okay.
In a backstage interview, Javon Evans says Joe Coffey doesn't think he can wrestle, but actually he can. And he knows how to throw hands too. Joe will find that out tonight.
He got spooked by the interviewer, didn't he? Went, oh, sorry, I forgot about the interview. It's just the sort of little touches that Michael puts in. Just makes them so natural. It's so natural. I thought it was real.
I love you, Joe.
Javon Evans is one of the first wrestlers where I'm like, I know that you're younger than me and you have different, he's got a different way of talking. He's got a different frame of reference for everything. I don't relate to Javon Evans.
I do.
Okay, fair.
I've got socks older than him. Hank and Tank plug their Instagram show, Filling Up the Tank with Hungry Hank, which sounds like a fetish thing. They talk about the Stack No Mercy card and promise they'll never end up like Wesley and Zachary Wentz. OTM interrupt and ask why they haven't mentioned Jada Parker's title shot. Oh, that's right. Hank and Tank don't think anything about winning gold. In fact, the only thing they're hungry for is barbecue. Hank and Tank disagree. They're also hungry for a hoss fight.
Come on.
But this seemed like a normal tag team segment for once, or as normal as NXT gets. So what? You beat the OC. So did we.
Yeah. I watched a couple of episodes of Filling Up the Tank with Hungry Hank.
Oh, it's real then, is it?
I watched one. Yeah, it's on their it's on Instagram. I watched the episode with Jada Parker. And from what I could glean, the concept of the show is just their guest brings them food and then they eat it.
They don't talk to the guests. It's not an interview
They
thing.
do talk as well.
Yeah.
It was God.
So what was like growing up in this?
Sorry,
It
it wasn't Jada Parker. Sorry, it's another J. It's Jakara Jackson. It's Ms. Jackson because she often brings a lollipop to the ring. That's like her prop. And she was explaining why that she was like, they were like, "What have you brought for us?" And she's like, "I haven't brought any like meat." And they're like, and then Tank goes, "But Hank's gonna be hungry." And then she's like, "Don't worry, I brought these. It's all these lollies." And she explains how the lollies encompass her like don't give a F attitude and independence and all that bollocks. And then they were like, "Now let's tuck into these lollipops." It was so mad. It was brilliant. I'd recommend.
It's his little Shawn Michaels touches.
I'm
glad you liked it though.
Filling Up the Tank with Hungry Hank is the hottest show on Instagram.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Tony D arrives at the restaurant.
No, you missed the Joe Coffey match.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
He beats.
I wouldn't say I missed it. Joe Coffey beats Javon Evans, but only after interference from the rest of Gallus. So, what do you think of the match, Pachi?
The Joe Coffey versus Javon Evans match.
That was the one that we were talking about.
Joe Coffey was decent. He's sort of like... He's got like an Italia role already. He's the experienced pro who they put in there with the younger people and make him look good and teach him how to wrestle and stuff. I don't necessarily ever see Gallus even making it to the main roster, you know? I think they're really useful in NXT, and I'm not sure how like successful they'd be on the main roster. I'm not sure the main roster audience would get it.
Javon is a big loss for him though, because I thought he'd be higher on the pecking order than Joe Coffey is at the minute. But it was through interference, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Clash of Styles and all that. Good stuff. I don't know when the matches are decent, you don't know what to say.
Yeah, I think it's just something. It's good for Javon to have something resembling a proper feud.
Yeah.
From just, hey, it's Javon. Hey. So I'm glad that he's got Ola Gallus to deal with.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing that they did a bit of legitimate criticism used as a proper storyline. Oh, you're young, you just do flips, ye. No, I don't. I lose on TV as well.
He was in a title match like a couple of months ago.
Yeah, he didn't win that either.
No, he didn't.
But yeah, but obviously he's young. He's not supposed to be winning bleed title matches, but got to get some crazy air off those top rope.
He's not even as small as I thought. He's actually quite tall, I think. He's just, it doesn't make sense. He can like spring to the other side of the ring, catch someone and do a perfect arm drag out of it. And I'm just like, what? What's going on? He's great. Can't wait to see what he does next.
Yeah. Tony D arrives at the restaurant and learns that somebody took his private room. It's Oba Femi. Tony admits that Oba has balls, but Oba says he doesn't want his compliment. He's already the ruler of NXT. He doesn't take disrespect. Tony says they can settle things in the ring. Oba knows he can beat Tony and everyone else in the restaurant, but he's happy to wait until Sunday. Tony says Oba has had a hell of a run, but at no mercy, he'll prove that the champ is mortal. Oba says that many have tried but none have succeeded, and Tony will be no different.
And then Tony looks worried afterwards
He
as
should
well. Yeah, he should be. If Tony beats Oba, I'm going to be fuming. Do you think? No.
No.
No, Oba's going to win, yeah.
Surely
Yeah,
not.
no
it's,
way.
It's all so daft, and I really love this stuff as well. D'Angelo family's just brilliant, and Oba, man, he's so unbelievably intimidating. Just the way that he carries himself, the way that he speaks. Like, people have been on the lookout for like the next Brock Lesnar for the longest time. I think Oba's probably the closest thing we've got at this point.
Yeah.
He's unreal.
I remember, I think I've said it every time, but like when we saw him in the breakout tournament, me, you, and Ross all went, oh, future world champion. Like, he just is. And now and he can talk, and he can wrestle, and he can do all this stuff.
He can eat.
And he can eat. And stay there and not be bored while Tony arrives. He's got everything. He's got patience. I like him.
Joe Hendry arrives for another concert. Oh, no. He mocks Ethan Page for collecting toys and working out in weird clothes. But he's also not wearing many clothes either. Page interrupts and says Hendry isn't even an NXT superstar, whereas he's the champ. He wants to keep Hendry out of NXT, but Ava interrupts and reveals that Ethan's title defense will have a special guest ref. It's Trick Willie, who arrives in a referee's shirt. Page tries to hit Hendry with the belt, but Joe ducks and chokeslams him. He makes the cover and Trick counts 3. Someone even rings the bell for some
not
reason.
this bollocks again.
Yeah. Pete Dunne is watching in the entranceway and tells the camera that Trick won't make it to their match next Tuesday.
I loved Joe coming to the ring and he's walking down the hallway with all the pictures on it, and he glances at Bailey, Street Profits. Couldn't give a toss about Alexa Bliss who's there as well.
Oh, did you?
And then the little nod to Drew.
The Drew thing was cool.
I thought that was nice. I really want to see Hendry start doing the parody songs of entrance musics rather than the rock concert stuff, to be honest. It's what they want to do, and maybe it's because not enough NXT themes are that recognizable that people wouldn't get it in the same way that they'll get him sat in the ring with a guitar. Trick is going to be a really bad ref because he wasn't even watching the shoulders when he was making the count, so that upset me a little bit. He's there and he's looking at the mat.
It wasn't a real match.
No,
Doesn't matter.
Bell rung.
So Hendry is amazing when he's doing his songs anywhere else other than in the NXT shed.
So you said a few weeks ago when he did the Gallus one,
Yeah.
you were like, he didn't write this, or like it was rushed.
been told
There was
to,
some
like,
sort, or he had to
yeah.
water it down.
Yeah.
And I remember being like, no lads, it's not bad. Yeah, Gallus. This one though, yeah, and it didn't, and it can't. There has to have been some other element, like he was rushed for time, or had to change it last minute, or they just wrote it for him, because it just wasn't as funny as any of his other ones ever.
Yeah, he's been dumbed down to the point of, well, why are you even having him do this?
It wasn't helped by the fact that he had done something very similar for Matt Cardona as well.
Oh, really?
The playing with toys thing. You see that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Edge's bitch.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, he's repeating himself. But Henry brought up, though, the Ethan Page karate match. I did not think we'd ever get that mentioned by any company ever again. Very quick little cameo there. What's that, Maffew? Well, during lockdown, Ethan Page's last match for TNA, he was a wrestler there.
Cinematic deal, wasn't it?
Oh, God. It was like Neil Breen levels of uncinematic nonsense. It was Ethan Page versus his alter ego,
Karate
Man. He all green screened, obviously, to fight himself. And look, you watched it going, is it supposed to look this bad? Is it supposed to be this bad?
I think it was
Because
ironic, wasn't it?
You'd think so, but it wasn't even, it didn't even look good on a funny level. And it only made TNA look bad. It wasn't even de-interlaced, which is like, hang on, who did this? And Ethan Page, shortly after it aired, said, put on his, I think he had a Patreon at the time, because people quickly got screen capped, said, it was not supposed to look like that. He was really upset about how bad it looked. Like, not even like bad ironic, bad. And as soon as it aired on the pay-per-view, it was commentating. Josh Matthews and somebody else just went, well, that was great. Now on the next match, it's went by, never mentioned it again. It was wank. So happy to see it brought up here. And the rest was rubbish. This made up for the NXT level of the song, especially when Hendry had to do, I mean, I love him, but I know he's probably got a gun to his head here, but when he had to do, he was the fake laugh. Oh, look at him in his outfit there.
I could see like the pain in his eyes.
Oh, Hendry, our man.
There was real sadness there.
So he's realised the audience is 10-year-olds.
The audience, though, sang it
podcast.
long after he'd stopped. And I was like, how have they got them to do that then?
That was cool, though.
Yeah, it was.
Do you not think it was so over that literally the whole time Ethan was talking, they were going and it was growing as well.
Achieve what
Do you
needed
think
to
they
do,
were legit fans?
There were a lot of them. Maybe there were plants who got them going.
Redcoats.
But hey, if it works, I didn't even think about that.
Fair enough.
To the TV audience watching, I don't think many of them would think about it. It just gives the impression that Hendry is very, very over.
Unfortunately, very biased. I want Hendry to win. But I think he's got an ally as the guest referee. He's definitely going to do it now. I'm like, no, he's not. It's a shame, but he's gone further in such a short space of time than we thought in NXT. So
yeah, there's nothing to worry about.
He's already lost, lads. I sound so defeated. I'm like, he's done so well to get this far.
Do you think it's a trick heel turn?
No, I just think that Paige will do something and it'll just... I don't know. They'd be stupid to turn trick heel, wouldn't they?
That'd be dumb.
Yeah.
But they might. Yeah.
AEW Dynamite. We're nearly there, folks. Don't worry. John Moxley makes an unscheduled arrival to open this show. Coming out with his New Japan theme.
Yeah.
Which I didn't like.
I really like it. I wouldn't have done it here. I'd have had him come out to Wild Thing and then done it like next week or the week after or something. But
his original theme. Yeah.
Yeah, no music would have been cool.
Shivani interviews him in the ring, and Moxley says it's time he and Darby had a talk. Tony tries to move on, but Moxley interrupts him and says it's not his company anymore. Everybody's confused because, no, you mean Tony Khan, mate. Tony Schiavone doesn't know this place.
Yeah.
And he pointed right at Schiavone as well, didn't he? It's not your company anymore.
I was like, oh no, are they trying to do like a drunk thing? Especially with his history, I was like, because he seemed weird.
No, I didn't get that.
But then later I was like, oh no, he's just being weird.
Yeah. Wait, you know who buys companies, though? Here comes the money.
Oh,
Money
right.
talks, here comes the money.
Why would he...
God, who is whistling so loud that we can hear it in this room?
I'm going to find out. Carry on.
Go kicking to death. Renee's backstage with the conglomeration.
We're skipping past that.
Oh, sorry, carry on.
I thought it was odd. I really, I'm excited to see where this goes because I don't think you get intrigue that often with John Moxley. And he's introducing intrigue. I have no idea who he's talking to or about and saying this isn't your company anymore. It's a weird time to be doing it when people have been speculating about Shane McMahon joining AEW. So it could be. I don't think it is. I think it'd be daft, but you never know.
It was Joel.
Joel's going to be buying the company.
No, whistling.
Oh.
I said, that's a Yorkshireman's whistle, that. It's a real powerful one. I went, who's whistling? He went, sorry.
Bless him.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Shane either. But I'm intrigued. I thought it was an odd way to start the show, given all these storylines coming out of All In. But they got paid off later on. So looking back, I'm like, no, fair enough. It threw me off guard in an all right way.
Yeah. God, Moxley hasn't been on TV since he had that crap match with Naito, but no one blames Moxley for that.
No.
All right. Renee's backstage with the conglomeration, Willow, Nightingale, and Hook. Willow reveals that CMLL don't want to sanction the ass-whooping she'll put on Chris Statlander, so she's picking a Chicago street fight at All Out, which does make you think, well, doesn't that put the match finish really obvious?
Well, I took it as Statlander's going to win, but CMLL don't want to change the champion without AEW. Yeah.
I've just said that.
Right, okay.
That's stupid pelt.
I thought Statlander was going to win because Willow won the mixed tag with Ishii. I don't know.
Mark Briscoe hypes everyone up. Ishii heads out for his match, and Hangman Page beats him in a grueling opener.
I liked how long it got, you know?
Yeah.
But I was like, how are they going to squeeze everything else in? Because they'd advertised quite a lot heading out of All In. They're like, and now we're going to hear from Brian, we're going to hear from Swerve, MJF. Ospreay is going to be there. I think that was another thing. And I thought, how are they going to squeeze this all in after this match just kept going and going?
But like 2 ad breaks in the middle, wasn't it? It was lengthy. Man,
Lots of Taco Bell.
that sell on the DDT. Because like Ishii is somebody who like people know as being a guy who doesn't sell that much. So when he does, it's so like important. And he sold that amazing. Hung up on the ropes and everything. It was brilliant.
It was like it was clipping through the mat like a bad game. And then, she paid him back with that bloody dead eye.
Yep.
It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, bloody hell.
It's always scary when someone does that move on someone taller than them because they're hanging right down.
Right.
Yeah.
It's maybe an odd thing to say, but I was like, I want to see the Angle story now. I've had enough long wrestling for 1 week. But I appreciate the effort they put in. But I'm like, all right, cool. And I was not disappointed. Swerve Strickland comes out afterwards and says he should batter Hangman right now for trying to interfere in his title match at All In. But instead, Swerve feels sorry for Page. He may not have the title anymore, but this will always be Swerve's house. Hangman says Swerve isn't a champ. He's a piece of S-word. He broke into his home, and he could never beat him in a fair fight. He wants a match one-on-one. Swerve agrees and suggests a steel cage match at All Out. Swerve talks about going back to Hangman's house and watching him help his pregnant wife down the stairs. That's the man Hangman should be, staying at home, while Swerve concentrates on being the best in AEW. So what kind of man will Hangman be in the cage? And what kind of example will he set to his kids? And Hangman leaves without saying a word. Yes! Hate's here!
So, you love hate, obviously.
Yes!
You're quite a sadistic wrestling fan as well, because I bet you want Swerve to win this again.
Yeah!
Well, I
Wouldn't it be great?
knew it!
It would be great!
No, it wouldn't!
You'll never get over it!
You loved when Flair turned on Sting, so
Yes!
obviously, and this is just
So
another...
great.
Okay. I love this.
Man,
It was an amazing promo. The hatred in Hangman's eyes. Nobody does it like him. We saw it obviously at the weekend at the All In match. His facials are unbelievable. I love him. They're unhinged. I can't think of a wrestling feud in recent years that the people involved, especially Hangman, have shown that level of hatred. You just see it radiate. It's great.
yeah. I put Foreign Man Swerve was the man he was supposed to be. So Swerve realized, I don't be worried about you. Page lost the Owen, he lost the Blood and Guts, and at the Casino Gauntlet. You're trying to burn my career down, but it's your life that's in flames. Say, yes! When AEW does feuds based on hate, they're always great. No, remember this? Or, do you like my WWE reference? Just, I hate you, and I want to burn your house down. And Swerve looking wonderful. You'd never think he just lost his title at the biggest show of the year.
Didn't come out and whinge.
Nah.
Straight into it. Great.
Fantastic.
Really
Time to time. No notes.
I like Nana dancing down the ramp, but annoyed.
I found out something, by the way. Did you know Prince Nana had a match on WWF Metal back in the day? Did
Against Crash
you?
Holly. Yeah.
Only learned that this morning.
He used to wrestle
I
at
just
Ring of
thought
Honor.
he was his pal.
Former
from outside of
wrestler.
wrestling.
Former wrestler. He was on the first run of Ring of Honor shows.
I didn't know that either.
He was massive compared to what he is now. God,
Really?
he was a big lad. Yeah. He'd do the butt splash in the corner and people sold like, wow, he hit him with all the ass.
Really?
Yeah. Loki slapped him one time and knocked him out.
Oh, that sounds quite low.
You didn't know the cameras weren't even on. Jimmy Hayter wins her first match back against Harley Cameron. Saraya runs away through the crowd. I wouldn't go there, love. No realize there. Good God, it was May 2023 she got hurt. Jesus.
Wow.
Jack still hasn't been to an Italian.
I
But
was across the road from one. I was nearly there.
What, when you're down in London?
No, in Scotland. Fraser and Pierce,
sorry.
yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were right.
But yeah, she looked good here. She won. Hooray. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Again, that's all I wanted from this.
Yeah, new colourful hair and gear and hair.
Looks nice.
Yeah.
Becky Lynch-esque a little bit.
Oh, okay.
I think she's got a real aura about her
Yeah.
now. I mentioned it earlier, but let's just get this Saraya stuff done and then move on quick because they've got obviously something very, very special. And you know what?
Good message for life.
I should be rooting for her more than anybody else because geographically she is the closest big name wrestler to my home.
Oh, she's from Southampton, isn't she?
Yeah, just
Yeah.
over the water.
Oh, when the
So go on,
Saints.
Oh, when the
Martin,
Saints.
yeah.
Yeah.
Are there Southampton fans in the Isle of Wight?
Yeah, more Pompey.
Really? Right,
but
fair.
still a fair few.
Yeah.
All right. But Harley Cameron, a really good loser.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's funny. She is
Oh, she's
funny.
great. Her on RJ City was really good.
Well, I don't really watch him.
I understand why you wouldn't, but newfound appreciation for on that.
Is there big one?
No, it's just that once Matthew's like, I think you were talking about RJ City's talk show thing, AEW, which is kind of meant to be a bit like Between Two Ferns. Or
Yeah,
a
I've
bit
seen
like,
it, yeah.
And I just didn't. I get that sense of humor. I get what he's going for. It just didn't quite resonate with me because it was with someone who didn't. A lot of it relies on the guest and how willing they are to play ball.
Yeah. It also doesn't help that RJ, he sets up the joke and then does the joke, and then you have to add something.
Oh.
So it's all about RJ City making himself look good.
That's what it is.
Yeah. So the best ones are when people are either able to match him, like Harley Cameron, or just completely mess with him because they know what's up. The Moxley one. Moxley shows up, be like per request, because I think it was the 100th episode, and he dogs everything. And he has this like look on his face like he's thinking about anything else, or he's been up for 72 hours and just completely no-sells everything.
And that was the 100th episode spectacular.
It's so uncomfortably amazing. I encourage everybody
Worse
to watch
than
it.
the Stone Cold one with Moxley?
Yeah, I think
amazing. I need to watch that.
Either Moxley is literally, that's him. He's not even acting. Or he knows his reputation and doesn't like RJ City's style of doing things. Him and Eddie Kingston as well.
Kingston didn't
Because
play along.
the AEW put on one episode of Meal and a Match. It's episode 1, Renee, Eddie Kingston, RJ City. And it's like, you have a meal, then you watch a match and have some connection of talking about it. It's like, oh, this is a bit forced to begin with. Like, so watch Kip Sabian matches. Like, what does this match mean to you, Eddie? He's like, these beans are good, But then Eddie's doing like, oh, so this is your match with whoever. Like, when he made his debut doing the promo on Cody, he's talking about, oh man, this meant so much to me. It was so great. And the build up to this. And the camera cuts to RJ just being like this or whatever. And Eddie just goes, oh, sorry, man, RJ's getting bored because no one's talking about him for 30 seconds. And they leave it in. They leave it in. And there was never another one of those episodes. You're like, oh, they're not even hiding their contempt for him. I mean, I like RJ City, but you can tell he's not everybody's cup of tea.
Oh.
So, yeah, watch episodes where it's like, oh, I see.
Did you ever watch My First Match with Mandrews, where Mark Andrews?
I like that.
Used to really enjoy that.
He has good chemistry and he's able. He's not going.
A lot of them
for
have
him
been
a joke and the
cancelled now,
punchline.
like the guests and stuff. And that's a lot of people we can't really.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's one where he's watching his own first match, and it's like he's called like Kid Lightning or something, versus the sadistic psychopath, and he's like, guess which one I am, guy.
Meanwhile, it's like the sadistic psychopath, like 10 years old, like he is at that point anyway.
He
So
like
it's
high fives his mate in the crowd, and it cuts back to them, and he's like, Flash, was that you? And he's like, yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was a good scene.
Yeah.
Hi guys. Oh God. Jericho and friends are interviewed backstage alongside Roddy Strong. Bill says the opinions of the fans change like the leaves on the learning tree, and fall is right around the corner. It's autumn, silly. Jericho says Hook finally beat him because he followed the ways of the learning tree. Roddy tells Jericho about his struggles to get Kyle O'Reilly away from Orange Cassidy. Jericho agrees that Cassidy is bad news and still owes him $7,000 for ruining his suit 3 years ago. Tonight, the conglomeration will pay the price.
Pay the price.
Yeah, it was funny at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, he repeated the thing. That's good.
Yeet.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's worth mentioning. Maybe it's not worth mentioning. So, Collision, Cardiff pre-taped. Bloody hell, the crowd like Big Bill.
I need to watch that, and I need to watch Okada, and I've not watched Okada Claudio yet.
I didn't
People
watch
were
the show,
saying-
but I saw the clips of Big Bill. It's so over.
Yeah, people were saying, why is that? And says, I don't know. They were the UK crowd, they get bored, and this is like in several hours into taping, and they started singing how much they love Big Bill.
That's not to do with being bored. We want Big Bill away from Jericho.
I think there was a bit of that as well.
Believe that.
But it was like
Support
it built
the guy
up
who isn't
and built
Jericho.
up and built up, and suddenly it's like, wow, people are really going. Hook didn't get any reaction on his comeback.
Did he not?
Because of Bill.
Yeah, because you get Big Bill, we love him. It's like, well, that's.
I know that
let's go with
certain
that.
wrestlers would hate it, and I understand totally why. But I think if American crowds don't like something, they're just quiet. But UK fans like rebel against stuff more, like argue for that. Like no, this should be the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This show's too long. We're like Big Bill. Hurry up.
Not always. Obviously, there's loads of examples of American crowds doing that, but I think just generally, yeah.
Also, Roddy did his yell the name loudly, 0 reaction. And it was like, God, remember that was really over.
Yeah.
And A-Dub went, no. He should be in a stable with some other white lads with black shirts.
Well, there is pals from Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
No, he I liked when he shouted Samoa when he was feuding with Samoa Joe. That was good.
Yeah.
Roddy's funny still.
Tell that to these fans. MJF heads to the ring in a bad mood and says after days of All In, he lost his ring, his title, and has herniated 2 discs in his spine. So now he renounces his American citizenship and will no longer defend this country. AEW without MJF is a circus, and speaking of circus acts, Will Ospreay cheated to win. This isn't over between them. Finally, he dresses Daniel Garcia, who attacks him from behind and targets the neck. He tries to power drive MJF from the second rope, but security run out to stop him. He takes them out and tries again, but Christopher Daniels leads more security out to keep them apart. Garcia grabs a mic and says he pawned off the Dynamite Diamond ring to get to London last week. Now he's obsessed with ruining MJF's life. It's his fetish. And Tony Khan has agreed to book a match between them at All Out. He's going to break MJF's neck. Security continue to prevent a brawl, and the commotion spills backstage. Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great character evolution for MJF. So he was getting heat for the over-the-top faux patriotism, and now he's going to get heat for renouncing it. I'm glad they took that next step. I think that's really solid stuff. Again, we talked about it earlier, but Garcia, people are really hot right now for Garcia, and that's great to see. And I also have a question, because I've only ever heard this on South Park and Wrestling. What does podunk mean?
Don't know.
Podunk Arena, he described it.
Like rinky dink, I assume.
That's not very good.
It's a good word, that, though. I'm going to start using that.
Yeah.
No, I thought this segment was great.
Play basketball for Ghost from Zelda.
What?
Ooh. Move on, Maffew. I was really worried Garcia. Get with the
A
power drive.
hypothetical small town regarded as dull or insignificant.
Nice.
Yes.
Oh, we might go like, here we are in Bumble F.
Yeah.
Nowhere.
Yeah,
Right, okay.
Okay.
Do we have a English version of that?
Middle
of nowhere.
Podunk town.
Yeah,
It's just that. From...
Oh, I thought you meant meaning examples of podunk places.
Yeah, like to
There's
show
plenty
like,
of those.
you're from like a...
Altrincham.
Middle of no... Oh, yeah, actual place. Right?
I think that like,
Fucking Regis.
our middle of nowhere places are like, because villages are regarded as nice places over here, aren't they? And like, we don't really have like
Milton Keynes.
Oh yeah, I was a bad reputation. Milton
There's a
Keynes
Mega
got.
Mart.
It was.
I liked when we stayed there.
Curious place.
It
Like
was
being in the future almost.
like being on holiday without the weather.
future.
Yeah.
We stayed in like a. It was like a Premier Inn, but there was like shops all round.
Yeah,
and I had an English breakfast.
Ooh, crazy.
I knew as soon as
No,
I
it was,
said
it was like a resort. Though.
Yeah.
Living in-
Pachini, you not here? You had an English
Shut up,
breakfast.
man.
I went for him for the English breakfast.
Yeah.
It was brought over in a timely manner. It was really delicious.
Oh, yeah.
You know what you're getting in Milton Keynes.
There was two.
Do you not like the cows? The famous cows of Milton Keynes?
The cows of Milton Keynes?
Yeah.
I
Those
didn't see
statues they
any-
have.
No?
Two
No.
big Weatherspoons, and the one we went to was massive.
Two
It was- No, the Weatherspoons was huge.
You're really selling this place.
Drinks were cheap, spoons, and it was a massive bit. The ceiling
we had-
was
we had a-
miles away. You had to squint to see it. Like a hanger. I love Milton Keynes, right? It's a great place.
It was a plain Weatherspoons. Plane. I was so worried Garcia did the power driver, then stuck. I was like, he's not doing the Osprey. I can't do it, bruv. No. I do have the second rope. I'm going to break him. I went, thank God for that. So he's back. Apparently hasn't re-signed. I put, whatever, dirt sheets. You ain't been right once this year, apart from every other time you were right.
Well,
The mic lob was good.
I was gonna
You
say-
don't see that often.
stuff.
glanced him, didn't it?
Like the end of 300.
Rock once got in trouble for doing that. I doubt he got in that much trouble because he's the Rock and he was on top of the world, but he used to throw it out into the crowd, and apparently they'd have somebody in the crowd ready to get it. Like security would grab it from whoever took it, but the person who caught it went like that, passed it to their friend behind them. Apparently those mics are 60 grand they're worth. That's what I heard.
I know that wrestlers often
Throwing like Hogan throwing a beer.
wrestlers love throwing mics down, right? And I remember like we used to be like, please don't throw the mic down. Like so many wrestlers want to end a promo by going,
I got a bollocking for that.
you did it.
There was twice. There was no
Ours went
reason.
60 grand, by the way.
No, there was no reason for me to do a mic drop. I just thought it was funny.
Yeah.
So at the end of my things, I had to come out and make my wanky admin announcement, and then I'd go. Really expensive, Adam. Please stop doing that. And then I did it again.
There was one company, I forget after which company it was, but like after CM Punk did the mic drop and he went, hey, indie wrestlers, guess what? You can do that, but you're paying for the mic. All right? We get a Ricochet hype package ahead of his match with Carl Fletcher later tonight, and he looks good. If only he hadn't been a twat online with random people.
Yeah, why?
God, what?
He's a cool guy. He doesn't need to be engaging with these 30-follower Twitter accounts.
don't get it.
It doesn't do him any favours at
Nah.
all. Just ignore it. Move on.
He's
Poor
handsome
Trevor.
and he's a hunk. What's he doing?
It's funny because you always like look yourself going, if I was Ricochet, I'd like, life would be my oyster and all that other stuff. And you go, oh no, wait, even these guys are like, no, come at me, guy with Goku avatar on Twitter. I'll show. I'm like, what? This is what you're doing with your time?
Oh, you can't be arguing with Goku though.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
That's what he said. Hook teams up with Mark Briscoe, Orange Cassidy, and Kyle O'Reilly to face Jericho, Big Bill, the Tree. Hook gets the win with the red rum, despite Strong's boot clearly being under the bottom rope. Everybody brawls on the outside after the bell, while Roddy and the Kingdom beat Hook down in the ring. Strong celebrates the FTW title.
Aubrey's had an absolute nightmare there. He puts on the red rum. They get tangled in the ropes. Then she's about to break it. Then they come away from the ropes. She goes, "Oh, I can't keep the hold on." Then that's not how the rules are.
No, should have been a break.
Then he falls. She looks at it. She sees it as well. Bless her. She sees his foot under the rope.
Where's that referee?
She was trying to F on him.
Oh, shotgun now.
Tony Khan said on Twitter, because I assume that he got a little bit of heat. He got a little bit of criticism, whatever, for announcing this match on Twitter, because I guess Jericho is involved and people weren't fussed about it and they didn't want to see any more of it. And he said something to the effect of, "You won't be disappointed." And I was like, oh, okay, what's happening here?
Is Jericho going to die?
I thought they were going to write him off or something.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
And it was...
Jesus.
It was just a match.
It was all right, yeah.
Yeah.
It was fine.
Did he really hype that up on Twitter?
Yeah.
Of all the matches and things he hyped up on Twitter, this was it.
It was like,
I've got something up my sleeve.
Well, yeah, it was
What?
like, this is going to rock or something. Yeah.
It was all right. Yeah,
It was. You know what? It's not more Hook versus Jericho. Roddy's got his eyes on the belt. But come on.
You see the presser?
No, I didn't see it this time
in
round.
bits. First of all, it was like 45 minutes of stalling, apparently, because everyone waiting for wrestlers to show up.
Pre-show, basically.
Yeah, it was like a pre-show presser,
yeah.
There's one good bit where, obviously, Hook's there looking like a badass and all this stuff. And one, Paul Jono says, hey, so obviously you've done a good job of it. Like, the belt was brought in, the FTW belt, as a joke. And Tony Khan goes, no, like, what do you mean it's a joke? It was never a joke. I brought this in. It's a very serious. It's part of this and all this other stuff. And the guy's like, oh, sorry, I misinterpreted. And he did the entire history of the belt and who held it. And I don't think I could ever actually look at that point and go, who won it off what? But Tony Khan rattling off all these things are very impressive of him. And they go, well, but is it official belt? No.
Well, then...
And the guy's like, well, that's what I meant, really. It's not an official title belt.
Apparently there was
the
a
FTW belt.
part where someone asked something about like theme music, and Tony Khan just started listing themes that they had in the company. Like, he just loves it. He's the biggest AEW fan.
Wow, I'm really impressed by it. That's the good nerd energy you need from guys. But to completely misinterpret a statement and list off so many stuff, you go, all right, look, you've lost you've won for the wrong reasons.
Sometimes it's quite endearing. And I feel the same way. We were talking about Martha Hart earlier.
Oh, yeah.
And Tony's bringing her out and having this awkward promo with her because he loves it. He loves the history of it so much. And it's a human thing.
Yeah.
And it's actually quite nice. But I guess it's the same as the Ricochet thing, isn't it? You don't need to be doing that.
Oh, Tony can't help himself, though. It's like compulsive with Tony.
Yeah, but I expect it from TK because he's a nerd.
Yeah.
On the proud DVD VR member, the man who started the Dirt Sheet thread.
It's amazing, that, isn't
Dirt
it?
Sheet thread, the rumor, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, for his flaws, at least he does have passion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's often
You say
refreshing.
it with passion, right?
It's often refreshing, but it does sometimes lead to. Sometimes the statements will be false. Like it's like the this match didn't rock and roll or whatever he said it was going to do. It was all right.
Never rock nor roll.
I don't know why I keep thinking he equated it to rock music somehow. I thought he
I
did.
can't remember I think it was Disappointed was in there.
Don't worry, guys. This is going to rock and roll. He said.
Because Fozzie's in it, right? Yeah.
It's going to rock your socks off.
Fine.
You're going to rock, never stop. Backstage, Monet is having a celebration after a title defense on Sunday. Private Party arrive and try to flatter her, especially as Cassidy, the big horn dog. Okada arrives and helps Mercedes kick him out the party. Sayonara, bitches.
Yeah.
Mercedes and Okada, fun little pairing. I don't mind that too much. Again, it's a Mercedes promo, and they just still don't feel natural. I know she's a heel, but she's still sort of meant to be a bit cool, isn't she?
Yeah,
and
she feels like she's acting.
Yeah, she doesn't come across as cool to me. I know she's a bad guy, and you're not meant to like her, but she is meant to be like a bit cool, and she isn't.
I get what you're saying.
And that's me saying that.
I was going to say, yeah, so you just described a heel. But I get what you're saying. She's not the cool heel. She's just...
No, I don't think it's intentional, though. I don't think it's intentional. It's like, oh, I think I'm cool, but I'm not. It's not the...
she came out with the Queen's Corgi. On the presser, she said, these are the Queen's Corgis. Or they're related to the Queen's Corgis. So I'm royalty.
Fair enough.
And people people took what she was like in the press like, that's her. I'm like, you heard the Corgi bit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tony Schiavone interviews Mariah May on the ramp. She regrets to inform us that her celebration has been postponed, which she said she was going to get naked, because she refuses to do it in this town.
Wait, is that what she said?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
gonna
that
be-
was the... I missed that, and I didn't understand what any of this was about. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now.
She thinks the locals desperately need some glamour and briefly disrobes to reveal a set of lingerie and the world title. A young girl in the crowd tries to stop her dad from looking. Oh, I didn't see that.
That was really funny. They've got she's got a sign and she's trying to cover her dad's head with it. Like, no, Dad. Yeah, it was good.
Well done.
Yeah, very funny.
Well done.
It's the cheapest of the cheap heat. The stuff that she's doing, running down the podunk town. I love it now, podunk. But she's just so nasty with it that it works really well.
She's the even eviler Tony Storm.
Yeah, and she right to censored herself, which always gets heat from me.
Oh God, her at the presser. She said, well, I will be preparing her obituary. You know, the one she said you were going to say for me? Oh, okay.
Oh, yes.
She was splendid in the presser.
Amazing. I need to see it. I've only read bits.
Yeah. We see footage from after All In of the
Grizzled Young Veteran.
confronting the Young Bucks. They want to send a message to the entire tag division. We'll hope they type it out rather than do it verbally. When you see the GYV coming, grit your teeth. It makes the impression even easier to do. We then cut to backstage where the veterans announce that they'll beat up an unfortunate tag team on Rampage. I'm sure if they were on Rampage, they are an unfortunate tag team. They repeat their very NXT Pete Dunne catchphrase.
I've never seen this in wrestling.
Go on.
Cutting from one backstage promo in one location to the same team finishing, doing another promo in a different location. Was one meant to air earlier in the night and one later? What was that?
I don't know, and I didn't like the catchphrase, and why give them that? It did feel, like what I said in the nose, it felt like, New Catch Republic, grit your teeth. Why do they think British people are all like this, basically?
They were just here. They know we're not.
This isn't their debut.
That's also true.
Yeah, but like we know who they are, and they do, why grit? I saw "Grit Your Teeth" on their shirt when they did the run-in at All In, and I thought, interesting. I didn't think it was going to be their catchphrase. I'm like, damn it.
Quite like it as a catchphrase. I'm not sure they're the sort that need that sort of catchphrase, but
Do you remember how good Zach Gibson was when he wasn't a hard man? He was petty.
Oh, everything that you said about Jey Uso, Zach
right.
Gibson,
Yeah.
Flannersization of Zach Gibson.
we're not quite there yet.
He was the only good thing about 5-star wrestling. Sorry, that's blasphemous. Sorry.
One of the many things.
Yeah.
Eddie Ryan. He's not dead. Grit your teeth's an all right thing, but I think full English breakfast might be a better thing to get the Americans to boo him.
Full English breakfast.
Oh, a message to ye, the Yanks.
We love beans.
That's all the one has to say. Beans at the end.
Yeah. Is it Sam who hates beans? Someone hates beans. Is it you?
I'm fine with beans.
No, it's Matt Mike who'll share that. I've mentioned him. Who keeps messaging me anti-English stuff. He says like it's the meme about like beans, Mexican, English.
Oh, that's not.
I'm like, what?
He's not your friend. He's just like that's xenophobia. Right, Cara.
Oh, you're right. Next time I see him, I'm going to punch him in the back of the head. It's a joke. He's massive.
Oh, is he? Oh, God.
Yeah.
I know it's more Simpsons.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. It's just like, it's like beans are great.
Yeah, beans
They're
are
like
great.
Mr. Bean, but don't like our beans.
Right. Yeah. Sorry for bringing up beans. This was a
I'm
mistake.
getting mad for no reason. I'm really hungry. I want some beans now. We get a Takeshita video package, followed by announcement of his AEW return, following his G1 climax in a 4-way match on Rampage.
Takeshita's been away and he's coming back and he's badder than ever. Watch out, baby faces, because Takeshita's going to batter you on Rampage in a 4-way match.
Great.
Yeah.
Ricochet wins his debut singles match against Carl Fletcher, a.k.a. Slutty Ospreay. Will Ospreay, the real one, non-slut, comes out to the stage and prepares to cut a promo, but Pac, not a slut for anybody, attacks him from behind. He welcomes Ricochet to AEW, then tells him to get to the back of the line because Ospreay is his. Well done, Pac.
I like it a lot.
Pac does not argue with people on Twitter. He barely uses the bastard.
I think it was a great little match. I don't think there's anybody actually watching AEW who's unfamiliar with who Ricochet is, but if you're going to introduce Ricochet to a potential new audience, then Fletcher's a really good guy to put him in there with, obviously. And I really like the idea that maybe they're going to keep Ricochet and Will apart for as long as possible, because I think that's an intriguing match. Obviously, saw it all those years ago, and now they're two very different performers.
You know what we did see it? Milton Keynes.
Was that Milton Keynes, was it?
Absolute true destiny.
When the ropes fell off.
That's it. First match.
That's the match that started mine and Osprey's feud because he blamed me
Blamed you
for the ropes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't believe you did that.
I didn't do that.
So, yeah, I think down the line that's going to be really interesting. But it's too easy, isn't it? It's too easy to just go,
It's such an
we'll
obvious
give you
match.
Osprey,
Yeah, right,
Ricochet. Nah, do it in a year's
Plus
time when
then-
hopefully Ricochet's got a bit more character as well. Because Osprey's a big character guy now.
Yeah, his promo's been getting better and better every week.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
always never been that.
Osprey's massive now.
Yeah,
it's
so
going
they
to
it's
be a
gonna be
heavyweight
different.
versus a cruiserweight. Yeah. Ah.
That'd be good if Osprey just big dogs him.
He just beats him.
Mate, you think we're on the same level? I'm gonna
F5.
Yeah. Wait until you feel my new move, the lariat.
I'll do a splash off the second rope. Backstage, Don Moxley beats up some crew members with the help of Marina Shafir.
Oh, you sound unenthusiastic now.
Well, it's Marina, you know.
Oh.
That's the noise I make when I see her.
Oh.
Moxley
She
says
would
people, go on.
beat us up if she heard us saying this.
Yeah, I know, which is why I'm doing it in a podcast, not face to face. Moxley says people need to learn a lesson in humility. Well, don't listen to this.
Now, I always thought Marina got quite a bad... She'd have, like, shoot-style matches, right? So whenever she turned up at Bloodsport, she was really good. But she'd try and have these type of matches on TV against wrestlers, and people would be like, oh,
Zero reaction every time.
yeah. Now, maybe this is the start of a new thing for her. Like, it could end up really good for her. So I hope so.
What, the Podunk Combat Club?
Yeah. And if you want someone... PDC. That's the darts organization. In the clubhouse.
Yes.
No, if you want someone to be pals with Moxley and be hard and you want a woman in the stable, she's a good candidate for that, I suppose. It didn't set the world. I was like, okay, Marina Shafir, I admit, but I'm not going to write it off yet.
I'm optimistic about it, actually. Moxley's been like a big, long-time supporter of Marina Shafir. He's a big fan. And so I think they're going to give it their all. And I think Mox might pull some strings to make something quite good here. I'm in the boat with Jack there. Not going to write off.
I'm assuming that Darby's not going to be a member of the group. He wants to talk to him for different reasons when he said, I want to talk to Darby Allin at the start.
I think he's going to...
That'd be really funny. I'm sorry about a proper Matt wrestling team. Hey,
Darby.
Darby, do you want to be in on it?
Well,
You could be the Matt.
I saw people speculating that he's going to say to Darby, give me your title shot, because he's got his title shot now. He's still got a world title shot, I think.
I thought
Oh,
Darby might just go away for a bit to climb Everest, and Moxley is just going to destroy him.
Yes.
Moxley will be the top of Everest,
Am I
ready to push him
confusing
off.
Darby's title shot with the TNT title shot, or has he also now got a world title shot?
This is really sad. I genuinely can't remember.
I don't know either. Yeah, Darby's something horrible's gonna happen to him, isn't it? From Moxley. Yeah.
After I said all that stuff earlier, people at the wrestling shows don't even know all the stories. And I'm like, what title shot? Because it's behind all these other title shots. I mean, ugh.
Yeah.
And then the main event, Danielson arrives and talks about winning the title, what that means to his family and himself. He calls it the best moment of his career. Brian says he should thank the people who started AEW because the fact AEW exists has made pro wrestling better. The company's in good hands. It's probably time for him to go home. But not yet. He will not retire as champ because his full-time career will only end once he's lost the belt. So anybody who wants a title shot all out, come and get it. Jack Perry interrupts on the Tron and talks about the despicable things he's done, creating his own future because nobody wanted him back in AEW. The video was revealed to be pre-recorded as Perry attacks Brian from behind. He raises the world title alongside his own belt to end the show.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Jack Perry in Chicago, guys. Do you get it? In Chicago.
You know what?
Chicago.
Brian's first title defense was always going to be a bit throwaway. And so, yeah, you may as well get the heat for Jack Perry in a world title match. Why not?
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't mind it.
I think it really pays to be friends with the Young Bucks.
Yeah.
No, I think that I get why they've done it, and I do think Jack Perry's improved his character stuff as well. But I don't want to. I'm looking at it as like this reign's only going to last a predetermined amount of time for Brian. I don't want them to waste any matches. There's so many people I want to see Brian wrestle for the belt with his career on the line. And I just see this one. I know it's like.
That's true.
But, you know.
You know, after a big defense, big title win, I should say, with Swerve, it would just be nice if Brian does a nice, simple match. We just beats up Jack Perry for like 10 minutes. And over like that.
I think it'll end up being a good match. Bryan can have a good match with anyone, and Jack Perry's a better wrestler than people give him credit for, I think.
Oh, there'll be no curfew in Chicago. Oh, it'll be 20 minutes.
Are you going?
What? I'm going to cancel my flight now.
I think it'll be fine. It just wasn't the one I was hoping for, selfishly.
Yeah,
You're right, because I hadn't thought about it in that way, in that Bryan has how many more matches? 15, 20, 25, whatever it is. Yeah, if I was booking it, I wouldn't have Jack Perry as one of those matches.
No, but
there is
he's
a
so
finite amount of
over.
time.
He's so over, guys.
He was when
it'll
he
be-
tipped the glass out.
He's
Yeah.
the prop referencing something that happened a year ago was more over.
In Chicago.
Lost a year.
He's so over.
In Chicago, it'll be
Chicago.
memorable. It'll be a fun crowd, and I think you'll have fun watching it,
I hope
even though
so.
it's
I
not.
hope
gonna
all
be
the
a banger.
Chicago fans do the right thing and leave early.
He
for this
turned
main
up.
event.
He turned up for
Give
a
it
new,
the silence it deserves.
a New Japan show in Chicago. He turned up, and he's already done kind of all this, and the crowd by the end were kind of laughing along with him. So I wonder, but against Bryan,
Chicago killed the gimmick, like when the bloody fans were chanting for CM Punk in Glasgow.
yeah, I don't know. It's not like the worst thing in the world, and I think that All Out's got a strong enough card so far elsewhere that it's all right.
A good thing is, it's a week and a half away now. It's not like we've got loads of time to kill building this.
Yeah,
match.
yeah,
It's only a
that's-
week
yeah.
or two of wasted TV if you view it that way, and then the match and it's done.
Yeah.
That was the long week of wrestling. Christ on a bike.
Let's have a rummage in our mailbags.
Time to look in the little old mailbag. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sure it has been a long, girthy, podcast. I actually nearly read that as numbers.
0
Podcast. Yeah, really. The 3 million podcast. So I will cut through the fluff straight to the mailbag question. Thank you. Given the news coming out of All In about Swerve signing a multi-year contract with AEW, and just given his excellent presentation in AEW, you really feel that WWE dropped the ball on him. Dropped the ball on him.
As in,
That's
like,
not-
they dropped the ball with.
I know that's the
Swerve,
expression, but like it's like, come here, they drop a ball on him. So my question is, which other wrestler or wrestlers who moved from WWE to AEW have had a much better presentation since the move? So not counting someone like Danielson, also had a great WWE run, and similarly, which wrestler do you think AEW has dropped the ball on as compared to WWE? Someone like Miro comes to my mind for this, but would love to hear all your thoughts. Huge fan of all the content you deliver every day. It's helped me through some really tough times over the last few years. Cheers. Insert obscure footballer name, aka Indy from London.
Thank you very much.
Indy.
Cheers,
Thank you for
Indy.
London and the good foods.
Better presentation. Maybe it's a little bit unfair because he wasn't wrestling for the longest time. But Christian,
Yeah. Go on.
but throughout his WWE career, I think that, as I say earlier, I think this is his best character work ever.
I agree with that.
And the other way around, is Keith Lee unfair to say because he's had the medical stuff, hasn't he? Like, and
Yeah,
I'm talking
right.
NXT Keith Lee here because they
Yeah,
didn't do
yeah,
amazing
yeah.
stuff with him on the Bearcat and all that. But yeah, I think Keith Lee, NXT double champion, it set the world alight. It was going to be a massive, massive deal. But maybe that's unfair because he has had the
Yeah,
medical.
I'd defend them there. I'd stand up for them there. I'd say just because of the last few years being rough, Moxley.
Yes. The inoculations thing.
I mean, him just obviously very vocal about that last period where he's like, I hate this, absolutely hate this. Gone on my mind here. To see him so happy in AEW and living his best life and having as many death matches as he wants, I'm happy to see that. The other way around, I don't really know off the top of my head.
I think going from better in WWE, sorry, better in. Oh,
I've got one more. You thinking
Go on, no, go on.
Andrade?
oh, okay.
I don't think he did much.
NXT Andrade, but not now because he's come to WWE and he's not doing anything.
He's the
of substance
WWE
now.
Speed champion.
Sorry.
I can. Yeah, how dare you? You must be on WWE Speed to forget that. The NXT stuff he did with the Ray feud and everything else that he did beforehand, much better. In AEW, I swear he was involved in the Cody match with the Flaming Tables, and then he had that rubbish match with Miro, and that I can't remember much else. Accomplishing anything other than just having promos about, hey, you should join my stable. So like he did that 50 times, and I don't remember having much impact.
Yeah.
At the minute, although there's still obviously it's really early doors, but I preferred the way AEW treat Jade Cargill to how WWE have done, because she kind of had more of like a, well, people compared it to Goldberg because she went unbeaten and she had these matches that weren't overly complex, but they just accentuated her strengths and hit her weaknesses, and then they've put her in these complicated multi-team tag team matches to teach her, I suppose, how to be a more rounded wrestler. But I don't want Jade Cargill to be a more well-rounded wrestler. I want it to be Jade Cargill.
I think to a point, yeah. I think it just became really obvious after a while. It's like, so do you have any other plans for Jade, AEW, who don't really know how to book women attractions that often? And it was no. So I think, okay, after a certain while, I was like, okay, no, Jade looked amazing, but there's nothing.
Well, she never won the world title. She was the TBS champion, yeah.
She was a star in a division where they weren't concentrating on them.
No.
Yeah.
She was bigger than the division.
She did the stuff with Shaq. Yeah, she was. Yeah, she did the... she had a match with Ty Conti that was, I think, her best match. Yeah. That was really good.
WWE dropping the ball. Tony Storm.
Oh, there we go. You've won.
Yeah, that's the best one.
There's maybe one for AEW, because I thought she was going to do more, and it's not like she did amazing stuff in WWE, but Ruby Soho as well. I thought she might do more in AEW.
I hope that as well.
I think her debut was very memorable, and she got a nice rancid entrance.
Yep.
I just thought she should probably have. I thought she was going to win the Owen Hart tournament, and then she didn't.
Yeah, I thought she was going to be a bigger deal in AEW.
She debuted on the same show as Bryan and Adam Cole, I think.
Was that the same night? Wow.
And Suzuki. They're all four of them on the same night.
Jesus, what a show.
Yeah. And Punk had his first match back against Darby. What a show. I think we've done all right there.
Oh, that'll do. Hayabusa, guys.
Hayabusa.
I'll take this well behind the counter of the night shift gas or petrol station job that your fine podcast has kept me company during since episode 1. Oh, God. Of all the weirdos that kept trying to hang out for longer and longer every week, you are all my favorites. Recently, I got into a bit of hot water here as I mathed wrong and accidentally shortened the safe, which is bad, but I fixed it. However, I made it worse when I was joking about later that night on shift. An older customer asked me, well, they say only one person was ever perfect, and you know what his name was? I answered naturally, Kurt Hennig. The answer this gentleman was looking for was Jesus Christ. My question is, has a bit of wrestling trivia ever got you in trouble?
No, I
have a great week. So long and thanks for all the fish. Oh, thank you. NFL legend Dick Butkus.
Oh, Dick
a.k.a.
Butkus.
Will from Winfield. Thank you. I love the Dick Butkus name. So
Thank you, Will.
Cheers, Will.
Rocky's dog's name, Butkus. Hey, yo, Butkus. Yeah. I chose the mailbag questions this week, and I only put that one in because of the joke. I haven't got an answer. No wrestling trivia has ever got me in trouble.
Got me into trouble.
No.
I've had it the other way round.
Yes.
Where it worked wonders for me. Pub quiz in London when I first moved there for What Culture. And they hand out a sheet at the beginning where it's loads of pictures of people and you got to fill in the names, and each name is a point on the pub quiz. Bloody wrestlers.
Oh, dreamland.
So every question right, obviously. It was big famous as Hogan and Rock and Austin and stuff like that, but only ones to get a clean sweep. I remember Sheamus being on there and people not getting Sheamus. Came second overall. So £10 to spend behind the bar.
Yes.
That's about a pint in London. But no, I don't think wrestling trivia has ever got me in trouble.
No, no one too much got me into trouble. It nearly got me in trouble. It's not to do with wrestling, but maybe people appreciate me looking like an idiot. So a friend was this little get together. It wasn't like a party. It was just talk around, like King of the Hill like type of situation. And they were saying like, oh, they were just going through some struggling times, but they've said that CBT, even though it being painful, was helping them quite a lot. And I went, well, that does sound like CBT. Got zero reaction, and they carried on talking about how the therapy was helping them. You can tell my background. CBT apparently stands for cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yeah.
Also stands for cock and bull torture.
Oh, right.
And I legit did not know that. That was what it was called. And I've only heard CBT being generalized like that. And they immediately broke up by saying therapy afterwards. I'm like, why have you called it CBTs to try to hide it?
How does that relate to wrestling?
Well, I thought that I literally thought this person was talking about, well, I've been having some issues, so I've been doing cock and ball torture. That's all. No, when knowing too much goes wrong, Bachidi. I've got no answer to the person.
Okay, right, yeah.
I've got a pub quiz story.
Go on.
You know Gilly, my friend Gilly?
Oh, yeah, he's cool.
He was filling in for the quizmaster at the Grove pub.
Oh, yeah.
They quiz every Thursday. That's not I'm plugging the Grove. Great pub. He was the quizmaster, and he made his own round called, now it doesn't work in every accent, praying, prayer, or slayer. And you had to tell whether it was a line from a hymn or a Slayer lyric.
Prayer or Slayer.
Because I didn't realize this, but Slayer are like very like epic and like Old Testament-y with their lyrics and stuff, like Rain and Blood.
Okay.
A lot of their lyrics read quite biblical, I suppose. And I did really well despite not knowing like any Slayer songs or scripture because I just waited for the ones that rhymed and went, that's Slayer. And the ones that didn't rhyme,
right,
prayer.
yeah, of course.
And I ended up in the lead at halfway, and I was on my own, just waiting for him to finish to get off shift so we could go for a drink. And people were looking at me like I was cheating, and I was like, no, I just, it was a little hack. I didn't win in the end, and I was quite relieved not to because I don't think they would have been happy. Yeah.
If they'd have seen you at the bar afterwards.
No.
Chatting to the bastard.
Well, they're all cool there. They're not hard. It's not a hard pub. It's a cool pub. So they've
you can take 'em,
they've
Jack.
just judged me from
Bunch
afar.
of cowards. Me and Ash from the Rise, we did one pub quiz one time. One of the things was, it was a rock-based one, and one of the things was death metal band or IKEA furniture name.
Oh, he's a dad and he likes rock music.
Yeah.
Bloody hell.
He's so cool. Sorry for not answering your question there, Will.
No,
Hi,
but it
guys.
was a great joke that I enjoyed it.
Hi guys, whoever may be gracing my ears for this week's podcast. Oh, I'm sat here at 5:10 a.m. going through 13 months of someone's bank statements for a police investigation of fraud. I've got podcast 346 on in the background to keep what sanity I have left. As you can imagine, this part of my job as a cop is incredibly dull and boring, but obviously very necessary, which brings me to my question. What do you think is the most boring part about being a wrestler, but is absolutely necessary for the role? I thought the question was legit going to be, have you ever committed tax fraud? Much love from a much love from a long-time listener and fan since the name redacted days, from 1973 Brighton and Hove Albion FC manager Pat Saward, also known as Ashley, 32 from Norwich, England.
Thank you.
You're 32, you know, 73 Brighton and Hove. Oh, well, whatever. Hey, I almost got a hobby. Thank you very much, Ashley. Bloody hell. I
Listen
thought
how
it was gonna
polite he
be
got
set up for a
when
joke.
it was a police officer. Oh, thank you very much.
God, yeah. Crazy. I thought that was going to be set up for a joke. It's like, no, I'm going through this.
I don't like the idea of our police listening to our podcast when they're meant to be doing stuff. I just feel like that's quite...
What if you accidentally write something down? Like,
Yeah.
Your Honour, the suspect is a dirty diddler.
Yeah. Cock and ball torture.
Right. Engaged in cock and ball torture to make himself feel better.
The travel, I think, is the most boring part of being a wrestler, surely, but absolutely necessary.
So then Christian do a line in the Chris Van Vliet thing where he said, I'm basically paid to stay in hotels and airports, and the wrestling is the fun bit.
Right, okay, yeah.
And I think that's what it's... And he says that, but then I travel and I go, it seems fun. I like
get
traveling and
bored of
being in
it, wouldn't you?
airports and hotels and that, but...
Honestly, like if you're lucky, right, you're wrestling for 10 minutes on a show. I can't think of many things away from the show. Maybe the pre-production of the matches is all right, but most of it is going to be waiting around, traveling, and then sleeping in unfamiliar places.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound especially romantic to me in any way. So I think like everything apart from the wrestling is pretty boring. I'm working out as well. I hate working out, so that's boring to me.
The diet, the food.
Yeah, not being able to treat yourself as often as you'd like to. Washing your gear because nobody wants to work with a smelly wrestler.
Right, why do they always complain about washing their gear? Have you got to hand wash it? Is that why
It's quite
in the-
fragile, isn't
Right,
it?
okay,
Oddly enough,
right.
I saw an Instagram video from this guy who tells you basically how to be a wrestler through super short form content.
Is
And
he a
went-
wrestler?
Yeah, he's an ex-wrestler.
What's his name?
I'll tell you after.
Okay.
And
I can tell you're avoiding saying his name.
he went through it all and he was like, yeah, you want to use this speciality thing and then you want to air dry it here. So if you're in a hotel or something and like the weather's bad, you're a bit screwed and then you get smelly gear and stuff.
We've got a wrestler on the podcast.
Oh my goodness.
Richard Tubman. When you were...
Oh, him.
I was a young and I wasn't particularly that careful about my gear. Like, just let my mum do it. you know?
How? What? Between what ages did you
Well,
wrestle?
it's typical UK indies in the 2000s. I was like 14 or 15.
Okay.
Or something like that.
Christ.
Yeah.
Is Vietnam.
And what was the most boring part of being a wrestler?
Probably the same as you said, just waiting about and stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
just
where
a
would
lot
you
of
wrestle,
idle
though?
time.
Like, did you do much traveling, or was it just in the northeast?
In the northeast social clubs, like basically got as far as maybe Durham.
He was IW. Was it IWF? Is it called?
IWF,
Yeah, he was
yeah.
IWF.
IWF.
Have you ever seen him? You might have seen him wrestle.
I might have tapes of him.
Yeah, you
That
might have
raised it
tapes
to
of
him.
him.
God.
He wrestled Balls of Steel. I love the
Did you
Balls
wrestle
of Steel.
Judgmental? Well, they were. Maybe after your time.
Is Judgmental Stephen Petty?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Remember that one.
Why do I know
There's
that name?
Judgmental.
Are you familiar with Big Gary's van?
Yeah.
Him, yeah. That's him, isn't it?
He
He
was
was.
protege. of
He
Big
came
Gary.
out the back of the van.
Yeah, that's
it was
what I mean,
like,
yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
So did you know Richard before you met him?
No. think
So
I definitely
sad.
would have seen his name brought up in the UK fan forum. The
I would have
happiest
been in
place on
the
earth.
most negative way possible.
Absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
were,
wrestler.
I've watched, you're chucking smaller lads around. You were the big heel.
Yeah, of course. I was bad.
15-year-old heel.
It was good.
I think the traveling, if you're doing like, if you're an indie wrestler and maybe if you're in the UK and you're an indie wrestler and you're going quite long distances, maybe 3-4 hour drives, that's obviously not fun, but it's made worse by the fact that it's poor etiquette to sleep, or you've got to be involved. You've got to keep the driver awake and all of that stuff. So keeping that energy, especially if you're in the van with somebody that you don't like.
I remember Ross getting heat for like shotgun in the front seat on the drive, and the driver went, "You better stay awake now, keep me awake." And he was just like straight.
Who
away.
was in the van with him?
I'm not going to name names. I'll tell you after.
Oh.
It wasn't
one of
it
these.
wasn't a wrestler. It was one of the like.
It was like one of these shows like Angle, Cody.
no, it
Del
wasn't.
Rio.
It wasn't a
okay.
wrestler. It was one of the like the staff.
Oh.
Yeah.
I would say probably the hardest thing, just me doing the thing where, if I was a wrestler, what I'd struggle with, having to be nice to everybody who talks to you online.
Oh, that's an interesting one.
Yeah. Or being diplomatic if you're being a Ricochet type, knowing you're great, and then somebody with 30 followers goes, "You smell."
We were very.
I don't smell. How dare you?
When we were traveling around, you could tell like it was a bit of a novelty at first. Like, oh, we're going to go to this city and put on a show, and people are going to come and see us, and it was like mad. But you could tell which wrestlers were like, they were well used to this now. Like they turn up and be so calm. Like, yeah, when's my match? 20 minutes time, I'll sort it. Like, I'll be fine. And just becomes routine. So many wrestlers have spent so much time in Weatherby services. And I bet I don't know this, but I bet once you're a seasoned wrestler and you're like in the lifestyle and you're in the bubble, I bet when you like go home for Christmas or something, and suddenly not everyone you talk to is a wrestler and has a wrestler's sense of humor and everything, you probably like snap out of it like, oh my God, there's a world outside of wrestling still.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Some nice things there in the mailbag. Thank you very much for sending them in. If you would like to send some in, don't worry, you can. Mailbag@cultaholic.com. Reese's Pieces. Hi, everybody. Feel free to skip to the second paragraph whenever the first gets boring. Okay. I'm writing a few days before. I'm already bored. What follows is a randomized list. Sorry, no, I'm only kidding. A few days before All In, and with Danielson's career on the line, I got thinking about all-time greats, and specifically what metrics one could use to determine them. I settled on combined days as world champ, counting WWE, including NXT, TNA, AEW, New Japan, and Ring of Honor. What followed is a randomized list of currently active wrestlers and their combined days as world champ per cage match. Your job is to determine the best using winners stays on, fastest thought first. Maffew, or whoever reads this out, breaks ties.
Can I just clarify? Are we judging this based on the strength of their world title reigns, or are we judging this on just like how
All-time great. is what
I
was
reckon
thinking
it's
about.
just whether we think they're better, which one's better.
better than the last
I'm
one?
happy to do that if you are.
No. It's
personal favorite.
no. Let's just go with who's better than the last one.
Better. Winner stays on. First of all, Adam Copeland, 541, versus Roman Reigns, 1,498.
That's such a hard one to start
Oh,
off with,
that's a
isn't it? Yeah.
really rough one.
I'll go for, you know what? Just very recently, I'll just say he's pipped him. I'll go Roman.
I'd go Copeland just for sheer longevity at this point, but Roman's not far off at all.
That is tough, though. Like,
That's so hard.
because I'm edging right now, I'll say Adam Copeland. Bobby Lashley, 620.
I prefer Copeland.
Copeland, yeah.
Yeah. Kenny Omega, 665.
He's part of one of my favorite matches, Kenny Omega. But it makes me sound like such a dick. Oh, I prefer
dare you have
New
a
Japan
favourite?
one. Yeah, no.
I haven't watched enough Omega past AEW, and I've seen maybe 6 or 7 New Japan matches. I think I'm probably wrong, but I'm going to stick with Copeland.
I'm going to stick with Copeland just because I think Copeland's a much better promo. John Moxley, 569. Oh, here's where it gets tough.
All right.
Copeland.
I'm more of a Moxley guy. I'll go Moxley.
I'd pick Moxley.
Okay.
Yeah. Jay Lethal, 707.
Now, he does get underrated, but you've got to go with Moxley, though.
Moxley.
Yeah, come on, man. Rush, 575.
Moxley.
I haven't seen enough for it.
Yep. Nakamura, 537.
Oh, I'll still go Moxley, but you know what? I think if Nakamura had never gone to WWE, he'd be like an all-time New Japan absolute legend great.
You know
Yeah. Isn't it nuts that number it doesn't count WWE when he's been there forever, but he's never won a world title. Or is he counting NXT as well? I don't know.
NXT, yeah. He said,
No,
Okay,
NXT
yeah,
is in
NXT,
there.
I
Okay.
guess.
You know, I would consider Nakamura if he bloody won against Rollins. Or was it Cody? Well, both times he could have won.
He lost to AJ when he could have won the belt as well.
Oh,
times.
Yeah, going back that far. Tanahashi, 1,396.
I mean, I can never vote for Tanahashi. I hate him. It's John Moxley.
Moxley.
Yeah, what Jack said.
you hear
AJ
that?
Styles.
Oh, AJ Styles.
AJ Styles.
AJ.
Oh, okay, yeah. Seth Rollins, 1,059.
AJ. You're a big fan of
I know. I
Seth,
used to
aren't you? It's
be.
pretty
I
close.
used to be a Rollins boy when he was a heel. I'm still going AJ.
Styles then. Robert Roode,
AJ.
570.
AJ.
Fair enough. Adam Cole, 841.
AJ.
AJ, but loved Adam Cole's NXT title run.
I like you, Adam. Kevin Owens, 650.
That was a little secret message to his friend there, wasn't it? Oh, I like you, Adam Cole. I'm friends with
He's
you.
very nice on Twitch.
Okay. Which one, sorry?
Kevin Owens or AJ Styles?
AJ.
Are you really? Okay.
But it's hard.
I'm going to go with Owens here purely for the character work and the massive memorable moments. And I'm not saying that AJ hasn't had those, but I've probably enjoyed Owens' big moments more than AJ's big moments.
That's
the
fair.
exact same reasons you just said, yes.
Right,
Kevin
we've
Owens.
eliminated AJ Styles. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine.
it.
That's
You're
fine.
dead to me, AJ.
That's fine. It's fine. He's
Me
won.
and-
He's
me
won.
and my community.
He's won the world title everywhere he's gone, but it's fine.
Randy Orton, 818.
I'll go AJ. I'll go AJ.
Not Kevin.
Oh no, yeah, it is.
It's Kevin Owens or Randy Orton.
Then now I'll go for Kevin Owens because a lot of Randy's career has been great, but it's been ups and downs. Where I think I've enjoyed a greater percentage of Owens' work.
I'd go with that.
You're right. Owens never gets lazy, does he? And Orton has in the past.
Yeah. Danielson, 777.
Brian Danielson.
Come on. Samoa Joe, 1,096.
Danielson, but that's a horrible matchup.
That is a bitch.
I love Joe. Nah, Danielson.
wow,
Samoa
okay.
Joe's never almost made me cry, and Danielson did it this weekend. So.
Oh, yeah. John Cena, 1,408.
Hey, he's great. Hey, I'm going for. That's why I'm actually a politician. Well, I'm going for Brian Danielson.
Quality of matches and emotional investment. It's Danielson again.
Okay, yeah. Best in the world. Okada, 2,043.
I'll go for Brian Danielson there, Matthew.
Danielson.
Okay. Finally, the last one. CM Punk, 767.
So was it?
Whoever did this
Was
does
it
as well.
who's our favourite or who's better? If it was who's the
All-time
best?
greats.
All-time greats. Who's
Brian
greats?
Brian Danielson is. Yeah.
Brian Danielson.
Oh, clean
I-
sweep.
I'm not happy.
It's tough, like.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was
was good.
fun.
I
Yeah,
like
it
this
was
when it
good.
stays
Yeah,
on.
yeah,
These
yeah.
are great. We appreciate people sending these.
That's decided the greatest currently active professional wrestler in the world who has been a world champion.
That's right. For the next 2 months or whenever he retires.
And no, it's right though.
Well,
Danielson
Nigel beats
is.
him for the title.
Danielson is.
No, yeah, Danielson is. Thank you very much. Who was that again? Sorry.
That was Brian Danielson, the greatest wrestler in the world. It was. Name's not there.
No.
Oh no, I think he. Unless it was CM Punk, he's right at the end there.
Might be at the top of the
Haven't
next
seen
sheet.
We're looking for your name.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's Cultaholics.
What a lovely podcast. And just a little thing to do before I get to the big question, which is shout out the amazing producers.
Help me out here. Help me out.
All right. Oh, God, yeah,
You're
right.
going to need to lead, Jack.
Okay.
Producer number 1. Reno 2200.
He doesn't need any help at all.
He's
Reno,
from the
he's for the
future.
future.
Noah.
Anderson.
Anderson.
Good stuff.
No, this will be interesting. Levi LaRue.
Going in for the kill.
That's good.
That's Ross's. I can't take the credit, but I had to get Ross's sort of desperate note in his voice. But
Yeah.
he really goes for it.
It really does. And Jimmy Gillen.
Gillen in the name of another Ross one.
That's really good.
He did,
That's really
at the
good.
time, he went. Someone sent in a list of suggestions for Jimmy because we could never think of how to make Gillen. And then he had a list of them, and he was like, "They're all brilliant." And I looked, and I went, "Gillen in the name of a gallon of milk," and that was another suggestion. They're not
Like
all,
a gallon of milk.
they're not
Gallon
all-
of milk.
They're not all bangers, but Gillen in the name of really good.
I like gallon of milk.
Yeah. Gillen of milk. Joel loved it. He lost his mind when I said that.
Good though. Thank you very much to the amazing producers. Now, the big question this week, if you've got any more energy left in you, is what will be the best match at WWE Bash in Berlin.
Check out the card.
And we go over to the card, which Tubman has already ready for us because he's amazing. And we have Gunther, the King General, versus Randy Orton for the World Heavyweight Championship. If Orton wins the championship, he will be transferred to Raw, and Gunther will be transferred to Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know what that's
When was
about.
that announced?
Yeah, what's that?
Is that a spoiler?
I guess so that both world titles aren't on the same brand.
Oh, like Cena Batista, right? Okay. Cody Rhodes versus. Oh, sorry, a noise for that. Yeah. Yeah. Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens for the undisputed WWE Championship. The Terror Twins versus the Judgment Day mixed tag team match.
Drama.
Yeah.
CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre in Das Strap match.
Ooh.
Because it's the second one. They're saving it all for the big third one, aren't they?
Slapping. And the Unholy Union, Alba Fire and Isla Dawn, is that their name? Versus Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill, who do not have a name for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship.
Yeah, Andrew's favourite. Yeah.
I'm looking forward to all of them, right? I think Cody versus Owens out of that lot. But there's nothing I'm not looking forward to there. It's Gunther. It's one of the world title matches. Surely.
Yeah,
you don't think it's
so.
Punk Drew, do you?
No, I think that it's... I think Punk Drew will be... I think I'll enjoy it more than the first one. Mm-hmm. But I think I'll go for Gunther Randy because even though I think Cody Owens will have a better work match, I think the crowd for Gunther will be fantastic.
That's true.
Yeah. I'd love to say Punk versus Drew, but strap matches are crap. And I know the finish...
Brian won. That's Brian.
Then most... Okay, there's one. And...
Oh, this is a four corners one, though, isn't it? Bollocks.
But I know the finish is going to be Punk's about to hit the fourth one, and Drew throws the bracelet, and then Punk goes, no, and dives for it like he's trying to catch a cricket ball. And then Drew wins and goes, it's not even the real bracelet. Yeah, that'll be fun. So I won't say that. I will say, I don't know, the best wrestler in the world, Gunther, who cruelly was not on that Reese's Pieces, just want to point that out, match versus Orton.
He's not on the same level as some of the names we read out. He's no Bobby Roode.
He's even higher.
I don't know why I picked on
He's
Bobby.
in the
I like
Bobby.
Bobby. I like Bobby. I don't know why I picked on him there.
Yeah, don't be rude.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gunther in Berlin, nearly where he lives.
Yeah.
Oh, the drama for Cody versus Owens.
There's
Waiting
not
to
much
see
drama
if Owens
yet.
is going to turn heel. I'm going to be on tenterhooks.
Tenter? Is it tender hooks?
Tenter.
Tenter.
You're saying tender
like
like
John
John
Tenter.
Tenter.
It is. It's TNT.
It's TND, isn't it?
No, it's not
tender.
tenderhook.
Like,
Tenter.
don't do that. I'm tender.
Tenterhooks.
Bollocks.
Nope.
Tender, like hooks that are sensitive. Tender hooks.
No, tenterhooks,
No.
which is probably something else, but I don't know what it
I
means.
don't know what it means, but I'm,
This is
I'm fairly
bollocks, this.
confident.
Tenterhooks.
Confidence?
Tenter.
I had confidence.
It's not spelled like John Tender, though. It's Tenter. Like ER.
I had to write out the other day in Google, or the Google Docs didn't correct me.
Tender
So it's
hooks.
a good end of the... Oh, I found what it means. A tenterhook is a sharp hooked nail.
Bollocks! It is a tender hook.
It's
I've
a
been saying that wrong for years.
It's a
You'd have
sharp
found
hooked nail used to
Like the owner
fasten...
Perosa.
Used to fasten cloth to a tenter.
Was it tenter?
Don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I'm
drying-
very sorry
a
for telling you.
drying-
I've been saying that wrong all my life.
A drying
That's all right.
frame.
Now change your mind to Cody Owens.
All right, Cody versus yeah.
Yeah.
Because with of my own choice, I picked that.
I'm still going Randy and Gunther, don't worry. Because I think as well that Randy will turn heel at the end on Cody.
Yeah, it's gonna be great, isn't it? Wow, what a week it's been. Jack, watch out for us until next week, mate.
I have, well, what happened at went up for All In. If you somehow don't know what happened yet at All In, go and check it out. It's done very good for what happened at video, and I'm very pleased. Thank you to Dan and Pierce on the edit for that one. I've got Twitch streams every Wednesday, myself and Owen, twitch.tv/Cultaholic, up the Swans. And this Sunday, I believe, I'll be doing a Twitch stream reaction to NXT.
No, YouTube.
YouTube reaction, to NXT No Mercy. Can Joe Henry do it? Probably not, but I hope he does.
That's a good song.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Jack. What have you got for us?
These pay-per-view weeks are obviously largely filled with pictures, predictions, live streams, stuff like that. So the live stream is myself and Andrew on Saturday evening, starting at 4 p.m. BST, and we'll be watching the Berlin show. Apart from that, Tuesday evenings I do my British TV stuff. Still loving every minute of it.
Oh, what are you watching?
what did I do this week? The call center, which was like a fly on the wall, like a real The Office. Basically, it was in a call center in Wales.
A real reality TV show.
Yeah. It was a
You want to think of
BBC
the
thing.
smoking room, but
No, with Jeremy from Peep Show. He was in that, wasn't he? I've never actually seen that.
it's good. I think you'd like it.
I the same old Striker Lucky Blind Date, all that stuff.
Oh, lovely.
Adam needs to watch Spinal Tap.
I do.
I've seen Spinal Tap.
No, I've not seen
Oh.
Spinal Tap.
All those shows like TV shows like films like that, like Best in Show. Oh, well worth watching.
Yeah, I really like mockumentary stuff. So I'm not
Yeah,
sure
oh,
why
it's
I've not
like
got
the
around to
ultimate.
it. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
yeah. I've seen it referenced 50,000
Yeah,
times.
That's it. You're probably gonna not laugh at it because you'll know the jokes coming up. But oh well. Hi, I will
Why
be.
are you
What the hell am I
holding your
doing?
mic like this? You always finish like this.
Because I've actually seen and heard in a few of our podcasts the jostling of the microphone can be really audible in a bad way. Yeah.
No, you don't touch it though, right?
Well, in theory,
we get some new
you say
stands?
that, but well, I started doing this to move around, so I don't want to put it down and have that blub, 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 blub noise.
Maybe
that.
I order some little cushions.
Oh,
Okay.
he did it to pivot to look at the card.
Yeah, look at the
before.
card.
Yeah.
And I'm going to hold it like I'm roving reporter Kermit the Frog from Sesame Street. And so I'll just ramble incoherently. Nothing really planned. I'll be Twitch streaming Thursdays and Sundays, more WCPW, avoiding the diddlers. It's good for the cardio. Having a good time there. And that's it. Me and Tom will return next week with the Classic SmackDown review because Tom is busy being booked by every other company in Europe at the minute. But when he comes back,
Check
Sparrow.
out Matthew's latest Botchamania. There's a part that popped me massive. It did.
Oh, was it a good bit or?
It was the
ironically?
little change to Taz's intro. Just found it really funny. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
He's Tad, my friend. So thank you very much for your patience. Hope you had a lovely podcast. If you're, doing whatever you're doing, working at a gas station or cracking safes open, whatever it is. This has been Jack. This has been Bachiti. I've been Maffew. It's been the Magnificent Tubman. Mailbag at cultaholic.com. Patreon.com/cultaholic. Now we're going to point at the screen, say something.
Oh, Jesus.
These get harder every week, don't they?
Full English breakfast.
Nice.
Like that tag team. 1, 2, 3.
Full
English
English
breakfast.